Chapter 2945. The Nine Heavens of Qing Province. Previously, he was confident that Lin Ling wouldn't be able to obtain any treasures, so he spoke arrogantly. However, Lin Ling had succeeded. With his strength, he actually lost to Lin Ling. This made him feel disbelief. Alright, you don't have to put on an act. Reveal your true form. Be careful not to embarrass yourself in front of me, Lin Ling. Lin Ling put away the Son of Heaven's mandate and looked at the old man indifferently. These words shocked the old man once again because Lin Ling was too calm. Facing such a strong opponent, he didn't panic at all. How did you see through it? The old man said with a frown. Although I don't know what kind of cultivation technique you've cultivated to change your appearance and aura, but please, if you want to put on an act, let's go all the way. Don't you think you've revealed a huge flaw? Lin Ling said with a smile. Flaw? Could it be that you've seen through my cultivation technique? You're thinking too much. It's your hand. An old man like you, whose hand would be as white as jade. When Lin Ling's last sentence fell, the old man's entire body trembled. Only then did he realize that he had indeed overlooked this huge flaw. Sometimes the simpler something is, the easier it is to forget. A true ancient martial artist shouldn't make such a small mistake, so I estimate that you shouldn't be that old. Lin Ling said again. His words were like a sword, piercing straight into the old man's heart. Let me guess again. You're not that old, but you have such strength. There are definitely not many people in Qing Province. Apart from the people I don't know, the only people I know are the remaining four heavens. You should be one of the four most mysterious people in Qing Province. Lin Ling's words didn't stop until they shocked the old man to death. The old man was stunned, as if he had been struck by thunder. Hee, I've long heard of Lin Ling's great name. Seeing you today, you're indeed extraordinary. After being exposed by Lin Ling, the old man no longer hid his identity. It was as if he had shed off a layer of skin. Then, a bright light shone and a slender figure walked out from it. This was actually a rare beauty. She looked to be around 20 years old, and wore a pink palace dress with hundreds of flowers. Between her thin clothes, her twin peaks were full, and her limpid eyes seemed to be able to see through everything in the world. No matter how one looked at it, she was a beauty that could captivate even birds and beasts. Wow, I didn't expect this expert to be so beautiful. The 76th prince could not help but speak. Pa. However, in the next moment, the crisp sound of a slap resounded across his face. It was that woman. You hit me? The 76th prince immediately roared. Hee 76th prince, if you keep talking nonsense, I might even kill you. The woman smiled, but her words were extremely cold. The 76th prince did not dare to speak again. He sensed a familiar aura from that woman. It was the Azure Thearka's aura. The woman smiled at Lin Ling and was about to speak, but at that moment, another person arrived at the crossroad. When she saw everyone, her expression changed slightly. Your Excellency Lin Ling. The person took the lead to greet Lin Ling. She was the third princess. Of course, she looked more at the woman and finally said solemnly, Imperial concubine sure of the 9 heavens of Qingzhou? Third princess, long time no see. The woman smiled and nodded. She obviously knew the third princess. Imperial concubine sure? She's Imperial concubine sure? The 76th prince was stunned. Then his face was filled with horror. The old monsters next to him also opened their mouths wide. Imperial concubine sure is rumored to be the most beautiful fairy in Qingzhou. She is also the most beautiful woman in the world of mortals. She is proficient in the 4 arts of zither, chess, calligraphy and painting. She once made the Azure Thearka forget to return. Someone exclaimed. Imperial concubine sure was a very mysterious person. No one knew where she came from. However, some people knew that she opened a brothel in Qingzhou called Smoky Poetry House. Many indomitable experts of Qingzhou went there because of its reputation, including the Azure Thearka. Ordinary experts were also curious about Smoky Poetry House. However, after searching for thousands of years, they could not find that brothel. The famous Imperial concubine sure has also entered the 8 gods' heavenly palace. Then your pursuer, the heavenly court's absolute killer tiger, should be here as well. The third princess said with a faint smile after calming down. I don't know. Maybe he didn't come. Or maybe he is hiding among the big shots. Shifei covered her mouth and smiled. Her gentle movements carried an aura that could topple cities. Her full chest emitted a strange light, causing the blood of the surrounding old monsters to boil. Some of the weaker middle-aged men even began to bleed from their 7 orifices. This imperial concubine sure was simply a peerless enchantress. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He realized that imperial concubine sure's talent was very mysterious. It was mixed with a kind of seduction technique. This kind of seduction technique was the best among all seduction techniques. It was as if it was left behind by a god. It had to be said that Lin Ling also admitted that imperial concubine sure was a peerless enchantress. Lin Ling, how about another round? Take out another treasure and try. Imperial concubine sure was obviously not interested in the people around her. Instead, she was very interested in Lin Ling. When her words fell, the third princess's expression changed slightly. She did not expect imperial concubine sure to provoke Lin Ling. The others were the same. They were secretly shocked. If imperial concubine sure did not announce her identity, they would think that Lin Ling would definitely win. However, after knowing that imperial concubine sure was one of the 4 most mysterious of the 9 heavens of Qingzhou, they knew that the current Lin Ling could not compare to her. One had to know that the 4 most mysterious of the 9 heavens of Qingzhou were people that even Emperor Qing had to give face to. The third princess was just about to remind Lin Ling to ignore imperial concubine sure, but Lin Ling had already spoken. He said very matter-of-factly, "Isn't this a very simple matter?" The attitude of his words was as simple as eating. At this moment, everyone was stunned. Even imperial concubine sure was the same. She could not help but laugh. What if you fail? Gamble? Sorry, I'm really not interested. However, I never thought that I would fail, Lin Ling said with a smile. Although his smile was calm, it was mixed with a domineering aura. Ignorant trash, what do you know? When the 76th prince heard Lin Ling's words, he immediately cursed angrily. In his opinion, although Lin Ling was powerful, if he wanted to compete with imperial concubine sure, he was simply overestimating himself and seeking death. I've suddenly changed my mind. If I win, all the treasures will belong to me. If I lose, the treasures will belong to you. You can do whatever you want with me. Of course, the premise is that you have to give that guy 3 slaps first. Lin Ling suddenly laughed and looked at imperial concubine sure as he spoke. It seems that I've taken advantage of you. Not only do I get the treasures, but I also get you. I, imperial concubine sure, agree. Hearing this, imperial concubine sure was stunned. She smiled beautifully, but she also secretly admired Lin Ling's courage. Slap, slap, slap. 3 slaps landed on the 76th prince's face. No one could see imperial concubine sure's move. They could only see the 76th prince's ugly face, as if he had eaten dog shit. 76th prince, how many times have you been slapped? In front of me, Lin Ling, you can only be slapped in the face forever. Chapter 2946. Defeating you is as simple as eating. I'm ready to make my move. At this moment, Lin Ling also spoke. You're reminding me? Shifei was stunned. With her strength, Lin Ling actually reminded her? Even the third princess Meng Lu and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. There was no doubt about the strength of the 4 most mysterious people of the 9 heavens of Qing province. Lin Ling was gambling with such an expert, and he actually reminded her. For fairness. Lin Ling shrugged. However, this sentence was even more shocking. Fairness. He was already at a disadvantage in the gambling with Shifei, and he was actually doing it for fairness? At this moment, no one knew what Lin Ling was planning. However, before everyone could recover from their shock, Lin Ling had already made his move. His goal this time was to obtain the treasure in the treasure chest again. And Shifei was obviously going to stop him. Shifei seemed to be at the 4th level of the martial immortal realm, but she was definitely not as simple as she looked. At this moment, the third princess was worried for Lin Ling, because even she did not have the confidence to win against Shifei. 20 worlds of speed, amazing. Shifei stood there like a flower and did not act rashly. Instead, she was paying attention to Lin Ling's speed. Although Lin Ling's speed was terrifying, it was obviously not enough to enter her eyes. because she had a speed faster than Lin Ling. You'll be defeated in 3 breaths, because I'm also going to make my move. Shifei's Hongyan mouth moved slightly as she reminded. Sir Lin Ling, be careful. Hearing this, the 3rd princess was the first to worry for Lin Ling, afraid that Lin Ling would not be able to block a single move from Shifei. So strong, is this the most terrifying and mysterious genius of Qing province? Meng Lu felt a rolling pressure. He found that on the other side of the tombstone, the heaven and earth were frozen, forming a mysterious domain. This seemed to be the ultimate martial Dao, and it was a complete Dao. At this moment, Shifei made her move. Her soft and boneless palm gently slapped out. The sun, moon, stars, spring, summer, autumn, and winter. The great Dao of the universe seemed to be shattered by her. Above the power of the universe, the rank of bravery. The 3rd princess exclaimed. The power of the universe, that was the power of the chaos of the universe. It was extremely terrifying. However, according to legend, there was another power above it. It was the rank power left behind by the title of God. This power, it was from God. It was extremely terrifying and could shatter any power of the universe. One was the universe, and the other was God. From another point of view, the power of one's grade was the result of the fusion of the essence of a martial artist's strength and the power of the universe. For example, the power of the universe. This was the power to control the chaos of the universe. But there were millions upon millions of chaos powers in the universe. It was impossible for a martial artist to control all of them. This would instead cause them to be less proficient, which was why there were ranks. For example, if Lin Ling were to comprehend a rank, that would be the rank of fire. A light palm landed on Lin Ling's body, and a yellow light appeared on Lin Ling's body. It was brilliant and ancient. Of you. Shifei spoke at the same time. Not necessarily. However, Lin Ling's words made Shifei's beautiful eyes narrow. With her palm, no one in the late stage of the martial immortal realm could block it. But Lin Ling blocked it? Lin Ling was only at the first stage of the martial immortal realm. How could this be? Then, she found that there was a yellow light on Lin Ling's body. It was extremely ancient, and seemed to be condensed by millions of Emperor Qi. Emperor Qi was also a kind of son of heaven's fate. It had the power of the emperor. So you have a secret treasure on you. Shifei suddenly thought of something. She kept waving her arms like a blooming flower. Bang! Bang! Palm after palm, mixed with the great Tao of the universe, fell on Lin Ling's body. Your Excellency Lin Ling. That terrifying killing move caused the 3rd princess and the others to shout out loud. However, after shouting, they found that Lin Ling was still safe and sound. Instead he smiled and said, Shifei? The #1 beauty in Qingzhou? If you touch me like this, I'll sue you for taking advantage of me. As soon as his voice fell, everyone was flabbergasted. Facing such a terrifying attack from Shifei, Lin Ling could still joke? Even Shifei clenched her teeth. Even the Azure Emperor did not dare to joke with her. But Lin Ling dared? The effect of the treasure on you is starting to weaken. Let's see how you block it. Shifei's eyes became ferocious and she slapped out again. Indeed, the yellow light on Lin Ling's body dimmed. However, just as Shifei thought that she could kill Lin Ling this time, Lin Ling suddenly disappeared. That's right, in her eyes, he had mysteriously disappeared. This sudden change stunned Shifei. By the time she reacted, Lin Ling was already standing beside the 3rd princess in the distance, holding the essence of the son of heaven's fate in his hand and shaking it gently. Sorry, I won again. The 3rd princess was stunned. Meng Lu was stunned. Even the 76th prince was the same. Lin Ling won. How did he win? Shifei seemed to be in a daze as she stared at Lin Ling. Especially the son of heaven's fate in Lin Ling's hand. It was swaying as if it was mocking her. Sorry, beating you is really as easy as eating. While she was in a daze, Lin Ling spoke faintly. In fact, in order to avoid Shifei's last attack, Lin Ling had used the green jade token and increased his speed by 50 boundaries. Shifei naturally could not react to this sudden burst of speed. Eating is as easy as eating. Hearing Lin Ling's casual words, Shifei almost went hysterical. She no longer looked like the #1 beauty in Qingzhou. She was one of the 9 heavens of Qingzhou. Someone that even the Azure Emperor did not dare to underestimate. She had actually lost to Linling? Most importantly, he had said that beating her was as easy as eating. Third princess, go and collect the treasures. At this moment, Linling spoke again. Linling, tell me, how did you avoid my attack just now? With your strength, it's absolutely impossible. Shifei did not stop the third princess, but looked at Linling. She really could not figure it out. I really don't want to talk about such a simple thing again. However, Linling shook his head faintly. His words almost made Shifei vomit blood. Her beautiful eyes were full of murderous intent. All right, the bet is over. Goodbye. Linling spoke casually when he saw that the third princess had collected all the treasures. You want to leave? The 76th prince immediately roared. Linling had taken advantage of all of them. Did he really think he could leave just like that? Shifei was even more unlikely to let Linling leave. Her eyes became extremely cold. If I, Linling, want to leave, no one can stop me. However, Linling had already strode forward, fearless and fearless. At the same time, the sound of a dragon's roar came from the sky. Countless ancient dragons swept across the land, causing the entire dragon palace to shake. This sudden change caused everyone's expression to change drastically. Dragon Soul. They had discovered this taboo after entering the resuscitating dragon palace. There seemed to be many dragon souls in this dragon palace. They could not be destroyed unless they were killed. And this time, the number of dragon souls was clearly much more than what they had seen in the past. Even Shifei's pretty face was extremely serious. Without waiting for the dragon souls to fly down from the sky, she had already left the place. Chapter 2947. The Power of Rank. Who was Shifei? She was someone who had talked to Qing Diyi before. With her strength, she was the strongest person present. Only the leader of the giants in Qing province could fight against her. Originally, all the treasures should have belonged to her and Linling should have been killed by her. However, she didn't do anything and could only watch as Linling returned with a full load. Most importantly, after Linling defeated her, he didn't show any joy or excitement. His reaction was very calm, as if defeating her, Shifei, was actually a very simple matter. Linling, you're lucky this time. Next time, I'll definitely kill you. Kill. Holding endless resentment, Shifei also disappeared from the main road. She came to kill Linling because she was ordered to do so by some expert. At that moment, Linling also sped up because he had noticed the changes in the sky from the very beginning. This made him guess that in the Dragon Palace, the world essence that erupted from the battle between cultivators could alarm the dragon souls. Moreover, the deeper he went, the more dragon souls there were. Thinking of that, he turned around and saw that the third princess and the others had caught up. There were many people at the intersection earlier. The third princess and the others had used those people to attract the dragon souls and escaped. Your Excellency Linling. Looking back, the third princess and the others still had lingering fear in their hearts. Then they looked at Linling and smiled. I didn't expect Linling to be able to defeat Shifei. Truly amazing. Lord 8 said excitedly. The current Linling was probably even stronger than him. Although he was a middle-stage martial immortal, in terms of talent and ultimate martial path, he wasn't very strong. The reason why he could become one of the giants in Qing province was because of his enormous world essence. In terms of world essence, Linling was obviously not afraid of middle-stage martial immortals. In fact, he was one of the best among them. This made Lord 8 sigh. The first time he saw Linling in the past was at Linling's market. At that time, Linling was still very young, but now, his wings were full. With just a move of his feet in Qing province would change. I didn't expect the four most mysterious people of the 9 heavens of Qing province to be so powerful. Meng Lu, on the other hand, was recalling the scene of Shifei's attack. His expression was solemn as he said, "Rank. This is the fusion of the power of the universe and one's innate talent. There are no more than 5 people in Qing province who have grasped this power, and Shifei is the youngest one." That's right. I've seen Shifei before. She gave me a very mysterious feeling. I didn't expect her to have the power of a rank. The third princess also said. From what I see, she's only powerful in terms of rank strength. Her talent isn't even at the desolate body level. If you can sense rank strength, She's only so. Lin Ling said with a smile. What he said was very simple. However, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. They didn't think it was simple because rank strength was the foundation of fighting those of a higher level. Fei might even be able to defeat an ordinary 9th stage martial immortal. Rank strength isn't as mysterious as you say. In the 9 provinces, there are many people who possess this power. Lin Ling recalled Li Xiaoyao's time. At that time, he had swept through the geniuses of the 9 provinces, and was called the most mysterious genius in the universe by the 9 provinces. Therefore, he didn't think that possessing rank strength was that amazing. He, Lin Ling, had only cultivated for a short period of time. If he was given some more time, he would also be able to comprehend the rank of the fire element. Furthermore, he was still very weak in the past. After reaching the martial immortal realm, the arrogance of Li Xiaoyao of the past had quietly awakened. Wake Dragon Palace, we can only move forward and not retreat. That's because retreating will attract even more dragon souls. Everyone, let's continue forward. Third Princess, take out the treasures you obtained earlier. I, Lin Ling, want to be the first to choose. Lin Ling looked at the third princess and said. The third princess smiled and nodded. Your Excellency Lin Ling, these treasures were obtained by you alone. There's no problem for you to take all of them. There's no need for that. After all, not all treasures are useful to me. For example, the Son of Heaven's mandate. Lin Ling waved his hand and said, Third Princess, you've obtained quite a few Son of Heaven's mandates. Perhaps, the Imperial Jade Seal fragments that you possess will also change. Furthermore, in this trip to the Wake Dragon Palace, there are definitely quite a few people who have obtained great fortune. After everyone leaves, the Azure Province will definitely be in turmoil. Your Excellency Lin Ling, you're right. Hearing that, the third princess's expression became serious. There were so many paths to the Wake Dragon Palace. The others must have also obtained great treasures. Perhaps, a new 9 great heavens would be born. However, the Wake Dragon Palace is also the end. With everyone's strength, I'm afraid that we won't be able to enter the 5th level of the 8 gods' heavenly palace. Lin Ling said again. Is this the end of our journey? Regarding this, Meng Lu and the others were somewhat dissatisfied. However, they were extremely confident in Lin Ling's words. Therefore, they could only give up on exploring. As for Lin Ling, he was searching for treasures. Unfortunately, although there were many treasures here, they were not of much help to Lin Ling. They could not even compare to the 3 jade tokens from before. Unfortunately, there was only 1 jade token left. I want the royal crystals. You can divide the rest among yourselves. In the end, Lin Ling collected all the royal crystals and planned to use them to break through to the next level. Your Excellency Lin Ling, we've also obtained many treasures along the way. The royal crystals are all yours. The third princess pondered for a moment and hurriedly took out a large number of royal crystals. The others also understood that since they had divided all the treasures, they would definitely hand over their own royal crystals. They would treat it as using royal crystals to purchase those treasures. Thank you so much. Seeing a large number of royal crystals appear, Lin Ling could not help but be overjoyed. Next, the group continued on their journey. Along the way, Lin Ling said, Soon there will be a crossroad. I will guide you to which path to take. There are also countless treasures there. However, I will have to part ways with you. Second brother, you're going to take another path? Hearing this, Sakura frowned and asked worriedly. Big brother, don't worry. The path I'm going to is the most mysterious place in Resuscitate Dragon Palace. The place you're going to has great fortune and countless treasures. The lowest grade is an extreme weapon. There may even be the Emperor's life essence, or even the talents from the era of deities. Lin Ling patted Sakura's shoulder and said. Hearing this, the group was tempted. For Lin Ling to regard such treasures as treasures, they would definitely be extraordinary. Along the way, everyone was talking and laughing. Compared to the other giants who were nervous, they were obviously more relaxed. The reason was that Lin Ling was there. Save me, save me. There are many dragon souls in front. Not knowing how long they had been walking, an anxious shout suddenly came from the front. It was 3 good-looking ladies. They were wearing clothes of different colors and looked very charming. These women were not weak at all. They must be the magnates of the various forces. While they were running in front, behind them was billowing murderous aura. Several blood dragons were rolling in the air. It was extremely terrifying. Seeing this, Lin Ling frowned. The eyes of the third princess and the others were flickering. Sakura pondered for a moment and shouted, "Hurry up, it will be too late." Chapter 2948. The Power of a Glance. Sakura had a tyrannical personality and was decisive in killing, but he never bullied the weak. When he saw someone who wasn't strong enough, he would definitely draw his blade to help. "Thank you. Thank you." Those few women couldn't help but be overjoyed, and their speed also increased by a bit. Sakura passed by them and transformed into a huge white skeleton to fight against the dragon souls in the sky. "Sakura, I'll help you." Seeing this, Lord 8th and Meng Lu also joined the battlefield, erupting with all their strength to resist the several blood dragons in the sky. And these dragon souls were extremely powerful, not fearing any realm essence attacks. If they wanted to resist, they could only resist with their lives. Fortunately, we met them, otherwise we're dead for sure. These dragon souls are too terrifying, we can't kill them at all. Stop the dragon souls, don't let them come over. And seeing Sakura and the rest desperately block the dragon souls, the beautiful woman in the upper position also slowed down. While recovering her realm essence, she kept saying, "Ka ka ka." Sakura was blocking the dragon soul at the forefront. His white skeleton was also cracked from the impact, but he was still blocking the front of the road like a war god. As for Meng Lu and Lord 8th, their faces also started to pale, resisting with great difficulty. Stop the dragon souls. Who told you to retreat step by step? If the dragon souls come over, we'll all die. Seeing Sakura and the rest constantly retreating, the three women all frowned and said, "What trash?" One of the women even cursed softly. Although this voice was soft, it was clearly heard by Lin Ling, and his face immediately became ugly. His big brother tried his best to help others, but not only were these three women not grateful, they even despised Sakura for being trash. Could it be that his big brother owed them? "Big brother, ignore those dragon souls, come over immediately." Lin Ling's eyes turned cold as he shouted to the front. "What are you doing? If they retreat, those dragon souls will rush over." Hearing Lin Ling's words, one of the tall women immediately reprimanded. "If they don't retreat, they'll be in danger." Killing intent appeared in the depths of Lin Ling's eyes as he coldly replied, "Facing the dragon soul is dangerous to begin with. Do you think Awakening Dragon Palace is your home? If you want to be safe, you can just hide at home. Why do you have to come out and roam the world? Moreover, in a martial artist's life, they have to cut through all kinds of hardships. If they fear danger, what is the point of talking about martial arts? If they retire, are they still men?" She looked at Lin Ling mockingly and said, "I can see that you are also a man. Unfortunately, they are much more courageous than you. You only dare to hide behind them and gossip. How ugly. What nonsense are you talking about?" As soon as the woman finished speaking, the third princess couldn't help but speak up. These three women were too self-righteous. Obviously, they were the ones who provoked the dragon soul, but now they were blaming it on Sakura. He was kind enough to help, but the three of them actually disliked him. Could it be that Sakura must help them? "You are? Third princess?" Only then did the three women realize that the person beside them was the third princess. Their expressions changed slightly. Then they smiled because they knew that the third princess, the daughter of Emperor Qing, was extremely powerful. "Third princess, it's good that you're here. Please block those dragon souls. Those three men are too useless. They're completely useless." "No need, I'll do it." But at this moment, Lin Ling coldly spat out a sentence. You're too weak." However, the three women didn't put Lin Ling in their eyes at all. Their words were filled with disdain. "Don't underestimate him. He's Lin Ling of the imperial court." The third princess didn't want Lin Ling to be looked down upon, so she spoke coldly. Her words stunned the three women on the spot. Then they laughed. "Lin Ling of the 9 heavens of Qingzhou. So you're Lin Ling. That's great. With you around, there will definitely be a way." They didn't expect to meet these legendary powerhouses at the end of their road. One of the petite women even said happily, Lin Ling, among the 9 heavens of Qingzhou, I admire you the most. Hearing those words, Lin Ling sneered. He didn't say anything and stepped forward. Big brother, 8th Lord Menglu stepped back. I'll block these dragon souls. His voice floated out, causing Sakura and the others to frown. They seemed to be worried about Lin Ling fighting the blood dragons alone. Don't you believe me? Seeing Sakura and the others, Lin Ling's heart warmed. Sure enough, his own people were still trustworthy. Alright, second brother, be careful. Lin Ling, if you can't block them, will immediately come to help. Now let's recover our Jieyuan. Sakura and Menglu pondered for a moment, and spoke one after another. Right now, they were indeed exhausted. The 3 of them hurriedly retreated, allowing Lin Ling to block the blood dragons in the sky alone. Wake up, Dragon Palace. Is the dragon god here? Lin Ling walked past Sakura and the others. His blue robe fluttered, his hands behind his back, and he looked indifferently at the huge blood dragons in the sky. Roar. The blood dragons in the sky didn't answer his words. Instead, they roared continuously, causing the sound of thunder to come from afar. The wind and clouds rolled, and the aura of destruction came like a wave. More and more blood dragons rushed over, hovering in the sky as if they wanted to devour everything. Seeing this scene, everyone's expression changed drastically. There were actually more dragon souls? Why is it like this? Lin Ling must have attracted more dragon souls. I've long felt that we shouldn't trust Lin Ling. He can't fight against the dragon souls at all. Yeah, he wants us to be buried with him. I don't want to die here. The 3 women were also shocked and almost wanted to escape. However, there were too many dragon souls in the sky. They didn't want to be noticed by the dragon souls, so they didn't dare to act rashly for the time being. However, if the dragon souls swooped down from the sky, they would definitely be the first to escape, and let the 3rd princess and the others attract the dragon soul's attention. For a moment, they looked at each other and tacitly had the same idea. Lin Ling, be careful. Everyone go help him. The 3rd princess didn't know what they were thinking at all. At this moment, she was worried and shouted. Sakura and the others had just sat down cross-legged to recover. At this moment, they stood up again and prepared to help Lin Ling. However, at this moment, Lin Ling's cold pupils finally changed. A powerful soul force spread out like an ocean. At this moment, he seemed to have transformed into a dragon god, with an imposing aura that looked down on the world. Duh. Everyone heard that calm voice. Bang bang bang. In the sky, the rolling dragon souls began to explode. One by one, the ancient dragons exploded. Bloodlight illuminated the sky, then turned into dust and scattered from the sky. All the dragon souls were annihilated. This was just the power of a gaze. At the back, the 3rd princess and the others maintained their charging posture, but at this moment, they all stopped in their tracks. Their faces were filled with horror. Chapter 2949. An ant should have the awareness of an ant. Dragon soul. It was the taboo of the Resuscitate Dragon Palace. Even the leader of the magnates would not dare to fight it head-on. However, Lin Ling killed it with a single blow. This was too perverted. These dragon souls are actually the descendants of the Resuscitate Dragon God. They were buried here with him. Although the dragon's body is dead, the dragon's soul is still here. With the help of the mysterious star plants, the dragon's soul is nourished. They are also the tomb keepers of the Dragon Palace. Under everyone's shocked gaze, Lin Ling walked back calmly and said, "The only thing they are afraid of is soul power." "Master, you are so powerful." Hearing this, the 3rd princess's eyes were filled with admiration. Among the 4 magnates, only Lin Ling was the calmest. "I have said that I have no intention of accepting you as my disciple," Lin Ling said with a smile. However, his gaze was extremely cold as he looked at the 3 ladies. "Lin Ling, thank you, thank you." The 3 ladies did not know that death was upon them. They were still rejoicing that they had escaped death. "No need. If you want to thank someone, thank King Yanluo." Lin Ling's lips curled into a cold smile. He extended his right hand and flicked his finger. A wisp of flame shot out like an arrow and landed on one of the ladies, burning her. "Lin Ling, what are you doing?" The lady immediately cried out in pain. Unfortunately, she could not withstand Lin Ling's blow and was burned alive. The other two ladies' faces changed and were filled with anger. The three of them had roamed the 10,000 worlds and were very close to each other. However, the eldest sister died here. Because you wanted to kill my brothers and friends, Lin Ling said coldly. The two ladies clenched their teeth, and their eyes were filled with killing intent. I know that you want to kill me, but you don't have the strength to do so. Also, my big brother and the others don't owe you anything. They helped you, so you should be grateful. Don't blame them and even plan to push the trouble to others. I hate people like this the most. So I can help you deal with the dragon soul, but you all have to die. Plop! Hearing Lin Ling's words, the two women were completely terrified and hurriedly knelt down. Lord Lin Ling, please spare our lives. We are willing to be your slaves and serve you for the rest of our lives. Their beauty was not bad, and coupled with their strength, they were already used to others sacrificing their lives for them. They even thought that all of this was a matter of course. However, when they met Lin Ling didn't care about their beauty at all. He only treated them like ants. As for helping an ant, Lin Ling wouldn't care if it was as easy as lifting a finger. However, an ant must have the awareness of an ant. Second brother, they are just weak girls. How about sparing their lives? Sakura was soft-hearted and couldn't help but say. Big brother, some people are worth helping. Even if we use our lives to help, we won't regret it. However, some people aren't worth it. If all of you had died in the mouth of the dragon soul, would they have sympathized with you? I guess not. They only have themselves in their eyes, as if it's a matter of course for others to help. Lin Ling looked at Sakura and said, although his big brother was decisive in killing, his temperament was too straightforward. To put it bluntly, he was also ignorant. But Sakura looked at the two women who were crying, and his heart still softened. Don't worry. You can't do it, but I can. In my eyes, it's fine as long as all of you are fine. Lin Ling shook his head. He knew that it was time for him to be the villain. In the future, if he, Lin Ling, wanted to kill someone but he couldn't do it, he believed that his brother would also help him. The world of martial arts is cruel. No one owes anyone anything. When others help you, you should be grateful. Don't think that you are infallible. Because you are just ants. Lin Ling looked at the two women again. With a flick of his finger, surging flames shot out. Lord Lin Ling, please spare our lives. Sorry. We were wrong. Yes. The two women kept crying for help, but they were still mercilessly burned by the flames of time and space. In the end, they were turned into ashes. What you don't dare to do, I, Lin Ling, will do for you. But if I die in someone's hands in the future, I also hope that you can be like me today and do those things for me. Yes. After Lin Ling obliterated the two women, he turned around and strode forward. Hearing that, the third princess and the others felt ripples in their hearts. They knew that in Lin Ling's heart, only his family and friends were everything. What did the masses have to do with him? And for his family and friends, he dared to kill his way up to the 9 heavens. Even if the world called him a demon, he didn't care. Master, wait for me. Yes. Looking at the slender figure, the third princess immediately chased after him. Her heart was somewhat moved. No wonder Grandma Wendao was full of praise for Lin Ling. Because Lin Ling was indeed a friend worthy of deep friendship. The group continued forward and finally reached the crossroads. Lin Ling pointed out the path in front of them. Then he walked on another path. Lin Ling, we'll wait for you in Qingzhou. Come back as soon as possible. Looking at Lin Ling's disappearing figure, the third princess and the others waved their hands and said, Don't worry, I'll be back. An indistinct voice could be heard from the misty road. Everyone nodded and chose a small path one after another, slowly walking forward. The path that Lin Ling took was obviously different. It was the main path to the main tomb. This path was undoubtedly extremely dangerous. But the benefits were also the greatest in the entire Wake-Up Dragon Palace. Because there were Dragon God Vitality pills here. Once this treasure was taken by Lin Ling's fourth Dantian would also have a talent. And it was the Dragon God talent. Going straight to the main tomb, this path must be extraordinary. Little Kunlun, prepare for a fierce battle. Lin Ling's long robe was fluttering, and his eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Ka. After walking for an unknown period of time, the The ground in front of them began to wriggle like a snake. Lin Ling was walking on the snake's body. What a strong vibration force. Sensing this, Lin Ling leaped up and exploded with his full speed. He shot forward at the speed of 20 worlds. At the same time, he realized that he was actually walking on the spine of a dragon. It was just a dead dragon. It was extremely magical. Ka. But the further he went, the ground began to rumble. Soil was splattered everywhere. Then white skeletons crawled out. These skeletons were the skeletons in the sacrificial trench. When they were alive, they were indomitable experts. This path is indeed extraordinary. Lin Ling's expression became more serious as he roared. The realm-swallowing beast appeared and turned into a ferocious fist, attacking ahead. Rumble. Under that fist, a few white skeletons were smashed to pieces. But what surprised Lin Ling was that the pieces gathered again and turned into white skeletons. They were actually immortal and indestructible. These white skeletons were probably experts in the half-step saint realm when they were alive. Lin Ling was shocked, but his fighting spirit was even more intense. Again. Chapter 2950. A path with a slim chance of survival. The sage-to-be realm was the realm of sages. They already possessed the bloodline of gods. It was a higher realm than the martial immortal realm. Every sage-to-be expert could travel through the 9 provinces and change the laws of the world. They could change the sun, moon, stars, spring, summer, autumn, and winter. They were extremely powerful. As for the sages above the sage-to-be realm, they were people who could move the world. They could pass down the powerful great Tao of the world. Even if a martial artist had no martial strength, as long as he was fated to listen to their teachings, he could instantly become an indomitable expert. The great Tao was formless. If one heard it in the morning, one could die in the evening without regrets. The entire path was covered in skeletons, with terrifying auras lingering in the air. Boom, boom. However, a meteor-like figure continued to bombard the ground, shattering all the white skeletons just to take a step forward. The figure in the blue and white robe was also covered in blood. That was because the white skeletons could not die. He could only continue to bombard the white skeletons and never retreat. He was like a small pawn. Although his pace was slow, he did not retreat at all. Come at me more fiercely. At that moment, Lin Ling's face was filled with exhaustion. However, his godly demon body was so strong that he could not fall. Moreover, as he was smashing the white skeletons, he was refining the imperial crystal to increase the power of the world sea in his dantian. After an unknown period of time, Lin Ling's dantian was continuously consumed and filled up. In the end, he stepped into the second level of the martial immortal realm. The remaining 2 dantians also stepped into the same realm. This greatly increased his strength and made it easier for him to fight against the white skeletons on the ancient road. Rumble. At that moment, the sky began to rumble. The entire dragon palace seemed to be shaking. In a distant place, the magnates raised their heads to look at the sky. They also noticed the changes in the dragon palace. The dragon palace is about to leave. Anyway, I have already obtained great benefits. The 99th prince frowned. Then he smiled and did not plan to continue searching for the dragon palace. He felt that the dragon palace was more terrifying than he had imagined. If he continued, he would be in danger. The other magnates also felt the same. They even thought that they had already obtained the most precious treasure of the dragon palace. The cultivators began to retreat. Some experts who had less gains were unwilling to leave. However, they were killed by the dragon palace. I hope Master is fine. The third princess also obtained the treasure she needed. She looked at the awakened suppressing dragon palace. At this moment, Lin Ling was still fighting on the great path. He had no way out. He had to obtain the divine dragon origin pill. In the past, when he was in the crimson state, he saw the cultivators of the 9 states fighting for the dragon soul. At that time, there were many cultivators. However, it was only for the dragon soul of the divine dragon. What Lin Ling valued now was the divine dragon elixir, which was even more precious than the dragon soul of the divine dragon. So, how could Lin Ling miss this precious treasure? Boom. After an unknown period of time, Lin Ling fell from the sky. His face was pale. He quickly sat down cross-legged. Although his strength had increased greatly, there were too many skeletons on the road. In front of them, neat rows of white skeletons were marching toward them. And in the sky, countless dragon souls of their descendants were also flying toward them. Scram! Lin Ling raised his head to look at the sky. With a roar, his soul power burst out. Boom! 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 A large number of dragon souls were shattered. Lin Ling took the opportunity to catch his breath. However, he was helpless against the skeletons on the road. Swoosh! At that moment, the scabbard on his back flew out on its own. He slashed the sword forward. The sword radiance was crystal clear and resplendent. Rumble! All the skeletons were split into two. They could not block the sword. My head, where is it? The headless elder was floating in front of Lin Ling as he muttered to himself. Who knows? This sudden change made Lin Ling laugh out loud. The scabbard had once again floated out to protect him when his life was in danger. Right now, the skeletons on the road had been slashed apart. It would take some time for them to return to their original state. If he did not leave now, when would he leave? Lin Ling quickly stood up. With his right hand he grabbed the scabbard and shot it forward. Old man, I will find your head. Don't worry. Lin Ling even shouted at the scabbard. He did not care if the scabbard understood him. As for the headless elder's sword, it was indeed terrifying. The entire road had been cleared. Lin Ling finally charged across the road. Black land began to appear in front of him. This was also the first time Lin Ling saw an endless land in the wake-suppressing dragon palace. On the land, there was nothing. In the distance, a huge ancient tree sat there. It swayed with the wind, giving off a sinister feeling. Upon closer inspection, there were many corpses hanging from the ancient tree. Those corpses were constantly swaying. It was a ghastly sight. Where the fuck is this? Lin Ling's expression turned solemn. The road to the main tomb was indeed filled with danger. At this moment, a tree branch suddenly shot out from the ground and wrapped around Lin Ling's leg. More and more branches appeared, gradually wrapping around Lin Ling. These branches were completely black but extremely tough. Even with Lin Ling's physical strength, he could not break free. Not good. This is the universal ghost tree. Lin Ling's expression changed drastically. This was because he recognized that this was the ghost tree from the underworld. It was even more terrifying than the ghost tree in the myriad realms. A single leaf from this tree could even turn into a ghost domain in the myriad realms. Furthermore, the branches were pulling Lin Ling towards the tree in front of him. Lin Ling was hanging there. Furthermore, Lin Ling realized that his vitality was constantly being absorbed. It seemed that he was about to become one of the corpses on the tree. He looked to the side and found that the corpse hanging there was an old man in a Taoist robe. He did not know how long he had been dead. In any case, his face was filled with pain. Lin Ling won't die here, right? Lin Ling roared in his heart. He wanted to activate the space-time divine steel. However, he was exhausted at this moment. His realm essence was not enough to activate it. Kunlun. However, at this moment, Lin Ling's left hand made a sound. The black vine swam out. Little Kunlun. Sensing this, Lin Ling's pupils constricted. In his eyes, the black vine swam towards the ancient tree and wrapped around it. Little Kunlun wants to save me. Lin Ling understood little Kunlun's intention. Pa. However, at this moment, a crisp sound rang out. Little Kunlun was wrapped around the ancient tree, but some mysterious force broke it. Blood flowed out of the broken vine. This made Lin Ling's heart ache. Kunlun. However, among the broken vines, one of the vines grew again and wrapped around the ancient tree. Pa. However, it broke again. However, the weaker vine wrapped around it again as if it would not stop until it was dead. Little Kunlun. Seeing this scene, Lin Ling could not help but feel sad. He knew that little Kunlun was broken. This would definitely cause fatal damage to little Kunlun. However, little Kunlun did not retreat. It still wanted to save Lin Ling. Chapter 2951. The Main Tomb Canyon. Crack, crack, crack. Cracking sounds were heard continuously. In the end, Lin Ling could no longer see little Kunlun. It was probably as big as a strand of hair. Little Kunlun. Little Kunlun. Lin Ling said weakly. His eyes were moist. However, his vitality was fading, and he gradually closed his eyes. However, he did not see that the hair-sized vine on the ground was still moving towards the ancient tree. It was moving along the bark of the ancient tree. After an unknown period of time, the entire ancient ghost tree began to sway. Moreover, a series of sharp and painful cries rang out, as if the night crows were crying. Then leaves fell everywhere, and the corpses hanging on the tree fell down one after another. Lin Ling was among them. However, Lin Ling did not see that the ghost tree from the underworld had begun to wither quietly. On the bark, black vines swam out and wrapped around the ghost tree tightly. It was as if the vines had absorbed all the nutrients of the tree. After an unknown period of time, Lin Ling opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was the ferocious ancient tree. He felt a chill in his heart. This damn thing was too scary. However, he soon realized that the ghost tree was surrounded by black vines. Those vines were full of sharp thorns and looked extremely ferocious. What's going on? Could that be little Kunlun? Little Kunlun? Lin Ling's mouth was wide open. He could not believe it. Little Kunlun. Little Kunlun. He hurriedly yelled out. Rumble. Suddenly, a deafening sound could be heard. A scene that shocked Lin Ling appeared. The entire ground was covered with black vines. It was as if countless snakes were slithering towards Lin Ling. They surrounded Lin Ling. Then those vines began to shrink. In the end, they turned into a black vine. It was only as thick as a finger, but it was extremely mysterious. Most importantly, that vine kept shaking at Lin Ling like a dog wagging its tail. Little Kunlun. Little Kunlun. Seeing this, Lin Ling finally confirmed that this fellow was little Kunlun. Looking ahead again, there was no longer a ghost tree. There was only a piece of rotten wood. It seemed that the ghost tree had been completely absorbed by little Kunlun. This also surprised Lin Ling. He didn't expect little Kunlun to have such power. However, when he thought about Kunlun's origin, Lin Ling felt relieved. Little Kunlun was obtained from the place where the Qing Thearka's imperial jade seal was seized. That place was obviously related to the rules of the gods. That kind of place was naturally not something that Lin Ling could understand at the moment. Haha, little Kunlun, I owe you a life. Putting away his thoughts, Lin Ling couldn't help but laugh out loud. Next, it should be time to reach the main tomb. The dragon god Yuan Dan that he exchanged with his life should not disappoint Lin Ling, right? Let's go, little Kunlun, let's go. Bringing along little Kunlun, Lin Ling advanced along the vast land. In front of him, it was lonely and silent. It made Lin Ling feel as if he had arrived in the netherworld. Anyone who walked here for a long time would definitely feel bored and couldn't help but want to leave this place. However, Lin Ling had learned martial arts in 2 lives and was already used to this kind of boredom. Instead, he used this period of time to cleanse the world essence in his dantian, making it even purer. The world essence in his 3 dantians also became denser. Currently, Lin Ling was at the 2nd level of the martial immortal realm. After fusing his 3 dantians, he could defeat a 6th level martial immortal. If he faced a genius level expert, Lin Ling could defeat a 4th level martial immortal. In the entire Azure province, such strength could definitely be ranked in the top 50. And in the Azure province, there were countless experts. To be able to enter the top 50, one definitely had the qualifications to be called a king. Along the way, Lin Ling walked through 4 seasons. He carried his sword on his back, like a lone swordsman. Occasionally, he would chat with little Kunlun, but most of the time, he was thinking about martial arts. His ultimate flame path had also quietly increased. The power of the universe had reached 50%. As his strength increased, the help of the evil flame change was becoming less and less. This was a pity. Unknowingly, snow had begun to fall from the sky. The land was white. We still haven't reached the end. Lin Ling looked up, a firm look on his handsome face. After shaking off the snow on his body, he continued onward. Kunlun. The surrounding cold had no effect on little Kunlun. It was like a tattoo that wrapped around Lin Ling's left arm. It had a different style to it. During this time, Lin Ling and little Kunlun were constantly talking. Although he didn't understand what little Kunlun was saying, he roughly knew that after little Kunlun swallowed the ghost tree, its strength had greatly increased. As for what boundary it had risen to, Lin Ling wasn't too sure. How strange. You're so strong but you still can't speak. Lin Ling helplessly stroked the vine on his left arm. At this time, the scene in front of him finally changed. The demon god's tomb appeared. The earth was covered with tombstones. It was lonely and silent, but a terrifying aura filled the air. Is this the final trial? Lin Ling looked up, a confident smile on his face. Gulyalu. Just as he finished speaking, the demon god's tomb began to change. A large number of ancient souls rushed out from the tombstones. Ghost energy filled the air. The masters of these tombstones were definitely powerhouses of the half-step sage realm when they were alive. Scram. However, the current Lin Ling was no longer the Lin Ling of the past. He roared and his soul force bloomed. Bang bang bang. The ancient souls in front of him all exploded. Then a large number of jade skeletons crawled out from the ground. They moved with a crackling sound and stepped towards Lin Ling. Again, Lin Ling's body moved. Rolling fists blasted out. At his current realm, the simpler the method, the more effective it was. This was because his realm essence was too vast. With 3 dantians fused together, it was comparable to an ordinary 6th-level martial immortal. In addition, with 50% of the power of the universe and the realm-swallowing beast's strength, an ordinary fist was a powerful attack. Bang! The fist blasted the ground. Countless tombstones were overturned. Swoosh swoosh. Stepping on the ground, Lin Ling shot forward. It was still the speed of 20 worlds, but it was more freely released. Boom boom boom. This time, Lin Ling rushed through the demon god's tomb. And the destination was also reached. It was an ancient canyon. There were no plants in the canyon. There was only a huge ancient dragon corpse lying there. This was a bone dragon. At this moment, it raised its head and looked down on all life. This must be the wake dragon god. What surprised Lin Ling was that the canyon was not empty. There was an old man facing the dragon god alone. His white hair danced wildly, as if a god had descended. There's someone. Lin Ling could not help but exclaim. He discovered that the old man seemed to have been here for a long time, because the canyon was in a mess, full of traces left behind by battle. Moreover, there were a large number of broken dragon bones lying on the ground. It seemed that the old man had killed many dragon descendants. Someone actually came here. At this moment, the old man also spoke. He was wearing a nebula robe, giving people a sense of immortality. Even the bone dragon looked at Lin Ling. Although its eyes were empty, it was likely that there was a hint of surprise in them. Chapter 2952. I, Lin Ling, will not retreat in less than 3 incense sticks time. Level 2 Martial Immortal? However, what shocked the old man even more was that this person's cultivation was so low. Impossible. The old man kept shaking his head. Along the way, danger lurked everywhere. It was simply impossible for a martial immortal to reach the main tomb. Although the old man's strength was overwhelming, he was not arrogant. He clasped his hands at Lin Ling and said, "Young friend, I am Xing Xian of the Spirit Province. May I ask how you came here?" "I walked here." Lin Ling frowned slightly and replied indifferently. Hearing that, the old man almost smiled bitterly. Of course, he knew that Lin Ling walked here. However, what he wanted to know was how he got here. "Young friend, I am a saint. Coming here, I have a slim chance of survival. You are only a martial immortal," the old man said again. Saint? Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He did not expect the old man to be so powerful. However, seeing that the old man was in a sorry state, he could not help but smile and say, "Who said that martial immortals can't enter? Maybe I'm lucky. After all, I did not encounter any danger on my way here." Hearing that, the old man smiled bitterly again. He had risked his life to get here. However, this brat seemed so relaxed. Could it be that his character was that bad? How could he know that Lin Ling had obtained the map of the Dragon Palace through a shortcut? As for him, he had clearly forced his way in. Naturally, his treatment was different. "Young friend, you should leave. This dragon god Fusu is not someone you can face." After shaking his head, the old man reminded Lin Ling could tell that it was a kind reminder. Involuntarily, Lin Ling's impression of the old man increased. "Thank you. However, this dragon god Fusu does not seem to be someone you can face either." Lin Ling glanced at the enormous bone dragon and said with a smile, "You have a sharp tongue. However, that is true. I have already fought with Dragon God Fusu for 3 years." The old man shook his head helplessly and said, "This Dragon God Fusu still left a weak soul imprint. In addition, before it died, it set up a huge barrier around the Dragon Palace. This caused its power to not weaken by much. Now that I have fought with it for 3 years, although it is on the verge of collapse, I am also exhausted. Since that's the case, why don't we work together? I want the Dragon God Essence pill." Lin Ling's eyes lit up as he said lightly. However, these words caused the old man's beard to snort. The Dragon God Essence pill was the most precious item of the Fusu Dragon God. This little fellow was really asking for too much. "If you can kill Fusu Dragon God, I don't mind giving you the Dragon God Essence pellet. I want the Dragon Bone Reverse Scale. To tell you the truth, this old man was heavily injured before coming here. I urgently need the Dragon Bone Reverse Scale to cleanse my bones." The old man pondered deeply for a moment. Even though he didn't believe that Lin Ling was a match for Dragon God Fusu, he had no other choice now. Said. Lin Ling nodded. No wonder the old man couldn't defeat Dragon God Fusu. He was injured. "Now can you block it for me for an incense stick's worth of time?" The old man said. "I can recover 30% of my strength in that time." Don't be fooled by his motionless appearance. In fact, he was still in a stalemate with Fusu Dragon God. If he took a step back, he would be doomed eternally. An incense stick's worth of time is too little. How about 3? Lin Ling stared at Dragon God Fusu and said proudly. The old man's eyes narrowed. He had always thought that Lin Ling was a little brat. However, he saw the demeanor of an expert in Lin Ling. He couldn't help but be moved. "You have guts. Fine, I will bet with you." The old man couldn't help but laugh. He sat down cross-legged. The whole process was straightforward and decisive. He'd bet his life on Lin Ling because the moment he sat down cross-legged, the bone dragon would definitely attack him. And only Lin Ling could protect him. "Old man, you're a little too trusting, aren't you?" Even Lin Ling was shocked by the old man's generosity. "I believe in my own eyes." The old man smiled and nodded. At the same time, the bone dragon roared. Mixed with an ancient aura, it swept towards the old man. However, the old man was unfazed. His long robe fluttered in the wind, and he recovered just like that. When he saw this, a heroic feeling rose in Lin Ling's heart. The other party had only met him by chance, but he trusted him so much. Although he, Lin Ling, was not a good person, he would not disappoint. "I, Lin Ling, will not retreat before 3 incense sticks worth of time." Lin Ling uttered and exploded with all his strength. The realm-swallowing beast arrived and charged forward with rolling flames. Boom! The moment it collided with the bone dragon was frozen by Lin Ling's punch. However, Lin Ling was obviously no match for the bone dragon. He was sent flying. This guy. Although the old man was recovering, he saw Lin Ling attack. At this moment, his beard was blown up. Because he didn't expect Lin Ling to be so strong. Especially when he saw that Lin Ling actually had the talent of the realm-swallowing beast. This made him extremely shocked. Moreover, Lin Ling seemed to be at the 2nd level of the martial immortal realm. However, his realm essence was so vast that it made him feel like he was at the 6th level of the martial immortal realm. Where did this freak come from? The old man couldn't help but spit out this sentence. However, at this moment, the bone dragon exploded with a fierce aura and swept towards the old man again. This caused the old man's pupils to narrow. Although Lin Ling surprised him, it was obvious that he couldn't stop the bone dragon. At this moment, he was recovering his realm essence. If he stopped halfway, not only would there be no benefits, it would be harmful. However, it seemed that it was impossible for him not to attack. It seemed that he only had a short time to recover. Just as he was about to stand up, a figure shot over like a meteor and collided with the bone dragon again. Rumble. Without a doubt, Lin Ling was sent flying again. "Little guy, are you courting death?" Seeing this, the old man immediately cried out in alarm. He was somewhat moved because Lin Ling didn't know him. However, he kept his promise and said that he would protect him for 3 incense sticks worth of time. He immediately risked his life. After all, he thought that Lin Ling wouldn't be able to stand up again after this move. Obediently recover your realm essence. It's not time yet. It's not your turn to speak. On the ground, Lin Ling stood up again. His body was covered in blood, but his voice was filled with dignity. Fine, you're the first martial immortal realm, but you dare to speak to me like this. However, at this moment, I'll listen to you. The old man smiled bitterly and closed his eyes. He seized this rare recovery time. Roar. The huge bone dragon still had a bit of intelligence. It knew that if it didn't get rid of Lin Ling would definitely pester it like a fly. Therefore, it looked at Lin Ling and attacked Lin Ling. With Lin Ling's current strength, he was no match for Dragon God Fusu at all, even if it was only a corpse. Fortunately, Lin Ling's goal was to hold on for 3 incense sticks worth of time. Come and fight. Lin Ling's eyes were filled with battle intent. The realm-devouring beast's talent made his body strong. Even if he was injured, he could quickly recover. Boom. Boom. Chapter 2953. Slaying the Dragon God with a single strike. Flaming Coffin. Lin Ling also used all his ultimate moves, causing the sky to be filled with colorful flames that were extremely resplendent. The flaming coffin at the second level of the martial immortal realm was undoubtedly extremely terrifying. 50% of the power of the universe continued to bombard the canyon. What a great genius! Although the elder was recovering, he was still paying attention to the battle. He could not help but nod in admiration. He had wanted to help Lin Ling when he was in the most danger. However, Lin Ling did not let him down and remained undefeated. His fighting spirit was extremely tenacious. Furthermore, he used all sorts of powerful moves. The elder had to admit that even though he had traversed the 9 provinces, he had never met a genius like Lin Ling. Rumble. The flaming coffin smashed down, but unfortunately, it did not affect the bone dragon much. It only managed to buy some time. In the end, the bone dragon let out a roar as divine light enveloped the canyon. With an even crazier aura, it swept towards Lin Ling. You are so difficult to deal with even after death. Could it be that you still yearn for the prosperity of this world? Lin Ling gritted his teeth. He had already tried his best, but unfortunately, he could not stop the bone dragon. Therefore, he could only use another trump card. Spacetime Divine Steel. Rumble. The terrifying Spacetime Divine Steel was like the laws of the gods. It was filled with a domineering and ancient aura as it smashed down heavily. This time, the bone dragon was smashed to the ground. The canyon seemed to be collapsing. The elder opened his eyes in shock and said, Spacetime Divine Steel? The legendary Ultimate Desolate Body? The Ultimate Desolate Body was also divided into grades. Although the Spacetime Divine Steel was not the highest grade, having it meant that one had the Ultimate Desolate Body. He never expected Lin Ling's talent to exceed his expectations. Furthermore, Lin Ling had the talent of the realm-devouring beast and the Spacetime Divine Steel. He was also a monster with 2 talents. What are you so surprised about? Hurry up and recover. At that moment, Lin Ling heard the elder's exclamation. He could not help but curse. Did this old man think that Lin Ling was easy to deal with? He even had the mood to watch Lin Ling attack. I'm sorry. The old man also reacted and hurriedly closed his eyes to recover. However, his heart was still shaken. Rumble. Meanwhile, the ground started to wriggle, and the Spacetime Divine Steel actually slowly rose into the air. It turned out that the bone dragon had crawled up once more, and its enormous dragon head had lifted the Spacetime Divine Steel up into the air. I'm still too weak. I can't unleash the full power of the Spacetime Divine Steel. Seeing this, Lin Ling frowned. He had great talent, but his cultivation level was too low. He couldn't use it. As for the bone dragon, it was like a flying dragon in the sky. Its hollow eyes stared at Lin Ling, and there was a cold glint in its eyes. It was clear that it still had a sliver of intelligence. It knew that this little brat had to be eliminated, because once he grew up, he wouldn't be much weaker than the old man. Rumble. Layers of colorful clouds began to appear in the canyon, causing the canyon to be illuminated by a myriad of multicolored lights. Divine light of Fusu, little brat, this is not good. This bone dragon is going to use its full strength when it was still alive. Although it's only for the time it takes to burn an incense stick, It's definitely not something you can withstand. At this moment, the old man's expression was extremely serious. He had fought with Dragon God Fusu for 3 years, and he knew that Dragon God Fusu had such means. Stand down. I'll do it. The old man wanted to stand up. Shut up. I, Lin Ling, may not be a good person, but I've always kept my word. 3 incense sticks have yet to burn, and this is not your battlefield. However, Lin Ling reprimanded him directly. This made the old man even more grateful. However, it was also because of this that he didn't want Lin Ling to die here. You're not its match. You've already fallen many times. That's enough to be proud of. Let me do it. Men can fall, but they won't fall forever. You can't say that you can't do it. Lin Ling's long hair danced wildly. His blue robe was covered in blood, as if he was bathed in blood. Hearing this, the old man's heart rumbled. For the first time, he carefully sized up Lin Ling. Men can fall, but they won't fall forever. What an arrogant young man. At this moment, the old man couldn't bear to help, because if he did, it would be a humiliation to Lin Ling. Please don't die. 3 incense sticks. Time is getting closer and closer. The old man gritted his teeth. What he could do now was to recover his strength as quickly as possible. Unfortunately, in these 3 years, he had constantly fought Dragon God Fusu, causing the treasures to recover his realm essence to be used up. Otherwise, he could also fight side by side with Lin Ling. Rumble. After the divine light of Fusu enveloped the valley, the bone dragon grew even larger. It rushed into the sky, stirring up the entire dragon palace. The dragon palace shook as if it was about to shatter. Then, the bone dragon covered the sky and earth as if it was going to destroy the world. Sensing this, the old man's heart bled. He knew that Lin Ling couldn't hold on anymore. However, Lin Ling still stood tall like a pine tree. He didn't retreat. Whether it was for the promise or for the Dragon God Vitality Pill, he wouldn't retreat. It's up to you, Headless Senior. His hand touched the ancient sword behind him. This was his other trump card. It was stronger than the Time and Space Divine Steel. Of course, the Time and Space Divine Steel's potential had not been stimulated. The moment the sword touched, the sky changed color and time froze. A headless old man appeared behind Lin Ling. Demonic aura surged and sword chi gushed. This deity from the ancient times seemed to have become one with Lin Ling, and they were fighting in the era of the ancient deities. The sword was in Lin Ling's hand. His body's strength was continuously absorbed. His essence, chi, and spirit condensed on the sword. In the next moment, the sword was unsheathed. The tyrannical song sword was roaring. It was as if only this sword was singing. Demonic sword rank. The old man sensed the surging demonic aura, and couldn't help but open his eyes. That was because this was the power of a higher rank. It was above the universe. Whoosh. With a slash of the sword, the universe was broken and the sun and moon were destroyed. The multicolored suppressing awakening divine light was actually slashed apart by the sword. The gigantic bone dragon was also split into 2. The sword, wherever it went. Rumble. The bone dragon crashed into the canyon, shaking the sky and earth. Dragon God slain with a single sword. What other trump cards is this brat hiding? The old man was so scared that his face turned pale. He had never seen such a powerful first-level martial immortal. It was as if he saw a 5 or 6-year-old child suddenly become a martial arts master. Bang! Bang! On the ground, the bone dragon, which had been cut into pieces, let out a crisp sound. It actually reformed once again. Although it was much weaker than before this time, it charged at Lin Ling with a ferocious aura. It wanted to kill Lin Ling as soon as possible. Although Lin Ling's shocking sword move was powerful, it was obviously not enough to shake the Time and Space Divine Dragon. After all, even the old man in the Sage Realm had fought for 3 years. Lin Ling naturally couldn't do it. What a tough bone. Chapter 2954. Dragon God Fusu was killed. Lin Ling couldn't help but roar. Old man, what are you doing? Brat, I'm waiting for you to slash out again. That sword was too beautiful. Beautiful? Are you an idiot? A second-level martial immortal is already very powerful. How can I slash out a second time? Do you think I'm a god? Sorry. I'm sorry, I misunderstood. I was truly shocked by your strength. I've never seen such a powerful second-level martial immortal before. After Lin Ling scolded him, the old man came to his senses. 3 incense sticks worth of time had passed. He jumped up and roared like thunder. It's my turn. The entire canyon moved. The huge realm essence seemed to overturn the chaos. Plop! Lin Ling sat on the ground powerlessly. He looked at the old man in the sky and was speechless. Did that old man have to be so pretentious? Little friend, the person I entrusted to you didn't disappoint me. You're a true man. You said 3 incense sticks and you did it. Now it's my turn, and I won't disappoint you. Watch me. The old man had recovered 30% of his strength, and he had the demeanor of a transcendent being. At this moment, his fighting spirit was high. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and attack. Attack. Lin Ling couldn't help but curse. I won't disappoint you. 9 luminaries flow, primordial beginning wander, essence bright, original spirit disperse. Endless hope, send my radiance to Zhu Jing, resolve stagnation. Obtain the flying cloud. Rise to the purple star, everything in the world, let me foresee. Attack. The old man muttered to himself. He activated a powerful technique and combined it with his talent. His true god martial spirit also reached the 4th seal. His whole body became huge. Realm essence surged, like a war god. Little worm, I'll show you my power. Attack. A rolling palm mixed with purple light blasted toward the bone dragon. Rumble. The terrifying power hit the bone dragon, causing its bones to splatter and the entire canyon to collapse. Arrogant. Attack. Bully me. Attack. I'll let you die with everlasting regret. I can't lose face in front of that brat. Go to hell. Rumble. The old man looked down from above like a god. His palms continued to strike, and with each strike he let out a roar. Lin Ling rolled his eyes when he heard those words. He didn't expect there to be such a strange expert in the land of the 9 prefectures. However, he had to admit that the strength of the old man was indeed terrifying. He was even stronger than Li Xiaorao in the past. Of course, Li Xiaoyao had only cultivated for a short period of time. If it weren't for the fact that he was harmed by the heavenly glaze, he would definitely surpass that old man in the future. Boom. With the old man's final palm strike, the ground was flattened, and the bone dragon was blown to pieces. Did you see that? I've fulfilled my promise. The old man panted heavily and looked at Lin Ling with a smug expression. Perhaps because Lin Ling had risked his life to protect him, he felt that he couldn't let go of his pride. Therefore, after recovering a certain amount of strength, he wanted to broaden Lin Ling's horizons and even worship him. Unfortunately, Lin Ling had already seen his strength in his previous life. Therefore, his reaction was very calm. He nodded and said, This expression, this indifferent made the old man feel like he had failed. It was as if he had suffered a huge blow. Don't be so proud. The dragon god Fusu before his death is even more terrifying. But soon Lin Ling's eyes narrowed, because his soul power sensed that the broken pieces of the dragon god Fusu were attacking from all directions and surrounding the old man. This happened very quickly. When the old man reacted, his expression changed greatly. Unknowingly, a huge bone dragon had appeared in front of the old man. The dragon's head was roaring, and it continued to wrap around the old man. It wanted to wrap the old man to death. If the power of the bone dragon wrapped around 10,000 worlds, even 10,000 worlds would collapse. Not good. The old man's eyes trembled. Then he laughed bitterly. I didn't expect that I Xing Xiyun would die here. I was too careless, too careless. If he hadn't taken credit in front of Lin Ling, he wouldn't have been so careless. Unfortunately, he was too eager to show off. This led to him being entangled by the dragon god Fusu. That might not be the case. But at this moment, a clear voice suddenly sounded in the old man's ears. Then, a black bolt of lightning suddenly shot into the sky. It was extremely fast. Before the dragon god Fusu could wrap around the old man, it had already wrapped around the dragon god Fusu. And what was even more terrifying was that the huge dragon god Fusu's body was completely entangled, and what wrapped around it were black vines. At this moment, the old man was stunned. He was shocked and dumbfounded. What are you doing? Hurry up and attack. However, Lin Ling's angry roar floated out again. Was this old man born with dementia? Why was he in a daze? Alright. The reason why the old man was in a daze was because he didn't expect Lin Ling to be hiding something. Moreover, it was an extremely terrifying move, because the vines that could wrap around the dragon god Fusu were no small matter. Great world heaven measuring palm. However, the old man knew that the vines wouldn't be able to wrap around it for long. Therefore, he gathered all his strength on his palm. A mysterious ruler appeared behind him. It was as if it could measure the universe. Boom. With the vines wrapped around it, the palm landed cleanly on the dragon's head. The dragon god Fusu let out a roar. Cracks began to appear on the dragon's head. Finally, layer upon layer of cracks appeared. It was as if a mountain had collapsed. At the same time, within the countless broken bones, a dim soul struggled. It was the dragon god Fusu's soul. Die. At this moment, although Lin Ling was exhausted, his soul power hadn't been exhausted. Therefore, he used his soul power to clash with the dragon god Fusu's soul. If it was the dragon god Fusu from before, Lin Ling's soul power wouldn't affect it at all. However, the dragon god Fusu was already dead. It was only a remnant soul that lingered in the world. In addition, it had fought with the old man for 3 years. Therefore, the dragon god Fusu's soul was extremely dim. In the end, the dragon god Fusu's soul power destroyed the dragon god Fusu's soul power. Without the dragon god Fusu's dragon soul, the bone dragon's corpse could no longer reform. Finally, it dimmed and the entire shattered canyon finally became quiet. It's been 3 years. I finally won. The old man stared at the dragon god Fusu's soul. He was stunned in the sky. Tears flowed out of his eyes. In order to find the dragon god Fusu's reverse scale, he had fought here for 3 years. Later, he realized that he could no longer retreat. If he retreated, he would definitely be devoured by the dragon god Fusu. Therefore, he could only drag it out. However, an ordinary-looking kid suddenly appeared and said that the two of them would work together. At that time, he didn't believe that the kid could be of any help. However, in the end, the dragon god Fusu that he had fought for 3 years was completely wiped out by the two of them. In fact, at the most critical moment, it was the kid who killed it. Chapter 2955. Refining the Dragon God Origin Pill. Why are you looking at me? Do you want to kill me and steal my treasure? Looking at the old man's agitated expression, Lin Ling immediately frowned. He had learned martial arts for 2 lifetimes and knew the fickleness of the world, especially when Li Xiaoyao's career was betrayed by Tian Liuli. Therefore, he would not trust people so easily. Who do you think I am? Who would have known that it would have been better if Lin Ling had not said anything? The moment he did, the old man was immediately enraged. Even his beard was blown up. In a fit of pique, he landed on the ground and stood there, refusing to even look at Lin Ling. This caused Lin Ling to be startled, and he realized that he seemed to have said something wrong. He didn't expect this old man to be a sincere person who valued promises and hated being misunderstood the most. Well, I apologize. Because the treasure is right in front of them, anyone would be more cautious. Lin Ling stood up and walked over. That's right. There are countless people in the universe. In order to become stronger, everyone is extremely selfish and arrogant. However, there are exceptions. Some people value principles. For example, you are a man of your words. So this old man is the same. What you said just now was belittling, and it made me very uncomfortable. The old man turned to look at Lin Ling, his face still filled with anger. Hearing this, Lin Ling immediately waved his hand apologetically. I was wrong. Don't be so petty. I'm not being stingy, it's just that your words insulted me. Now take away all the treasures left behind by Fusu Dragon God, and see if I'll even frown. The old man sat down and closed his eyes. He didn't even look at Lin Ling. Seeing this, Lin Ling smiled helplessly. He didn't expect this old man to be so stubborn, but he was also stubborn to the point of being cute. That's what you said. After that, Lin Ling walked forward and released little Kunlun. He had little Kunlun collect all the dragon bones on the ground. These were precious treasures. Soon after, he found a palm-sized piece of black dragon bone. It was the reverse scale of the dragon bone. an extremely precious treasure within the dragon god scale armor. After he collected it, he glanced at the old man and found that he was still angry. He simply collected the dragon god origin pills and left the canyon. The old man was indeed angry, but when he saw Lin Ling leave in such a carefree manner, his eyes trembled. This little guy was really free and easy. He didn't leave anything for himself? He had been fighting here for 3 years, waiting for the dragon bone reverse scale to recover from his injuries. But now, the treasure in his hands had been snatched away. However, he couldn't open his mouth to beg Lin Ling. After all, he had boasted before. He really left. It can't be right? Then I've wasted the past 3 years. The old man sat on the ground and opened his eyes. His eyes trembled and eventually became moist. Perhaps he had been too optimistic about Lin Ling, so Lin Ling had disappointed him in the end. This caused his mood to become very gloomy. After an unknown period of time, he finally stood up and left the canyon dejectedly. He suddenly felt that he was very stupid, because not everyone valued promises. The reason why the little brat used his life to help him was because he needed his help, but he foolishly believed the little brat, causing him to return empty-handed. I'm so stupid. The old man sighed and shook his head. He finally walked out of the canyon, but his eyes instantly lit up. In front of the canyon's main road, a black scale armor lay there. Although the color was dim, it was as dazzling as the sun at this moment. Because that was the dragon bone reverse scale. This meant that Lin Ling had left this treasure for him. This little guy. Staring at the scale armor, the old man's body trembled, and the depths of his eyes became even more moist. He hadn't misjudged him. He had blamed the little guy wrongly. He valued promises and kept his word. He was a true man. However, Lin Ling was the same. Lin Ling was able to leave with the treasure and disappear into the primal chaos. It would be very difficult for that old man to find Lin Ling again. However, Lin Ling had still left behind a treasure. As for that treasure, it was the dragon god's scale. Not to mention Lin Ling, a mere martial immortal, it was likely that even saints would be tempted by it. Brat, where are you? This old man wants to apologize to you. Before this old man suspected you in his heart. The old man looked around emotionally. However, Lin Ling was no longer in the ancient land. Instead, there was a line of words on the ground. It said, "Old man, you're to my liking. If fate wills it, we'll meet again. I'm Lin Ling from the Qing province." Lin Ling from the Qing province. The old man stared at those words, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. This kid will be my Xingyun's #1 disciple. No one can snatch him from me. Haha. He raised his head and laughed loudly. If there were experts from the spirit province here, they would definitely be shocked. That was because Xingyun from the spirit province was extremely famous. His strength was overwhelming, and countless geniuses wanted to become his disciple. However, they were all rejected by him, and he even disdained them. This time, he took the initiative to recruit a disciple. He was very happy, incomparably happy. I've finally found a disciple to my liking. Moreover, this talent, this strength, it's simply difficult to find. After I recover my strength, I'll personally come find you. You want to run away? No way. The old man put away the scale armor on the ground and skipped away. It was as if finding a good disciple was more worth being happy about than obtaining the dragon bone scale armor. At that moment, Lin Ling had returned to the path he came from. He knew that the old man had taken a different path from him. The old man had most likely forced his way in. Thus, it was more dangerous. That old man is pretty good. Good. Thinking of that sage-like but magnanimous senior, Lin Ling couldn't help but smile. Then he found a quiet place, took out all his gains and checked them. The dragon bone can greatly increase the strength of my realm-swallowing beast. The dragon god original pill will be the talent of my 4th dantian. For now, I'll first refine the dragon god original pill into my body. Lin Ling sat down cross-legged, holding the colorful dragon god original pill in his hands. He also used the chaos deity formula to refine it. In his previous life, Li Xiaoniao also had several dantians. However, later on, his dantians were very ordinary. In this life, Lin Ling's other dantians were very strong except for his thunder dantian, which was slightly weaker. One was the realm-swallowing beast, One was the time and space tablet, and the last was the Dragon God original pill. When the fourth Dantian was born, Lin Ling would be able to transform into a dragon. At that time, even if he didn't cultivate the third seal of the true God martial spirit and didn't use the power of the universe, he would be able to defeat a large number of experts with his vast realm essence. This time, the refining process took a lot of time. Gradually, Lin Ling's Dantian roared. A mysterious young dragon was circling around. Unfortunately, there was no fourth Dantian. This young dragon seemed to have not found a place to stay. Currently, Lin Ling was still one step away from the birth of the fourth Dantian. As for his physical strength, he had already reached the standard. After the battle with Fu Su Dragon God, he had completely refined the essence of the Realm Mountain. His physical strength had reached 1.2 million realm essence, which was equivalent to the strength of 120 realms. As for soul power, it had always been Lin Ling's strength. Chapter 2956. 3 years later. After refining the essence of the world mountain, my realm-devouring beast talent has reached the peak of the godly body. I'm just one step away from the desolate body. If I refine the dragon bone, I'll definitely be able to achieve the desolate body. However, after refining the essence of the world mountain, my godly demon body has reached its limit. The accumulation isn't enough, so I won't refine the dragon bone for the time being. After this trip to the 8 Gods Celestial Palace, my strength has greatly increased. It's time to return. After an unknown period of time, Lin Ling finally stood up and looked into the distance. A powerful aura emanated from his body. In Qingzhou, he had the confidence to go on a rampage. That was because he had too many trump cards. After standing up, Lin Ling looked into the distance. After stroking little Kunlun, he strode away. At this moment, he could return to Qingzhou. Autumn and winter had arrived in Qing Prefecture. White snow covered the land, causing the ancient divine prefecture to gain a bit of vigor. 3 years. It had been 3 years since the trip to the 8 Gods Celestial Palace. In these 3 years, Qingzhou had undergone new changes. Among the 24 Son of Heaven's fate, a few of them had successfully transformed into the Qingzhou Emperor's Imperial Jade Seal. The only thing missing was the final Son of Heaven's aura. This let people know that the new Qingzhou Emperor was about to ascend to the throne. Other than the changes in the Son of Heaven's fate, the 9 heavens of Qingzhou had changed greatly. Other than the most mysterious 4, the remaining 5 were Lin Ling, the 81st Prince Sakura, Meng Lu, and a newly born heavenly king Fei Jinling. Fei Jinling was originally an ordinary genius. However, after obtaining great benefits from the 8 Gods Celestial Palace, he rose like a comet. His rise was almost comparable to Lin Ling. He was also known as one of the most monstrous geniuses in Qingzhou. At this moment, in the various cities of Qingzhou, there were several figures flying across the sky. They brought along a dazzling light, causing the eyes of the warriors on the ground to flicker. So beautiful. Who is that girl? She seems to be the most beautiful genius of Tsongning Academy, Jade Star Maiden. She seems to be following a youth. That youth seems to be Fei Jinling. What? Fei Jinling. Looking up at the sky, voices could be heard from the streets and alleys. Originally, no one knew who Fei Jinling was. However, a year ago, in order to make a name for himself in the Azure province, Fei Jinling came out in a domineering manner and defeated many experts. He even fought with the White Tiger Immortal Palace's Palace Lord for 3 months. In the end, he narrowly defeated the Palace Lord by Xiaoyang. After this battle, the name of the Flying Gold Plume reached its peak. Everyone knew who he was. Senior brother, you're currently the most monstrous genius in Qing province. Your growth rate is the fastest, and you're already on par with Lin Ling. She was called Jade Star Girl. Although she was the most beautiful genius of the Tsongning Academy, her name was not enough to make her famous in the Qing state. However, a year ago, Fei Jinling appeared in front of her, knelt down on one knee and took the initiative to pursue her. Because of this, she had become famous in the Qing state. She enjoyed all of this and was very excited. Lin Ling. However, Jade Star Girl's words made the young man frown slightly. Yes, Lin Ling is very famous in the Qing state. He has many achievements. It's not easy for senior brother to be on par with him. Jade Star Girl laughed. Haha. The young man also laughed. However, the displeasure in his heart grew stronger. He started from a nameless existence and rose to the top in a single step. In the end, he was worshipped by tens of thousands of people. Moreover, the leader of the giants personally threw an olive branch to him. This made him think that he was number one in the world. However, no matter how dazzling and monstrous he was, there was still one person above him. And that was Lin Ling. It was as if he could never surpass Lin Ling. No matter how dazzling he was only on par with Lin Ling. He's just lucky. The young man's tone was filled with jealousy. He felt that he had become famous too late. Otherwise, Lin Ling would definitely be below him. If there's a chance, I want to meet Di Tian and the 81st Prince. As for Meng Lu, he's not my opponent. The young man knew that if he wanted to gain a foothold in the 9 heavenly reports, he would need more battles. Star Girl, I've fallen in love with you since the first time I saw you. Unfortunately, I was very insignificant back then, just like an ant. Now, I'm qualified to hold your hand. Just you wait, I'll become the leader of the 9 heavenly reports. The young man thought to himself and disappeared into the distance with a few people. Are they going to the 5-ring city? Yes, but I heard that you can't fly in the 5-ring city. The flying gold plume is an exception. He has such special privileges. Everyone looked at the sky with admiration. They hoped that they could be like the flying gold plume one day, soaring to the sky and shaking the ancient divine prefecture. The flying gold plume's story told them that in the world of martial arts, even if one's talent was ordinary, miracles could still happen. Sir, may I know why you've summoned me? At this moment, the flying gold plume had arrived at the 5-ring city. In a bustling restaurant, he bowed to a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was holding a brush and drawing a landscape painting. His expression was calm, and his every move was filled with the demeanor of a master. He was the left prime minister. Bring some people to the imperial court, and see if you can save Luo Shaxiai and the others. Finally, the middle-aged man stopped drawing and looked at the flying gold plume kindly. Luo Shaxiai, the trash that was caught by Lin Ling? The flying gold plume said disdainfully. Yes, but I was asked by someone to save Luo Shaxiai, Sunbone and Xiong Huang. The 3 of them were caught by Lin Ling. The middle-aged man said with a smile. Lin Ling has disappeared for 3 years. Maybe he died in the 8 gods' heavenly palace. Since you want to save Luo Shaxiai and the others, why do you need me to do it? Others can do it too. The flying gold plume shook his head. Lin Ling might have lost his way in the 8 gods' heavenly palace, or he might be in another place. However, we are certain that he is not dead. This is because someone used the Azure Emperor's scriptures to check, and discovered that Lin Ling still has the Son of Heaven fate. The left prime minister shook his head and said, Luo Shaxiai and the others were caught by Lin Ling, and he wants to get them back. So, we just have to try our best. Lin Ling? Is he worthy? The flying gold plume's face darkened. Don't underestimate Lin Ling. He's a great guy. I guess he's stronger than you now. The left prime minister said again. The flying gold plume felt even more uncomfortable. The person he liked compared him to Lin Ling. The left prime minister seemed to have a higher opinion of Lin Ling than him. Go and find the 3rd princess of the imperial court. Ask her for her opinion. I should be the one doing this. But if I do, I'll have to ask the 3rd princess for help. That will make me lose face. So you're the right person to go. Because of your status, the 3rd princess will meet you. Chapter 2957. Not giving face. Yes, sir. Fei Jinling bowed and said. However, he was disdainful as he thought that he could bring Luo Shaxiai and the others back. After leaving the restaurant, he immediately summoned the experts of the left prime minister's palace. Even the level 6 and level 7 martial immortals had to listen to him. However, he was only a level 4 martial immortal. This showed how powerful he was. Let's go to the imperial court. He led the experts forward in a grandiose manner, causing the entire 5-ring city to tremble. Senior brother, you're so cool. Looking at Fei Jinling, who had summoned the experts, the Jade Star Lady said with admiration. This is just the beginning. Fei Jinling looked at the top experts of Qingzhou and was filled with pride. He rode on a golden-armored dragon colt and headed toward the imperial court. The 9 heavens of Qingzhou wants to see the third prince. Yes. Before he even arrived, a roar drifted out of his mouth. The ancient mountain where the imperial court was located was in an uproar. Fei Jinling was a rising genius of the 8 gods' heavenly palace. Someone once said that Fei Jinling was the best in terms of opportunities. He was obviously an emperor-level genius who had risen like a comet. Fei Jinling, why have you come to the imperial court? Yes. Not long after, a large number of experts flew out from the imperial court. They were all middle-stage martial immortals, and there were many late-stage martial immortals among them. They were all the forces of the imperial court. In Qingzhou, once the imperial court moved, Qingzhou would be shaken. Among them, a woman in a long white dress walked over with graceful steps. She was as cold as a fairy. She was the third princess. When she walked out, all the light in the world seemed to be attracted to her. She was beautiful. Even Fei Jinling's expression changed. He was an ordinary person, and was not qualified to see the third princess. Now that he saw her, he realized that the Jade Star lady beside him was like a firefly compared to the third princess. What's the matter? Looking at Fei Jinling, the third princess said calmly. When Fei Jinling came to his senses, he smiled and said, I didn't expect the third princess to be such a beauty. How dare you? As soon as he finished speaking, angry shouts came from all around. No one had expected the flying gold plume to be so arrogant that he dared to flirt with the third princess. You've already joined the left prime minister's residence. You didn't come here just to see me, did you? However, the third princess was indeed a superior person. She did not get angry at all. She knew that the flying gold plume's strength wasn't bad. Even the White Tiger Divine Palace, one of the 4 great divine palaces in the 4-ring city, wasn't his match. The flying gold plume's strength could be ranked at the top of the Qing province. Of course not. But I'm still flattered that the third princess has come to see me personally. Fei Jinling also smiled faintly. He knew that his strength had increased greatly, so the legendary daughter of Emperor Qing had to give him face. At this moment, he was incomparably proud. Once upon a time, these overlords of the Azure Prefecture were existences that he had to look up to, and even if he looked up to them, he might not be able to see them in person. But now, he could speak face to face with an overlord of the Azure Prefecture. I'm here because I want 3 people. I hope that the third princess can give me face. If you agree, I, Fei Jinling, will owe you a favor. Fei Jinling continued. Of course, if the third princess wants me to join the imperial court, I can't do it because I joined the left prime minister's residence first. But since I owe the third princess a favor, as long as the third princess asks, I, Fei Jinling, will go through fire and water without hesitation. His words were filled with confidence, which made the eyes of the people of the imperial court flicker. The flying gold plume thought too highly of himself. The third princess didn't even say anything. How could he be so sure that the third princess would recruit him? Then may I know who you want? At this moment, a middle-aged man spoke. It was 8th Ju. Fei Jinling looked at 8th Ju with disdain. He had naturally heard of 8th Ju's name, but he didn't take the current 8th Ju seriously. Luo Shawthorn, Sunbone, and Realgar. Fei Jinling said faintly, let the 3 of them go, and I'll owe the imperial court a favor. This will be beneficial to you. Dream on. 8th Ju and the others immediately spoke. They didn't hesitate at all, because the 3 of them were captured by Lin Ling. If they handed them over, wouldn't they be disrespecting Lin Ling and giving Fei Jinling face instead? Therefore, this was 100 times impossible. I know. They're the people that Lin Ling wants to capture. But the third princess should reconsider. Between me and Lin Ling, who's more valuable? Moreover, you only want the 3 of them. The third princess won't fall out with Lin Ling. Fei Jinling said again. Who do you think you are? Do you think you can get them just because you want them? Get lost now. Otherwise, don't blame us for being merciless. 8th Ju and the others spoke again. Who do you think you are? You're just a bunch of stubborn old men. Don't be fooled by your high cultivation level. In reality, your talents are only SOSO. It'll be difficult for you to break through in your lifetime. Can you compare to me? Moreover, even Meng Lu and Sakura from the imperial court are no match for me. Third princess, you should think about it yourself. Fei Jinling sneered. He wasn't afraid of 8th Ju and the others because he had a large number of people from the left Prime Minister's residence behind him. Moreover, he believed that the third princess wouldn't offend him easily. Powerful geniuses shouldn't be underestimated. He, Fei Jinling, was going to Jiuzhou in the future while 8th Ju and the others could only stay in Qingzhou. Third princess, what do you think? Fei Jinling asked again as he looked at Jade Star Lady. When he saw the latter's shocked expression, he couldn't help but smile. He knew that Jade Star Lady must have been shocked by his domineering aura. Of course, he retracted his gaze and looked at the third princess. He thought to himself, if I can get the third princess and Jade Star Lady, my life won't be in vain. Why are you so sure that I'll hand them over? At this moment, the third princess finally spoke. Because of my name, Fei Jinling. Fei Jinling lifted his chin and said proudly. Hearing that, the third princess couldn't help but smile. In fact, if you want the others, I might hand them over because of your reputation. However, it's a pity that it's impossible for the three of them. What a joke. Lin Ling's strength is on par with mine. Do you think the three of them will make things difficult for you? Hearing that, Fei Jinling's face turned ghastly pale. He felt that he had been defeated by Lin Ling again. You can go back now. Seeing that the four overlords are minding their own business, I'll ignore your ignorance. However, if you bring up the previous topic again, don't blame me for being ruthless. The third princess said again with a firm attitude. Third princess, you. Hearing that, Fei Jinling's eyes finally lit up. He had given her enough face. As long as the third princess let them go, he would owe the third princess a favor. However, who knew that the third princess would reject him so heartlessly? The reason was Lin Ling. Chapter 2958. Lin Ling had returned. But now, the flying gold plume didn't want to leave at all because he knew that the entire Qing prefecture was watching him. If he were to return in failure, then he would lose all face. Even the Jade Star Maiden would look down on him because he had boasted before that he would be able to easily take away 3 people. While his mind was filled with thoughts, disdainful voices rang out at an inappropriate time. Haha, flying gold plume, your face is obviously worthless. Some people thought that the entire Qingzhou would give them face after they made a name for themselves. In the end, they were given the cold shoulder. In my opinion, some people think too highly of themselves. Does he think he's Lin Ling? Just because he's Lin Ling, he's qualified to speak with the leaders of the major powers. He's not qualified. The people who spoke were Lord Eighth and the others. All of them were gloating. This made the flying gold plume's face reveal an ominous glint. Ever since his meteoric rise, he had never been so humiliated. Senior brother, let's go back. Lord Left Minister said that it's fine as long as we can get him, but it doesn't matter if we can't. However, what made Fei Jinling even more furious was that the Jade Star Maiden next to him also tried to persuade him. Her words seemed to be sympathizing with him, causing him to feel humiliated. However, even though he was strong, he couldn't shake the imperial court. Thus he gritted his teeth and left. Haha. This time Lord Eighth and the others laughed even louder. Their laughter was like a knife, ruthlessly cutting into Fei Jinling's heart. I can't accept this. Fei Jinling roared in his heart and strode away. However, after returning to Five Ring City, he still couldn't swallow his anger. After pondering for a while, he decided to go to the rainforest's sacred land alone without informing anyone. He wanted to bring the 3 of them back. He didn't believe that once the rice was cooked, the imperial dynasty would really dare to touch him. Moreover, even if the imperial dynasty was furious, the left minister would still attack. He, the flying gold plume, had the right to do so. The left prime minister would definitely not let anything happen to him. When he arrived at the sacred ground of the rainforest, he looked at the empty land. His gaze finally landed on 2 huge stone tablets. Beside the stone tablets was a person tied up. It was Luo Shaxiai. It's just 3 of them. How can I not bring them back? Looking at the ground, Fei Jinling's lips curled into a smile. Senior brother, don't be rash. The minister of the left said that it doesn't matter if we can't bring him back. But at this moment, a figure appeared beside him. It was the Jade Star Maiden. She quickly grabbed Fei Jinling. The left prime minister has indeed said so. However, he also expects me to complete the task. Now that I have failed, Although the left prime minister will not say anything, I will not be able to put my face down. The warriors of Qing province will also laugh at me. The flying gold plume looked at the jade star maiden unwillingly. What's the point? The third princess has already said it. If it was something else, she would agree. But this matter is impossible. This shows how important these three people are. Why offend Lin Ling for them? Lin Ling isn't someone to be trifled with. Everyone in Qing Prefecture knows this. Even the leaders of the major powers have to give face to Lin Ling. The Jade Star Lady explained clearly. Bullshit. Lin Ling again. Lin Ling again. Who does he think he is? Who knew that it would have been better if she hadn't said anything? After she did, the flying gold plume seemed to have lost its mind. Save me. Save me. Luo Shaxiai shouted weakly. Don't worry. If I want to save someone, no one can stop me. If you anger me, I'll turn Qingzhou upside down. The Heavens Prime Minister said arrogantly. He waved his right hand and a gust of wind enveloped the huge stone tablets. Then he strode back to Qingzhou. Senior brother. The Heavens Prime Minister looked at the Heavens Prime Minister and panicked. She had a feeling that the Heavens Prime Minister was in trouble. Although she felt that the Heavens Prime Minister was powerful, she still felt that Lin Ling was more powerful than Lin Ling. Meanwhile, the flying golden feather continued to move forward while laughing loudly. It was incomparably domineering as it carried the two stone tablets through the sky, shocking all of Green Province. What happened? That expert seems to be one of the 9 Heavens Prime Ministers. I heard that he went to the imperial court to ask for them, but returned in disgrace. Did he take them away by force? How arrogant. He's the second person after Lin Ling to not give face to the Heavens Prime Minister. At this moment, the ancient Qing province was moving. Everyone gasped. Lin Ling was in front of them, and the Heavens Prime Minister was behind them. Both of them were the overlords of Qingzhou. What? At this moment, the people of the imperial court also received the news. They were all furious. The Heavens Prime Minister thought too highly of himself. Was he trying to provoke the imperial court? The Heavens Prime Minister defeated by Xiaoyang from Four Ring City. He's strong but he's too arrogant. Even the third princess was furious. She didn't expect the Heavens Prime Minister to be so arrogant. Third princess, Lin Ling should be back soon. If he sees this when he returns, he'll be furious. So, we must bring the 3 people back before he returns. Many people in the imperial court said. That's for sure. I'd like to see if the left prime minister and the Empress Dowager dare to step in when I, the third princess, attack the Heavens Prime Minister. The third princess looked into the distance coldly. She knew that the Empress Dowager was the one who gave the order to get the 3 people back. The Empress Dowager was the mastermind behind the left prime minister's residence. What's going on? You look like you're facing a great enemy. At this moment, a figure walked over under the bright sun. His blue robe fluttered in the air, and he was extremely dazzling. Lin Ling. Everyone laughed excitedly when they saw the person who suddenly appeared. Although they knew that Lin Ling would return, they didn't expect him to come back at this moment. When they saw Lin Ling's return, it was as if they saw Grandma Wendao. In the imperial court, Lin Ling's status was comparable to Grandma Wendao and the third princess. Even the third princess couldn't help but laugh. She shouted, Master! I've already said that I haven't agreed to accept you as my disciple. Lin Ling smiled. He walked down from the sky and landed on the Green Mountain. Lord 8th, Qi Yuhu, and the others looked at Lin Ling. They realized that Lin Ling's cultivation had reached level 2 martial immortal realm. Although his cultivation wasn't high, Lin Ling gave them a great pressure. The current Lin Ling would probably only be a match for the most powerful people in Qingzhou. Then they roughly explained what had happened in the past 3 years. However, when they talked about Sunbone and the other 2, their expressions changed. They stared at Lin Ling as if they were afraid that Lin Ling would be infuriated. However, Lin Ling was stunned. Then he smiled calmly. He wasn't angry at all. What a bold junior. Don't worry, I'll settle this myself. Moreover, I'll go and collect some old debts. Chapter 2959. None of your business. If it was in the past, he would have asked the imperial court for help. But now he could solve it himself. He was even looking forward to meeting the last few people from the 9 heavens, as well as the few experts behind the scenes in Qingzhou. Everyone looked at Lin Ling in shock. They realized that Lin Ling was very calm. He was confident that he could control Qingzhou easily. Shall we go ahead? At this moment, a faint voice was heard. Lin Ling knew that it was Grandma Wendao. Apparently, Grandma Wendao was also curious about Lin Ling's current level. Tell me the whereabouts of that Fei-something guy. Also, tell the left Prime Minister that I've killed him for him. I won't pursue this matter with him, because he knows how to do it. But next time, if you really want to make a move on me, ask the person behind this to come out. Lin Ling had already decided to leave. He smiled and said to the third princess. Moreover, he had also decided to settle the matter of the sovereign marquis and Lane Manor. All right. The third princess nodded. She looked at Lin Ling's departure with excitement in her eyes. She suddenly felt that whether she could become the Emperor Qing depended on Lin Ling. She couldn't help but admire Grandma Wendao even more. That was because she was the one who recommended Lin Ling to her. Lin Ling is back. Sakura, Minglu, and the rest should be out of seclusion. The third princess said again. Currently, the imperial court had 3 heavens. They had the strongest potential among the 4 magnates, especially Lin Ling. He was the flag of the imperial court. At this moment, Lin Ling was walking towards the Flying Gold Plume's residence. As for the left Prime Minister's residence, they had also received news that the Flying Gold Plume had forcefully taken someone away. The left Prime Minister was furious and smashed the table into pieces. This Flying Gold Plume doesn't respect me at all. I've already said that if he can bring someone back, he will. If he can't use force. Isn't this forcing Lin Ling to go against the left Prime Minister's residence? Currently, the third princess has the strongest son of heaven's fate. Moreover, she has many experts. If the Empress Dowager doesn't step in, the third princess will definitely become the Emperor Qing. This is obviously not the right time to go against the imperial court. Sir, it's best to ask the Flying Gold Plume's residence. The others also chimed in one after another. My lord, bad news. Lin Ling is back. Suddenly, an anxious voice could be heard, causing the faces of the magnates to change. Damn it. Why does he have to come back at this time? What did Lin Ling say? The left Prime Minister's expression was extremely ugly. Although he wasn't afraid of Lin Ling, this wasn't the right time to go against the imperial court. Moreover, he had witnessed Lin Ling's courage. In the 8 gods' heavenly palace, he dared to provoke the leader of the magnates when he was only an early martial immortal. Such a person could do anything when he was angry. He said that this matter has nothing to do with the left Prime Minister's residence. He won't hold it against the left Prime Minister's residence for the time being. He also reminded us that the next time we attack Lin Ling, it's best to let the mastermind step in. The person said with a terrified expression. Hearing that, the magnates heaved a sigh of relief. Even the left Prime Minister was the same. However, his expression was still ugly. A mere Lin Ling dared to speak to him in such a tone. He didn't put the left Prime Minister in his eyes at all. When the others came to their senses, their eyes turned red with anger. It's okay. We'll bear with it for now. As long as the Empress Dowager gives the order, we can attack Lin Ling. The left Prime Minister gritted his teeth and said. At that moment, Lin Ling was walking along the 5-ring city. Before he reached Fei Jinling's residence, several figures caught up with him. They were Sakura, Minglu, and Xian Linglong. I've already said that I can deal with this matter myself. Seeing their arrival, Lin Ling couldn't help but shake his head and smile. Bullshit, second brother. How can I miss out on such a lively event? I've long disliked the Flying Golden Plume. If I wasn't in seclusion, I would like to see how powerful this guy is. Sakura immediately said. In fact, he could have been in seclusion for a longer time. However, after hearing the news that Lin Ling had returned, he immediately came out of seclusion. Lin Ling glanced at his brother, and found that Sakura had reached level 4 martial immortal realm. Moreover, his aura was vigorous. It seemed that his true god martial spirit had undergone some changes. That's right. If we're talking about the most monstrous genius in Qingzhou, I'm only convinced by Lin Ling. Even if the others are rising like comets, they're still useless. Meng Lu also said with a smile. His strength had also greatly increased. Looking at Xianling, she was also the same. If that's the case, let's go together. Anyway, it's not a big deal. Lin Ling said indifferently. However, I'll deal with Fei Jinling myself because he's touched my reverse scale. Alright. The three of them nodded. The place where the flying gold plume was located was a majestic palace. At this moment, many experts from various places had arrived and were flattering him happily. For the experts, Fei Jinling was the future of Qingzhou. If they didn't flatter him now, when would they? Rumble. However, Lin Ling arrived and smashed the entire palace into pieces with a gentle slap. Fei Jinling, right? I, Lin Ling, am here for you. His casual words resounded in Five Ring City, causing the entire city to move. The authoritative figures also started to pay attention to this place. They didn't expect Lin Ling to be so arrogant and find Fei Jinling so calmly. Could it be that Lin Ling ignored all the hidden experts in Qingzhou? I knew that Lin Ling would definitely come back. Fei Jinling is too arrogant. He's obviously provoking Lin Ling. How can Lin Ling not do anything? Among the 9 heavens of Qingzhou, excluding the 4 most mysterious ones, Lin Ling is the strongest. The news of Lin Ling destroying the palace spread like a snowball in Qingzhou. That was because Lin Ling was too overbearing. He was afraid that no one in Qingzhou would know that he was back. In fact, the reason why Lin Ling was so arrogant was because he wanted to lure out the hidden experts of Qing Prefecture. After all, apart from the leader of the 3 magnates, he didn't care about the rest of the experts who had revealed themselves. However, Qingzhou was vast. The real experts weren't as simple as they looked. Lin Ling knew that very well. Lin Ling, you're Lin Ling? You've gone too far. Can't you talk things out? Why are you messing with us? A large number of experts rushed out from the broken palace. There were initial Martial Celestials and middle Martial Celestials. They all looked at Lin Ling furiously. It's none of your business. Lin Ling floated in the sky and smiled coldly. He didn't say anything and turned into a meteor to attack those experts. Rumble. With one punch, the experts who were dissatisfied were all smashed into pieces. They couldn't be stopped. Not to mention the current Lin Ling. Even if Lin Ling was in the 8 gods' heavenly palace, he wouldn't be afraid of those old monsters. Seeing that overbearing punch, the remaining experts didn't dare to say anything. In fact, although they were angry, they didn't dare to go too far. Chapter 2960. Azura's Arm. I don't like to listen to nonsense. If words can't solve a problem, I'll solve it with my fists. Who else is unhappy? Lin Ling floated in the sky, waved his fist, and looked indifferently at the ambitious and ruthless people. I don't care about this anymore. Your Excellency Lin Ling, do as you wish. The heroes pondered for a moment and left the place. What a joke. If they continued to nag, Lin Ling would kill them. They had also heard of Lin Ling's arrogance in the 8 gods' heavenly palace. In addition, with Lin Ling's status in the imperial court, offending Lin Ling was the same as offending the imperial court. Therefore, they were not stupid. However, they watched from afar, wanting to see how the 2 comet-like geniuses would clash. One was the most monstrous genius in the past, Lin Ling. The other was the comet-flying golden plume who rose after the 8 gods' heavenly palace. There was no doubt about their strength, but who was stronger? I think the flying golden plume is stronger. After all, he defeated by Xiaoyang of the White Tiger Divine Palace. Not necessarily. Not necessarily. Lin Ling also killed the Azure Dragon King. Discussions could be heard at the same time. Even Indra, Meng Lu, and the others were chatting with each other in a carefree manner. Meng Lu, how many moves do you think Lin Ling will take to win? Within 10 moves, Lin Ling will kill the flying golden plume. 10 moves? I think 3 moves. The 2 of them talked without restraint, causing everyone to look at them in awe. They knew that these 2 were not to be underestimated among the 9 heavens of Qing province. On the ground, the flying golden plume had already appeared, looking coldly at the sky. He did not expect Lin Ling to come, and he did not expect Lin Ling to be so arrogant. Especially when he heard the conversation between Meng Lu and the others, he was so angry that his face turned gloomy. He had defeated Bai Xiaoyang before, so how could he be defeated in 3 moves like this? Senior brother, Why don't you apologize? What makes him even angrier is that the Jade Star Maiden beside him also thinks highly of Lin Ling, and actually wants him to apologize. Shut up. The Flying Gold Plume could no longer hold back. You're called Flying Gold Plume, right? I have no enmity with you, but you forcefully took my people away. Don't you know that this is provoking me? At this moment, Lin Ling's voice rang out. So what? Fei Jinling raised his head and said with a strong aura. Nothing. I just feel that you're so weak yet so arrogant. Don't you think you're courting death? Lin Ling said calmly. Bullshit. When the Flying Gold Plume heard those disdainful words, he was so angry that he roared. I know that you've had a fortuitous encounter in the Eight Gods' heavenly palace, and that has boosted your confidence. You want to stand tall in Qingzhou and tell everyone that life is full of ups and downs. I don't object to that, but I don't understand. Do you think you'll be famous in Qingzhou after taking my people away? Lin Ling said again. When he saw the Flying Gold Plume sneering, he continued. It's better to be down to earth on the path of martial arts. You can reach the heavens in a single bound, but not too many. Nonsense. Didn't you, Lin Ling, reach the heavens in a single bound? Hearing that, the Flying Gold Plume sneered and said disdainfully. Hee, it seems that you still don't understand. Do you think that I, Lin Ling, reached the heavens in a single bound? I've fought countless battles in Qingzhou, and I've risen step by step. Hearing that, Lin Ling shook his head. I've said that you talk too much nonsense. If you only rely on your mouth to become one of the 9 heavens of Qingzhou, then you'd better admit defeat. The Flying Gold Plume smirked and said indifferently. When he saw Lin Ling shaking his head, he thought that Lin Ling couldn't refute him. This made him feel ashamed. Unfortunately, he didn't know that Lin Ling shook his head because Lin Ling felt that there was no need for him to nag anymore. They said that you can defeat me in 3 moves. I think that's a joke. In 3 moves, I want you, Lin Ling, to be defeated. Moreover, I want the entire Qingzhou to witness this earth-shattering battle. The Flying Gold Plume floated up, and his realm essence surged like the water of the heavenly river. I did have a fortuitous encounter in the Eight Gods' heavenly palace. When I defeated the master of the White Tiger Immortal Mansion, I didn't use my full strength. Now I'll show Qingzhou how powerful I am. Behind him, a blood-red light shot up into the sky, forming circles of light ripples that enveloped the entire Qingzhou. At the same time, an arm floated up from behind him. This arm was covered in blood, as though it had just been cut off. However, the moment he appeared, the Flying Gold Plume's aura changed. As he moved, the blood-red light turned the sky into a blood-red color. A large number of buildings in the 5-ring city exploded instantly, forming an indescribable pressure field. Around them, the faces of the old monsters changed drastically. What arm is that? I'm afraid it's a very high-level divine body. Everyone felt that it was difficult to breathe. They guessed that this was a pressure that came from the innate talent. Unless their cultivation was higher, or their ultimate martial Tao was stronger, they wouldn't be able to resist the pressure. You're quite capable. Even Meng Lu's eyes flickered. The pinnacle of the divine body. Sakura also guessed. He didn't expect that although the Flying Gold Plume was arrogant, he was indeed capable. Ha ha ha, the 2 of you aren't blind. At this moment, the Flying Gold Plume spoke faintly, but his expression was extremely mysterious. He knew that everyone in Qingzhou was curious about what kind of divine body he had obtained. Lin Ling, are you afraid now? However, the Flying Gold Plume didn't intend to reveal the answer immediately. Instead, he looked at Lin Ling and sneered. Azura's arm. However, just as he finished speaking, Lin Ling shook his head and said, So this is your trump card. This undoubtedly caused the Flying Gold Plume's heart to thump. Originally, he thought that Lin Ling would treat him seriously and be wary of his divine body. However, who knew that Lin Ling had guessed the origin of his divine body and was still so calm? So what? Lin Ling, I know that you've cultivated the Azura sword formation before. However, do you know that the master of this sword formation is the Azura King? When your sword met my Azura's arm, it was as if it met its master. Are you afraid? Do you regret it? Since Lin Ling knew about it, the Flying Gold Plume didn't intend to hide anything. He stepped forward and said, Do you know? I'm already very strong. However, in the eyes of the people in Qingzhou, I'm only as strong as you. What makes you think you are? So, this is the reason why you're courting death." Hearing this, Lin Ling shook his head again and said, "However, if you want to know what makes me think I am, I'll tell you." Roar. The realm-devouring beast appeared behind Lin Ling, causing the wind and clouds in the sky to rumble. Now that his godly demon body was enhanced, his physical strength was extremely terrifying. He quickly shot towards the flying gold plume like a ferocious beast in the sky. Trash talent. Chapter 2961. Defeated with a single punch. If you want to defeat me with that talent, let me tell you, you're still too young. The most terrifying thing was that the flying gold plume had used the Azura arm for the first seal. In the sky, the blood-red color began to surge like a sea current, and turned into a huge blood-red palm. It followed closely behind the flying golden plume, and grabbed at Lin Ling. At that moment, the palm was like the Azura king. So powerful, the flying gold plume's strength has greatly surpassed the four symbols' holy mansion master. Seeing that, the people were shocked. The flying gold plume was one of the most demonic geniuses in Qingzhou. Although he had only been famous for a short period of time, even shorter than Lin Ling, he deserved the title. Maybe Lin Ling won't be able to defeat him. Someone said. It was the Marquis of Sovereign Justice and other top powers. Obviously, they had also come because of the fame. Especially when they saw Lin Ling's terrifying aura. Their faces turned pale. That was because they felt that Lin Ling was like the arrival of Emperor Qing. However, after seeing the flying gold plume's bloody palm, their confidence was boosted. The flying gold plume should not be weaker than Lin Ling. The peak divine body was definitely worthy of its reputation. Moreover, it was the Azura King's arm. If the flying gold plume obtained the other arm of the Azura King, and even the complete body of the Azura King, the flying gold plume would have the chance to become a god. Under countless gazes, the two figures collided violently. Rumble. The intense power of the collision directly broke the five-ring city. Sakura and Menglu looked grave. They realized that they had underestimated the flying gold plume. It might be difficult for Lin Ling to defeat the flying gold plume in 3 moves. Even within 10 moves, they would be evenly matched. Both of them are Emperor-level geniuses. They can defeat a rank 6 martial immortal when they are only initial stage martial immortals. I wonder who is more powerful in this collision. Many old monsters said solemnly. Rumble. However, as soon as they finished speaking, a figure crashed onto the ground like a meteor. The ground of the five-ring city was like waves, rolling out layer by layer. Boom. In the end, a huge crater that looked like it was hit by a meteorite appeared and it kept cracking. Do you want to know why? Just based on this. At the same time, a figure floated above the huge pit, waving his fists, telling the people in the pit that he relied on his fists. As for that figure, his blue robe fluttered in the wind. It was Lin Ling. 1 move. At this moment, everyone was shocked, unable to believe the result before their eyes. Even Dreamflow and the others were the same. Originally, they had estimated that Lin Ling could defeat the flying golden plume in 3 moves. However, the flying golden plume had obtained the arm of Shunming Demon God, which changed the situation of the battle. Even they felt that it would be difficult for Lin Ling to win. However, they now knew that they had overestimated the flying gold plume and underestimated Lin Ling. That was because he only needed 1 move to defeat the flying Jinling. Whoosh! Lin Ling landed on the ground and then floated up, holding a figure in his hand. It was the flying golden plume. At this moment, his chest had been penetrated by a punch. He kept vomiting blood, and his face was extremely pale. However, his eyes were filled with disbelief as he looked at Lin Ling. Impossible. How could this be? He had such powerful talents. How could he be defeated by Lin Ling in 1 move? You're really stupid. Even the residence of the left Prime Minister doesn't dare to provoke me. Why did you come here to seek your own death? Look around and see if there are people from the residence of the left Prime Minister. Lin Ling held the flying golden plume and said calmly. The flying golden plume looked around. However, there were no people from the residence of the left Prime Minister. He suddenly recalled the residence of the left Prime Minister's instructions. If he could get the person, he should do so. If he couldn't, he should give up. Do you understand now? Because they are also afraid of me. Lin Ling said again when he noticed the flying golden plume's gaze. Lin Ling looked calm and said, You think you're powerful because you have the peak divine body. However, all of this is child's play to me. You can't even take a punch from me. You'd better not be one of the 9 heavens in Qingzhou. Hearing those words, the flying golden plume's eyes trembled. Why is Lin Ling so powerful? Unfortunately, your talents are not limited to this. If you keep a low profile, you will have a bright future. Continue. The flying golden plume finally panicked because of what Lin Ling said. He was not in a hurry to provoke Lin Ling. In the future, he might be able to surpass Lin Ling. However, he was in too much of a hurry. No. Continue. He shouted out a single sentence. Bang. However, Lin Ling gave him a punch and destroyed him. Blood splattered on the ground like rain. The flying golden plume had the peak divine body, but so did Lin Ling. The flying golden plume's cultivation was at level 4 martial immortal realm. However, Lin Ling's 3 dantians had merged together. His strength was at level 6 martial immortal realm. Coupled with the strength of his physical body and the power of the universe, the flying golden plume could not withstand a single blow. Looking at the blood splattering from the sky, the crowd was shocked. Lin Ling was too domineering. He defeated the flying golden plume with a single blow. This straightforward result was far beyond their imagination. As they stared at Lin Ling, the crowd realized that the young man in the sky was majestic, and he looked down on the world. Among the 9 heavens of the Qingzhou, Lin Ling is still ranked 5th. Fei Jinling has accumulated a lot of experience and is an unparalleled divine talent. However, compared to Lin Ling, he is still inferior. Meng Lu muttered to himself with a trembling voice. This guy is so strong that even I can't see through him. I wonder if he is using his full strength or 80% of his strength. Sakura shook his head helplessly. The crowd looked at Lin Ling and did not dare to say a word. Senior Lin Ling, the flying golden plume's matter has nothing to do with me. I will bring the sand thorn and the other 2 out immediately. At this time the Jade Star Maiden hurriedly said. She was deeply afraid that Lin Ling would also kill her. Then she ran towards the distance, using her Jie Yuan to drag the 2 huge stone tablets and Luo Sha thorn, quickly running out. Lin Ling. When Luo Sha Ci saw Lin Ling, his face turned extremely ugly. He looked around and his face turned ashen instantly. Although the flying golden plume had saved him, he had a feeling that the flying golden plume could not save them. It seemed that it was true. You can't run away. Lin Ling walked towards Luo Sha Ci with a calm expression. Luo Sha Ci clenched his teeth. This junior from the 8 gods' heavenly palace could easily take his life now. If Luo Sha Ci wanted to capture him alive, none of the magnates in the Qing prefecture would dare to stop him. This change made the sand thorn feel like he was dreaming. Senior Lin Ling, this matter has nothing to do with me. At this moment, the Jade Star Lady still did not dare to look at Lin Ling. She bowed and said, revealing a large patch of her snow-white chest. I know. You can leave now. Lin Ling glanced at her and said indifferently, Thank you, Senior Lin Ling. However, my name is the Jade Star Lady. I admire Senior Lin Ling the most. I wonder if you can do it. The Jade Star Lady's face turned red. She finally looked at Lin Ling and said, although the flying golden plume was dead, if Lin Ling took a fancy to her, her future would be magnificent. Get lost. However, Lin Ling said coldly. The Jade Star Lady's face froze. Lin Ling asked her to get lost. Chapter 2962. She didn't dare to resist. This guy. The Sakura shook his head helplessly. Lin Ling didn't know how to be gentle with women. If I repeat what I said a second time, you will die. Lin Ling ignored the Jade Star Maiden and said again. The Jade Star Maiden felt that she had lost all her face. She gritted her teeth and flew towards the sky. She had taken the initiative to throw herself into his arms, but she had received such treatment. Her dignity seemed to have been humiliated. Unfortunately, she didn't know that Lin Ling hated people like her the most. When the flying gold plume was strong, she tried to curry favor with him. Now that the flying gold plume was dead, she tried to curry favor with him. Lin Ling already had a wife and children. Even if he didn't, he wouldn't even look at the flying gold plume. The people around and all the martial artists in Qingzhou were looking at Lin Ling. They were still silent, but some people started to leave quietly. Marquis Sovereign, do you want to leave? However, just as those people were about to leave, Lin Ling had already spoken. This made the Marquis Sovereign, who was hidden in the crowd, tremble. His expression turned ugly. Come out. What kind of person are you to hide? Before the Marquis Sovereign could speak, Lin Ling spoke again with a calm expression. However, although his words were calm, they were like brilliant heavenly might. If the Marquis Sovereign wanted to come out, he had to come out. This kind of arrogant and overbearing attitude undoubtedly infuriated the Sovereign Marquis. However, he couldn't do anything. This was because he had already fought with Lin Ling in the Eight Gods' heavenly palace. He knew how ferocious this guy was. I'll give you 3 breaths of time. If you don't come out, don't blame me for being heartless. Although you are a formidable person in Qingzhou and can shake the entire Qingzhou with a single move, if I, Lin Ling, want to touch you, I'm afraid you won't have any power to resist. Lin Ling said again. As soon as this sentence was said, Lin Ling was like the leader of a giant. Moreover, this calm voice floated in the sky of Qingzhou, causing the expressions of countless people to change drastically. The dignified Marquis of Sovereign Heaven had met Lin Ling. Could he only be humiliated like this? Lin Ling, what's the matter? The Sovereign Marquis knew that Lin Ling had already targeted him. He had no choice but to come out. Therefore, he endured the humiliation and walked out step by step. You came out too late. Give me a bow. Lin Ling looked at the Sovereign Marquis calmly, and suddenly spoke. Upon hearing this, the Marquis of Sovereign Justice narrowed his eyes. Lin Ling was arrogantly telling him to bow. Veins immediately popped out on his forehead, and his eyes turned red. However, when his gaze met Lin Ling's, he realized that Lin Ling's gaze had turned cold. Sorry I'm late. For some reason, the Marquis of Sovereign Justice bowed. Perhaps he was really afraid of that pair of eyes. The experts around were shocked. Even the giants of Five Ring City were shocked. They didn't expect that when the Marquis of Sovereign Justice met Lin Ling, he wouldn't dare to resist at all. He would do whatever Lin Ling wanted him to do. This change made them feel that it was very unreal. This was because even if the Marquis of Sovereign Justice exchanged a few blows with Lin Ling, or even resisted a few words, it would have been good enough. However, there was no resistance at all. Very good. Lin Ling wasn't surprised by the Marquis of Sovereign Justice's attitude. This person was ambitious and knew when to yield and when to stand tall. Naturally, he wouldn't confront him head-on. Moreover, Lin Ling also knew that if the Marquis of Sovereign Justice confronted him head-on, then Lin Ling would be able to beat him up like a dog. In fact, Lin Ling was also looking forward to the Marquis of Sovereign Justice being arrogant. Unfortunately, the Marquis of Sovereign Justice didn't dare to be arrogant. In the past, when I went to the 2 commanderies for the first time, you stopped me halfway and asked me for a person. Now where is that person? I want her back from you. Lin Ling said again with a faint smile. Threatening the Marquis of Sovereign Justice was as easy as drinking water. Hearing this, the Marquis of Sovereign Justice's face turned ferocious, but he held it in. He smiled and said, Queen Qianji disappeared a long time ago. I haven't been able to find her. Lin Ling, I didn't do anything to Queen Qianji, so I hope you won't target me. At the end of his sentence, he bowed and saluted. However, the humiliation in his heart turned into a monstrous wave, especially when Lin Ling talked about the past. At that time, Lin Ling was like an ant in his eyes. But now he was the ant. Lin Ling already knew that the Marquis of Sovereign Justice failed to capture the Queen of Qianji. However, he shook his head and said, I don't care about that. Since you took her away from me, you have to return her. As for how you're going to bring her back, that's up to you. You. Hearing this, the Marquis of Sovereign Justice raised his head and gritted his teeth. If he knew where Queen Qianji was, he would have caught her a long time ago. So Lin Ling's request was even harder than reaching the heavens. Don't test my patience. When I, Lin Ling, am really angry, no one can save you. Not the 4 magnates behind you, not the 99 crown princes, not the left prime minister, not even the prime minister. Lin Ling said again. His tone was filled with authority. He said it in front of everyone in Qingzhou. He didn't give anyone face. Everyone was stunned when they heard that. Even the leaders of the overlords hiding in the Qing prefecture were stunned. Their expressions turned ugly after that. Was Lin Ling trying to tell everyone that the leader of the magnates was nothing but a fart in his eyes? I don't know. I really don't know. Lin Ling, don't force me. The Marquis of Sovereign Justice was completely flustered. It seems like you really don't know any better. Lin Ling took a step forward and appeared in front of the Marquis of Sovereign Justice. He looked down at him and slowly stretched out his right hand, wanting to slap him. Seeing this, the Marquis of Sovereign Justice immediately unleashed his boundary essence. Try it. However, just as the Marquis of Sovereign Justice was about to resist, Lin Ling stared at him, causing the Marquis of Sovereign Justice's expression to change. He immediately retracted all his boundary essence and didn't dare to resist at all. Slap. A slap landed on the Marquis of Sovereign Justice's face. Aren't you very arrogant? You kept provoking me. Where is your confidence now? Didn't you ask me to hand her over? Now where did that arrogance go? Aren't you someone that the Emperor Qing values? Why isn't your father here? Slap. 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 The crisp sound of the slap was like thunder. It landed on the Marquis of Sovereign Justice's face, causing his face to turn green and red. He wanted to resist a few times, but in the end he endured it. That was because he didn't know if Lin Ling would kill him. However, if he resisted, Lin Ling would definitely kill him. The magnates of Qingzhou didn't appear at this moment. Obviously, they were also afraid of Lin Ling. Therefore, the Marquis of Sovereign Justice knew that he was alone and helpless at this moment. What a tragedy. He was slapped in the face just like that. He didn't even dare to resist. Seeing that refreshing scene, many old monsters sighed and shook their heads. In front of Lin Ling, the Marquis of Sovereign Justice was like a slave. Lin Ling, you're very impressive. You came back so arrogantly. Do you want to move the powerhouse behind Qingzhou? You don't know that if you're too arrogant, you'll become a thorn in their side. However, at this moment someone finally appeared. Chapter 2963. The 9 heavens of Qing province announced the arrival of imperial concubine Shi. The person in the sky was a delicate beauty. She wore a long pink dress and had a slender figure. Her long hair draped over her back and was gently tied up with a pink ribbon. Behind her, there was a mist of clouds. She was incomparably beautiful. Her appearance was so beautiful that it was impossible to look at her directly. This time everyone was greatly shocked. This was because they had never seen this woman who could make the sun and moon lose their light. However, they were certain that since this person had arrived at such a critical moment, his strength was definitely at the top of the azure state. It's her. Sakura and the rest all reacted because that was the Shi Fei they saw in Wake Dragon Palace. You're finally here. However, when he saw Shi Fei, Lin Ling's expression didn't change at all. You think I'm arrogant, but have you ever thought that I did it on purpose? Hearing Lin Ling's words, Shi Fei's eyes flashed. She thought that Lin Ling didn't know the depth of Qing province, so he was arrogant. But who knew that Lin Ling was doing it on purpose? This made her unable to guess Lin Ling's intentions. Was it the imperial dynasty's idea? For a moment, she fell silent. However, the sovereign Marquis's eyes kept flickering as if he had seen his savior. Marquis of Sovereign Heaven, you are very happy, right? Someone has finally come to save you. However, you don't seem to know who she is. Then let me tell you. She is Shi Fei, one of the 9 heavenly emblems of Qing province. She is also one of the 4 hidden heavenly emblems. Rumor has it that she is an expert who has talked to Qing Di Yi. Lin Ling turned to look at the sovereign Marquis. The sovereign Marquis was overjoyed. The most mysterious 4 out of the 9 heavens of the Green Prefecture were so strong that they were almost as strong as the leader of the magnates. With the help of such experts, Lin Ling would definitely be helpless. But let me remind you, it's useless even if she comes. You stay here. After I deal with her, I'll catch up with you. However, Lin Ling said such a sentence, and said it so casually. This time, the sovereign Marquis's heart was pounding. Could it be that Lin Ling wanted to defeat the most mysterious 4 people? Even the surrounding people were shocked. Lin Ling gave them the feeling that he had long known that this would happen. At this moment, not just them, even the giants couldn't see through Lin Ling. How was this Lin Ling a young genius? He was more like the Azure Emperor. Lin Ling's arrogance was naturally intentional. He walked towards Shifei and said, Shifei, this seems to be the first time we've met, but you seem to be targeting me. Shifei quietly looked at Lin Ling. She discovered that Lin Ling's strength had increased, but it wasn't enough to make her fear him. Therefore, she guessed that there must be someone behind Lin Ling. I'm just following orders. Shifei also spoke. She wanted to let the person behind Lin Ling know that she also had someone behind her. Lin Ling stopped in the sky and said calmly, I see. You probably want to kill me too, right? Unfortunately, although I don't know who's behind you, I know that his actions aren't good. What's wrong? Shifei frowned slightly, but then she heard Lin Ling laugh. Because he's killing you. As soon as these words came out, Shifei's eyes narrowed. You're saying that the person behind you wants to attack me? That mysterious grandma? She obviously knew that the person behind the imperial court was Grandma Wendao, and she was naturally afraid of Grandma Wendao's strength. However, after hearing her words, Lin Ling's calm face revealed a smile. Ha ha ha, I really don't know what you're thinking. Do you need the person behind the imperial court to attack a mere Shifei? You think too highly of yourself. I don't have anyone behind me, just me, and I'm enough. You're not talking in your sleep. Hearing this, Shifei was stunned in disbelief. People also couldn't believe it. The most mysterious 4 great heavenly gifts had appeared, and Lin Ling actually said that he was enough. In Qingzhou, even a 10-year-old child knew that the more low-key and mysterious a heavenly gift was, the stronger it was, and the more famous it was, the weaker it was. Do you think I'm joking? Now, I'll give you one last chance. Apologize for what happened last time, and I'll spare your life. Otherwise, you'll die today. Lin Ling spat out these words calmly, but his words were filled with murderous intent. Hearing this, Shifei couldn't help but laugh. Her laughter was so beautiful that it made the world lose its light. Even people were surprised by Lin Ling's words. Could it be that Lin Ling wanted to kill Shifei? He must be bragging. Don't tell me you want to kill me with one punch. Shifei said jokingly after laughing loudly. In the past, she had fought with Lin Ling, so she knew how powerful Lin Ling was. Now she believed that Lin Ling was no match for her at all. That's not it. I'm not that arrogant. Lin Ling smiled and replied calmly. His words made people nod. That was the truth. However, at the next moment, Lin Ling's voice floated out again. If one punch can't do it, one sword can. Boom. Everyone's hearts exploded. What was the difference between one punch and one sword? Wasn't it just one move? Lin Ling had defeated the flying Jinling with one move, which had already shocked many people. However, he wanted to defeat the most mysterious heavenly gift with one move? That was simply a fool's dream. Lin Ling didn't wait for Shifei to speak again. His right hand had already touched the sword behind him. Seeing this, Shifei's eyes flickered. She had touched that sword once in the Wake Dragon Palace, and it was a little strange. Of course, she was too careless at that time. She didn't think that the sword could kill her. Moreover, the sword was double-edged. It could kill both the enemy and oneself. With Lin Ling's strength, he definitely couldn't control that sword. In the end, he would be playing with fire. Lin Ling, you're too confident in yourself. I'll fulfill your wish. After killing you, I still want to go back and drink. My wine can't be cold. Shifei was indeed the most mysterious genius. Although she was much stronger than Lin Ling, she wouldn't underestimate her opponent, nor would she reduce her aura. Terrifying world essence gushed out from her body. Treasure light clashed. That mysterious energy was extremely shocking. Moreover, her cultivation realm was also revealed. It was the 5th level of the martial immortal realm. Sure enough, she hid her strength in the Wake Dragon Palace. This woman is very strong. She has mastered the power of the realm, the power of the universe that can destroy everything. Sakura and Menglu had seen Shifei before, so they knew how terrifying that woman was. There was no doubt about the strength of someone who could be invited by Emperor Qing for a night chat. Warm wine moistens the throat. Cold wine is indeed a favor. I hope you can really drink warm wine. Lin Ling held the tyrannical Song sword in his right hand, and the best jade talisman he had obtained from the Wake Dragon Palace in his left hand. That was an attack talisman that could increase his strength. That was because he knew that Shifei couldn't be underestimated. If I, Shifei, want to drink wine, Emperor Qing can't stop me. Shifei also roared. She looked like a beautiful woman, but she was as domineering as an ambitious person. Her hands became as clear as jade, but she didn't show her talent. That was because her talent wasn't very strong. She was only at the 10th level. Her strength came from her realm. Chapter 2964. 1/ kill. Warm the wine, kill Lin Ling. When her aura reached its peak, an indescribable power bloomed from Shifei's body, making her seem like the Azure Emperor, the Son of Heaven, the Stare of Courage. This was a type of deity's power, able to destroy any type of attack. In the distance, the third princess and the others were also watching the battlefield with grave expressions. In Qingzhou, apart from a limited number of people, it was rare to see the power of the Stare of Courage. Now it finally bloomed in Qingzhou. The power of the Stare of Courage was domineering and could destroy the universe. In the sky, the dark clouds were all destroyed, revealing the void of the universe. However, the void of the universe also shattered like glass. Within it, a jade-like palm slapped towards Lin Ling. Flames, frost, lightning, and gales roared around the jade-like palm. That palm seemed slow, but it carried the power of the universe's laws. It instantly appeared in front of Lin Ling. Seeing this, everyone's expression changed drastically. The power of heaven and earth that was activated by that palm made their hearts palpitate. She was no longer a delicate beauty. She was simply a goddess of war, a majestic goddess of war. At this moment, Lin Ling's expression turned grave. He held the sword in his hand, and all his essence, energy, and spirit surged. In addition to the power of the jade talisman, the headless elder appeared behind him, and it seemed to have merged with him. It seemed slow, but in fact it only took an instant. No one saw Lin Ling, as everyone was attracted by Shifei's jade-like palm. Die. Finally, a cold voice floated out from Shifei's mouth. Her jade-like palm was dazzling, and her courage was unparalleled. Looking at the palm that covered the sky, Lin Ling shouted and slashed with his sword. The tyrant song in his hand was dazzling, and demonic aura surged. Clang. The sound of metal colliding rang out. The Five-Ring City, which was originally in ruins, exploded with a shockwave. Bang bang bang. Countless people were overturned, and the weaker ones were killed by the shockwave. Meng Lu and the others were sent flying as well. They sensed Valiant's aura. That should be the stairway of courage. It was indeed as terrifying as the rumors said. However, their eyes were still glued to the front, deeply afraid that they would miss something. Crack. Finally, a clear and melodious sound resounded. A huge sword collided with the jade palm in the sky, and the sword was blocked. However, cracks quickly appeared on the jade palm, and after an entire breath of time, it was actually slashed apart by the sword. After the jade palm was broken, the sparkling and resplendent sword light immediately passed over Shifei's neck. Shifei's eyes froze there. Her heart rumbled. The power of rank. As for the scene in the sky, it was as if it had been frozen. Qingzhou was silent, millions of people were silent, and the entire city was shocked. Shifei, one of the foremost mysterious heavenly blessings of the Qing province, controlled the Stare of Courage and brandished her strongest attack. She originally wanted to kill Lin Ling, but at this moment, she stopped abruptly. This was like a war song, incomparably impassioned, resounding, shocking, and inspiring. However, at the most crucial moment of the performance, the strings broke, and the music ended. This was like warming wine. Before the wine was warmed, the person had already passed away. It was too sudden. The world became quiet, this scene becoming still. One sword strike, just one sword strike. Wasn't this sword strike a little too terrifying? This guy has entered the 4th place of the 9 heavenly blessings of the Qing province. After a moment of silence, Sakura's voice came out softly, but it was shocking. Hearing that, everyone in Qingzhou looked at the sky. There, the young man stood facing the wind. His blue robe was like clouds, and his long hair gently floated over his shoulders. His gaze was calm, and he maintained the posture of brandishing the sword with one hand. In front of him, Shifei stood there lifelessly, her eyes staring at that huge sword. She suddenly wanted to say something. Perhaps she wanted to say, "Why are you so powerful? How is this possible? Your sword has the power of rank." Unfortunately, it was too late to say anything. She finally raised her white jade-like hand and pointed at Lin Ling. Die. Without waiting for Shifei to do anything else, Lin Ling directly slashed down from the sky. For someone who wanted to kill him, even if it was a beauty, he wouldn't be merciful because he had given her a chance before. Boom. That sword directly beheaded the #1 beauty of Qingzhou. This scene made everyone's hearts tremble. What an awe-inspiring sword. What a sharp sword. From now on, there was one less person among the 9 heavenly blessings of Qingzhou. Moreover, it was one of the most mysterious heavenly blessings. The silence finally stopped. Next, there was an uproar in the entire city. Those excited voices came from the Martial God Barracks, the Resplendent Academy, and the Imperial Court. Everyone was excited, and their bodies were trembling nonstop. Lin Ling had killed Shifei, which meant that Lin Ling had officially stepped into the ranks of the top in Qingzhou. Thinking back to Lin Ling and everything else, they felt like they were dreaming. As for the leaders of the various powerhouses, their expressions changed drastically. They never expected that even the powerful Shifei couldn't block Lin Ling's sword. Qingzhou was obviously going to change. Plop! The sovereign marquis sat on the ground powerlessly, his face incomparably pale. Even Shifei couldn't save him? When did Lin Ling become so powerful? As for Lin Ling, he had already walked down with his sword on his back. Where is Queen Qianji? It was still the same topic, but it was mixed with a domineering tone. It was as if he was telling Qingzhou that he was treating the sovereign marquis as a slave. Who in Qingzhou was not convinced? I don't know. The sovereign marquis raised his head and replied weakly. You will know. Big brother, take him back. Lin Ling said calmly. He wanted to take the sovereign marquis away in front of Qingzhou. Lin Ling, the Empress Dowager wants you to see her. However, at this moment, an ethereal voice sounded in the sky of Qingzhou. It was like a brilliant heavenly might. Lin Ling's rise had finally alarmed the Empress Dowager. Even the 3rd princess of the imperial court in the distance frowned at this moment. However, Lin Ling ignored the voice in the sky. Little Kunlun appeared and tied up the sovereign marquis. He took the Luosha thorn and the 2 stone tablets and left just like that. Lin Ling, the Empress Dowager wants you to see her. The voice in the sky suddenly became angry. Lin Ling finally stopped and looked at the sky calmly. However, in the next moment, his eyes became cold like a storm. Let the Empress Dowager remember that I, Lin Ling, will take revenge for the rainforest's sacred land. If she wants to see me, she can come here herself. After saying that, Lin Ling moved forward again. Boom. This sentence and this action once again alarmed Qingzhou. Let the Empress Dowager come here herself. This was provoking the Empress Dowager in front of Qingzhou. How dare you? In the sky, the ethereal voice was obviously even angrier. Talk more and I'll kill you. Lin Ling did not even look at the sky and continued moving forward. However, his voice seemed to come from the depths of hell, causing the voice in the sky to become silent. This guy has grown to the point where he can face the great Qing God dynasty. At this moment, everyone's breathing quickened as they watched Lin Ling leave step by step. Today, Lin Ling had left them with too much shock. After Lin Ling disappeared, Qingzhou continued to be in an uproar. Although Lin Ling was brave, everyone knew that the impact and consequences of Lin Ling today had only just begun. It was fermenting and was about to turn into a storm. Chapter 2965. I'll give you a chance. What an arrogant guy. Many people couldn't calm down as they recalled the scene not long ago. They would never forget the battle today. Rumble. At this moment, there was a loud rumble in front of them as dust rose into the sky. Everyone saw that Lin Ling was moving forward with the 2 stone tablets. Along the way, he destroyed the city wall of 5 Ring City as if Lin Ling wanted to get rid of everything that stood in his way. The city wall of Green State had a long history and was probably tens of millions of years old. Now that it was destroyed by Lin Ling didn't put the great Azure God dynasty in his eyes again. This guy. The 3rd princess and the rest gasped. In the depths of the great Azure God dynasty, the hidden experts were enraged. Haha. As expected of second brother. Sakura laughed excitedly and caught up with Lin Ling. Lin Ling walked out of Green State, passed through the chaos and finally arrived at the sacred ground of the rainforest. Bang bang! 2 stone tablets fell from the sky and shocked the sacred ground of the rainforest. The Sunbone and Realgar were trapped in the stone tablets. At this moment they weren't dead, so they knew what was happening outside. However, they didn't expect Lin Ling to be so powerful now. He barged into Green State and brought them back. After this, no one in Green State would dare to save them. Thinking that they would be trapped in the stone tablets for the rest of their lives, they wished they could die immediately. Luo Shaxiai, it's your turn. Lin Ling looked at the Luo Sha thorn and spat out a sentence indifferently. Plop. Luo Shaxiai was originally standing, but he knelt down in fear and kept kowtowing. Lin Ling, please spare me. I was wrong, I know I was wrong. It's too late. Lin Ling started to form barriers with both hands to seal Luo Shaxiai. He had already shown mercy to the latter. If Luo Shaxiai didn't seek death, and let Realgar destroy the sacred ground of the rainforest, Luo Shaxiai would definitely be alive now. You must be regretting it. Barriers landed on Luo Shaxi's body, making him tremble. However, he kept nodding. How could he not regret it? Originally, he didn't need to suffer such torment. He only needed to avoid Lin Ling forever. Unfortunately, he was courting death. With Sunbone and the others accompanying you, you won't be lonely anymore. Without waiting for the Luo Sha thorn to speak any more nonsense, Lin Ling bluntly blasted out the final barrier, completely sealing the Luo Sha thorn. The 3 stone tablets were placed in the rainforest's sacred land, as if they were apologizing to the people of the rainforest's sacred land. As for the 3 people trapped in the stone steel, they had to endure inhumane torture every single day, every single moment, and every single breath. Lin Ling, you're a true man who dares to love and hate. Seeing Lin Ling's actions, many people from the imperial dynasty appeared in the sky and muttered to themselves. This is a true martial artist of my generation. You destroyed my world, so I want you to live and die here to repent. Even many experts in Qingzhou were paying attention to this scene. In their hearts, Lin Ling had already become someone who could never be provoked. Sovereign Marquis, you still have one more chance. After dealing with the Luo Sha thorn, Lin Ling looked at the Sovereign Marquis calmly. At this moment, the Sovereign Marquis was trembling all over. The previous encounter with the Luo Sha thorn had scared him. Plop! The Sovereign Marquis quickly knelt down and kowtowed. Lin Ling, don't kill me, please don't kill me. The sound of his kowtowing was like thunder, deafening to the ears. A large number of people had gathered around the rainforest's sacred land. They looked at the Sovereign Marquis, who kept kowtowing, and sneered. They also didn't expect that the Sovereign Marquis of the Great Qing dynasty would kowtow to Lin Ling in front of thousands of people. It was even more embarrassing than when Lin Ling slapped him in the face. I'll give you one more chance. Go and find Queen Qianji. Lin Ling looked down at the Sovereign Marquis and said. The Sovereign Marquis' eyes lit up, and he kowtowed even harder. He didn't know that the reason why Lin Ling didn't kill him was that he had left the Sovereign Marquis to Queen Qianji. Queen Qianji and the Sovereign Marquis had a grudge against each other. Queen Qianji had saved Lin Ling in the past, so Lin Ling wanted to repay her kindness. I promise you that I will bring Queen Qianji back within 3 years. The Sovereign Marquis raised his head and looked at Lin Ling solemnly. All right, I'll wait for you for 3 years. Lin Ling nodded. 3 years was sometimes like 3 days to a martial artist. Seeing Lin Ling nodding, the Sovereign Marquis was secretly surprised. As for Lord 8 and the others, they were a little confused. Was Lin Ling not afraid that the Sovereign Marquis would escape? In fact, the Sovereign Marquis had the same thought. After escaping from Lin Ling, he swore that he would never come back. If you can find Queen Qianji, I will reward you even more. On the other hand, Lin Ling walked forward, and a palm-sized bone fragment appeared in his hand. This bone fragment was mysterious and gave off a feeling of the ancient era. Ancient and weathered. Roar. Everyone seemed to have heard the roar of a dragon. Bone of the dragon god? Among them, the ancestor dragon's body continued to tremble. She was the incarnation of a dragon, so she naturally felt the pressure from the broken bone. Dragon bone? The Sovereign Marquis was stunned for a moment, and his face was filled with joy. Lin Ling didn't kill him. but gave him the dragon bone? While he was still in shock, Lin Ling sneered. He had already set up a large number of enchantments around the dragon bone in his hand. Then he slammed it into the sovereign marquis chest. The terrifying power caused the dragon bone to merge into the sovereign marquis body. He let out a painful roar, and his face was covered in cold sweat. However, he didn't dare to resist. In the end, the dragon bone disappeared into his body. Okay, after we find Queen Qianji, this dragon bone is yours. Now you can leave. Lin Ling said calmly as he retracted his hand. The sovereign marquis stared at Lin Ling and asked, "What did you do to me?" "Nothing. I just let you have the dragon bone. You can leave." Lin Ling turned and left without explaining. This made the sovereign marquis face extremely gloomy. He couldn't see through Lin Ling at all. In the end, he gritted his teeth and left. After the sovereign marquis left, everyone gathered around. Sakura frowned and said, "Second brother, why did you let him go? If he leaves and disappears in Jiuzhou, it will be difficult for us to find him." Yeah, the others were also suspicious. According to Lin Ling's personality, he wouldn't make such a low-level mistake. He can't escape from my hands. Yes. However, Lin Ling smiled faintly and said, "The main reason why I let him find Queen Qianji is that I'm not happy. 3 years later, if he can't find her, the dragon bone will explode and his soul will be destroyed." At the end of his sentence, Lin Ling's eyes flashed coldly. How could he let the sovereign marquis go so easily? In fact, when the dragon bone entered the sovereign marquis body, the sovereign marquis was already under Lin Ling's control. No matter where he was, Lin Ling could sense him. In fact, with just a thought, Lin Ling could turn the sovereign marquis into ashes. This was because Lin Ling had already set up a powerful enchantment around the dragon bone. This was a type of enchantment called the Gui Waterfang Array. It gathered thousands of enchantments and was extremely powerful. Chapter 2966. Find Queen Qianji. Moreover, that old monster had only used the universe wolf bone as the base of the formation, while Lin Ling had used the dragon bone, which was of a higher level. He was certain that there were very few people in the 9 provinces who could break this spirit formation. In the past, Lin Ling was not strong enough, so he could not control this barrier. But now it was extremely easy. I see. Sakura and the others nodded. They knew that Lin Ling was not a fool. Let's go back. It's time to see grandfather and the others. Then Lin Ling used the time and space divine steel and brought everyone to the flame world fragment. Without a doubt, when the group of experts arrived, the flame world fragment was also alarmed. Especially Yu Yu, Ancestor Tai Yin and the others, when they saw Lin Ling return. They were all overjoyed. Great, the culprit who destroyed the rainforest sacred ground is only the Empress Dowager left. After hearing Lin Ling's summary of what happened, Ancestor Tai Yin immediately said with relief, "I am still a bit away from the Empress Dowager's strength, but it won't be long before I catch the Empress Dowager." Lin Ling said with a smile. That night, the evil flame sect was also very lively. After the banquet, the imperial court people left. Lin Ling, Sakura, and the others still stayed in the flame world fragment. Lin Ling took out a large amount of dragon bones and gave them to Sakura, and taught him how to refine them. Sakura's underworld god bones also had the powerful aura of dragon bones. As for Qing State, everyone was waiting for the appearance of a storm. However, the Great Qing Divine Dynasty was unusually silent. Even though Lin Ling had rejected the Empress Dowager's invitation, the Empress Dowager did not appear to punish Lin Ling. Clearly, the experts of the Great Qing Divine Dynasty had their eyes on the Emperor's mandate. Because of this, they did not dare to provoke Lin Ling for the time being. However, this also caused an uproar in Qing State. Lin Ling's name swept across Qing State like a storm. It was as if he was the leader of the 5 magnates in Qing State. However, when people thought that Lin Ling would use his fame to rise in Qingzhou, Lin Ling disappeared without a trace again. This made many people recall what Lin Ling had said in the 8 Gods' Heavenly Palace. He was not interested in the position of Azure Emperor. In reality, Lin Ling had always been in the Flame World Fragment, accompanying his family, and teaching the people of Evil Flame Sect. During this period of time, his cultivation had also stabilized. However, if he wanted to step into a higher realm, He would need a lot more cultivation resources than he could imagine. The fusion of 3 dantians was indeed powerful, but the disadvantage was that it was very difficult to cultivate. As for the 4th dantian, Lin Ling still lacked a foundation, so he could only strengthen his martial arts. As time passed, his fire universal power had reached 70%. Of course, Lin Ling had also tried to refine the dragon bones. However, his godly demon body was still in a saturated state and could not absorb the dragon bones. Dragon bones, the bones of the dragon god, were not ordinary body refining treasures. Naturally, it was even more difficult to absorb. Lin Ling guessed that unless he had the right time and place, such as a powerful lightning strike or a suppressive force, he could use it to refine the dragon bones. Of course, if a martial artist had a strong physical body, they could also help him refine the dragon bones. Unfortunately, these conditions were rare. As for martial artists with strong physical bodies, it was even more difficult. Therefore, Lin Ling could only give up on absorbing the dragon bones for now. Father, I have comprehended the power of chaos. When he was free, Lin Ling also constantly gave pointers to Lin Yi. What made Lin Ling sigh was that Lin Yi's conditions were much better than his. This was because when Lin Ling and Lin Yi were at the same age, he did not even have the World King realm. However, Lin Yi's growth conditions had both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage was that Lin Yi's cultivation speed was faster. The downside was that Lin Yi lacked the tenacity of Lin Ling, who had been through many hardships. Therefore, Lin Ling planned to let Lin Yi go out to temper himself after a while. Lin Yi's strength is not strong. Won't it be dangerous for him to go out to temper himself? Yu was a little worried. Jade cannot be made into anything without being polished. Sometimes, you should let him fly. Lin Ling shook his head. He did not want to spoil his son too much. Hearing this, Yu could only nod. At this time, Lin Ling's eyes suddenly lit up. Not bad. The sovereign marquis has found Queen Qianji. That's great. Queen Qianji helped you in the past. Today you have returned her a favor. Yu was immediately overjoyed. However, the sovereign marquis is very cunning. Obviously, he will not listen to my orders obediently. Yu, go look after the house. I will go out for a while. Lin Ling seemed to be able to see what was happening on the sovereign marquis side. He sneered. After saying this, he left the fragment of the flame world and headed towards the east border. At this moment, the east border was as vast as the sea. It had countless realms. The Great Freedom World was not famous in the east border. However, there were many strong people here. Of course, during this time, the Great Freedom World had welcomed a large number of strong people. They were searching for a woman, causing the entire world to be in turmoil. To the people of the Great Freedom World, asking them to listen to the orders of strong people was undoubtedly humiliating them. However, when they wanted to resist, they realized that those strong people were very powerful. They were like gods that they could only look up to. In the end, they compromised. Those strong people even told them that if they could find that woman, they would be rewarded handsomely. Therefore, all the martial artists in the world started to move. They were very excited because the rewards from the gods were definitely not light. The appearance and aura of that woman also spread across the entire world. My lord, this world has been sealed by us. Queen Qianji will not be able to escape even if she has wings. Within a palace in the Great Freedom Realm, a large number of people were standing there. They were all martial immortal level experts. On the leader's seat, an ambitious and ruthless man was sitting majestically. He was awe-inspiring as he looked down on the common people. You must find her, the man said coldly. He was the sovereign marquis. In the past 3 years, he had been searching for Queen Qianji. In the end, he found that Queen Qianji was hiding in the Great Freedom World. This allowed the knot in his heart to finally be untied. Of course, he would not hand Queen Qianji over to Lin Ling. The reason why he looked for Queen Qianji was because he wanted to use her to threaten Lin Ling. The dragon bones have greatly increased my strength. Did Lin Ling really not do anything to the dragon bones? The sovereign marquis said again. Ever since Lin Ling injected the dragon bones into his body, his bones had turned into dragon bones. He could easily destroy a world with a wave of his hand. His strength had also increased by more than 50%. This was an unexpected surprise. However, He was afraid that Lin Ling might have done something to the dragon bones. Therefore, he did not have the appetite to eat or drink. It has been 3 years. My lord has been investigating the dragon bones. He has also asked many seniors. They all said that the dragon bones are extraordinary. However, they do not have the concerns that you think they have. At this time, an old man said to the sovereign marquis. His words made the sovereign marquis feel relieved. Because as the old man said, in the past 3 years, he had been asking the experts of the 9 prefectures to help him investigate the dragon bones. He had even gone bankrupt because of it. However, other than being envious of the dragon bones, those experts did not find anything wrong with the dragon bones. Chapter 2967. Lin Ling had arrived. It seems that I was too suspicious. However, Lin Ling, I don't know if I should thank you or hate you. Right now, I fused this dragon bone with my talent and formed the Qingzhou dragon cauldron. Although my realm essence didn't increase, my physical strength has reached 70 realms. I'm afraid that even if you appear in front of me now, you might not be able to kill me. The Marquis of Sovereign Heaven Controlling smiled confidently. Now that he had the dragon bone, he might be able to transform into a dragon god in the future. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. He couldn't help but stand up and roar towards the sky. The sound of a dragon's roar shook the heavens and the earth. The Great Freedom Realm was in turmoil. The cultivators of the Great Freedom Realm were all shocked and knelt down on one knee. To them, the Marquis of Sovereign Heaven Controlling was undoubtedly a god. With a single breath, the Great Freedom Realm could collapse. My lord, I found it. At that moment, someone let out a cry of surprise, causing the Marquis of Sovereign Heaven Controlling's eyes to light up. Tell me where it is. It's in the east, a village called Wuxia Village. Someone knelt down in front of the Marquis of Sovereign Heaven Controlling, and said excitedly, "Good, you have done a great service. It won't be long before a martial immortal realm expert will be born in your realm." The Marquis of Sovereign Heaven Controlling waved his sleeve and stood up majestically. The next moment, he disappeared from where he stood. My lord is mighty. Everyone knelt down and became even more excited. So powerful, he must be an expert from the 9 provinces. The experts of the Great Freedom Realm were both excited and proud because the Marquis of Sovereign Heaven Controlling was in a good mood. Not only would he guide them in martial arts, he might even recruit them. They felt that it was their fortune to be able to be under the Marquis of Sovereign Heaven Controlling. Instantly, one by one, they puffed out their chests as if their names would shake the 9 provinces in the future. Wuxia Village was an ordinary village in the Great Freedom Realm. The people in the village also practiced martial arts, but they weren't very strong. A long time ago, a beautiful woman came here and lived in seclusion in the village. However, one day, the village was besieged by a huge number of demonic beasts, and the entire village was in danger. That mysterious woman finally made a move, and let everyone know that this beautiful woman was actually so powerful. It was because of this that the news spread out quietly. "Queen Qianji, how are you?" A loud and clear voice suddenly rang out in the sky above the village. Hearing that voice, the expression of a woman wearing cotton clothes in the village changed, and she let out a sigh. Last time, when she unleashed her full strength, she knew that it would definitely bring about trouble, and now it seemed that it was indeed the case. "Marquis of Sovereign Heaven, I didn't expect you to find this place." That woman slowly walked out. She was Queen Qianji. She knew that if the Sovereign Heaven Marquis could find this place, it would be impossible for her to escape. The Marquis of Sovereign Justice's eyes lit up as he stared at Queen Qianji. Although Queen Qianji's clothes were ordinary, her natural beauty brought out another kind of beauty. "Why hide from me? I don't want your space-time steal anymore. From now on, follow me." Looking at Queen Qianji, the Marquis of Sovereign Heaven governing Marquis thought of the past. They were geniuses of the same generation, and he used to like Queen Qianji. "Lin Ling has already fallen. In Qingzhou, I am the king. That's why I have the power to find you," the Marquis of Sovereign Heaven said again. His words made Queen Qianji's eyes light up. Seeing this, the Marquis of Sovereign Heaven knew that Queen Qianji must be very worried. He smiled again and said, "If you follow me, I promise you that I will let Lin Ling go." "You're not lying to me, right?" Queen Qianji frowned and said, She had not returned to Qingzhou for a long time, and she did not know what had happened there. Therefore, she believed the Marquis of Sovereign Heaven Marquis's words. Of course. The Marquis of Sovereign Heaven Marquis nodded solemnly. In fact, he had already decided not to return to Qingzhou. Although he was not afraid of Linling now, he felt that Linling was too mysterious. Therefore, he decided to wait until he transformed into the dragon god before returning. I promise you. After thinking for a while, Queen Qianji finally nodded. Don't worry. I owe you in the past. In the future, I will make it up to you. Seeing this, the Marquis of Sovereign Heaven Marquis said gently. However, Queen Qianji snorted coldly. In the past, the Marquis of Sovereign Heaven Marquis had annihilated her tribe. She would never forget this grudge. Although she was following the Marquis of Sovereign Heaven Marquis now, she would also find a chance to take revenge. Let's go. The Marquis of Sovereign Heaven Marquis smiled meaningfully. How could he not know what Queen Qianji was thinking? Unfortunately, Queen Qianji did not have the chance. Moreover, if Queen Qianji became his wife and had a child, what was done could not be undone. Queen Qianji would not want to kill him anymore. The Great Freedom Realm, the other home of the Marquis of Sovereign Heaven Marquis, was not bad. The two of them walked into the distance and returned to the most powerful sect in the Great Freedom Realm. When the Marquis of Sovereign Heaven Marquis and Queen Qianji returned, flattery could be heard. My lord and this lady are a perfect match. Why don't we get married today? An old man suddenly said with a smile. He looked at the crowd and asked, Everyone, am I right? Yes. The Marquis of Sovereign Heaven Marquis smiled faintly. These cultivators from the Great Freedom Realm were smart. He immediately looked at Queen Qianji and said, Queen Qianji, you should know how I treat you. So let's get married. When we have a family, I don't want to go back to Qingzhou anymore. Let's forget about our past grudges. His words seemed calm, but in fact they were full of threats. What he meant was that if she did not marry him, he would go back to Qingzhou. When he met Linling there, Linling would most likely die. Bastard. Queen Qianji gritted her teeth when she heard the Marquis of Sovereign Heaven Marquis's words. However, when she thought of the little guy that she had not seen for a long time, her heart softened and she finally nodded. Linling had made an agreement with her. Linling would help her improve her talent, and she would protect Linling. However, during that period of time, she also treated Linling as her best friend. Especially when Linling was threatened by the Marquis of Sovereign Heaven Marquis, he would rather die than hand her over. She was extremely touched. Therefore, this was the last thing that she would do for Linling. Okay. Inform the entire realm that today is the day of my lord's wedding. The cultivators from the Great Freedom Realm were very good at flattering. They immediately became noisy. In an instant, this ancient sect was extremely lively. However, at this moment, a figure appeared in the Great Freedom Realm. It was Linling. His soul power quietly spread out and covered the entire realm. He immediately discovered the Marquis of Sovereign Heaven Marquis and Queen Qianji. Long time no see, Queen Qianji. Looking at the familiar figure, a calm smile appeared on Linling's face. In the past, in order to help him, Queen Qianji used herself as a bait to bring the Marquis of Sovereign Heaven Marquis away. Linling had always remembered this favor. And now Linling could repay it. He could even help Queen Qianji take revenge. Chapter 2968. Immortal? Too weak. The Sovereign Marquis actually refined the dragon bone. Looks like this guy asked for help from some ancient experts. Linling sensed the increase in the Sovereign Marquis' strength, and immediately smiled disdainfully. The Sovereign Marquis thought that his strength had increased, but he didn't know that even though he had become a god, his life was in the hands of Linling. Not bad, my physical strength has increased. Just nice, just nice. Then Linling suddenly thought of something. It had been a long time since he had met someone with such a strong physical body. He hoped that the Sovereign Marquis could help him refine the dragon bone. Thinking of this, Linling strode toward the fairyland-like sect. After an unknown amount of time, when Linling appeared at the foot of the mountain, the experts of the sect stopped him. These people were wearing long green robes, and their auras were otherworldly, as if they were immortals. Of course, this was in the eyes of outsiders. In Linling's eyes, these people were ants. The Mahasvara Immortal Sect is not recruiting disciples now. You can leave. One of the middle-aged men looked at Lin Ling indifferently. He saw that Lin Ling was young and thought that Lin Ling was here to be apprenticed. Recruiting disciples? Hearing this, Lin Ling was stunned. He didn't expect to be taken as a disciple. Isn't that the case? I am the celestial Taoist, the strongest immortal in the Mahasvara realm. However, if you want to join my sect, your foundation is not enough. The middle-aged man glanced at Lin Ling contemptuously and waved his sleeve. You should leave. You are not fated to be an immortal. That's right. If you want to practice martial arts, you must have immortal fate. Young man, you are not qualified. Don't be discouraged. Not everyone can join an immortal sect, so failure doesn't mean anything. That's right, that's right. Ordinary people like you should accept your fate. The young men around the middle-aged man also said indifferently. They puffed out their chests as if Lin Ling was an ordinary person, and they were noble immortals. I don't want to talk nonsense with you anymore. Seeing this, Lin Ling shook his head and walked up the mountain. This action undoubtedly caused everyone to frown. This mortal really doesn't know how to appreciate favors. Does he not know his own worth? Impudent. Do you think our Mahasvara Immortal School is your home? The sage-like middle-aged man was also very unhappy at this moment. He thought that after Lin Ling was rejected, he would definitely kneel down and beg for mercy. But who knew that Lin Ling was disdainful throughout the entire process? Looks like I have to teach this unappreciative junior a lesson. With a wave of his sleeve, surging realm origin astral wind blew, as if it had changed the seasons of this world. It was extremely magical. Master, you're amazing. This is the primeval immortal wind. I've also been bitterly cultivating this martial art. Unfortunately, I can't grasp the essence of it. I didn't expect Master to be able to summon the immortal wind with a wave of his hand. Voices of admiration could be heard from the surroundings. However, on the steps of the mountain gate, after the celestial wind blew, the blue-robed figure still walked up. Throughout the entire process, he did not even frown. As for the sage-like middle-aged man, he wanted to use this opportunity to teach his disciples a lesson. But now he was tongue-tied. Bang! Lin Ling had already appeared in front of him. He grabbed him by the neck and slammed him into the ground, causing the entire immortal mountain to shake. Poochie! The middle-aged man spat out a mouthful of blood and immediately lost the ability to resist. His face was extremely pale. Immortal? Too weak. Lin Ling did not even look at him as he strode forward. He couldn't even be bothered to kill such an ant. As for the middle-aged man's disciples, each of them had their mouths wide open. Their immortal master was now beaten like a dog. How dare you be so arrogant in our Mahasvara Immortal School? What happened at the mountain gate immediately spread throughout the entire Mahasvara Immortal School. Experts came out in droves. Some were riding immortal cranes, some were riding white tigers. The immortal aura was ethereal, as if a Daluo immortal had descended upon the world. Seeing this, Lin Ling laughed sarcastically. These weaklings loved to put on an act. They were not strong, but they thought they were immortals. Get down from here. He spat out a sentence, and the sound waves rolled out. In the sky, the immortal cranes were so frightened that their feathers fell. The white tigers trembled and left the people on them behind. All of them ran away. Bang, bang, bang. Those immortals fell to the ground one by one, their faces covered in dirt. I'm here to look for a friend. You ants should stop blocking my way. Even if you don't feel embarrassed, I feel embarrassed for you. Not wanting to waste any more time, Lin Ling had already strode forward. The entire sect was silent. Those white-bearded old men no longer had their sage-like demeanor. Their eyes were all red with anger. That young man was not old, but he was as fierce as a tiger. He stepped on them like they were dogs. Dream on. Our sect has immortals beyond immortals. You're going to die for causing trouble here. The sect leader of Mahasvara Immortal School roared. Immortals beyond immortals? They're just my former slaves. Lin Ling's voice floated over from the front. He had already arrived at the Immortal Palace-like main hall. At this moment, the main hall was packed with people. Everyone was preparing for the wedding. Bang. However, the door was kicked open by Lin Ling, and he swaggered in. Everyone stopped what they were doing, as if they were in a dream. This was because an ordinary-looking young man had suddenly come and kicked the door open. What the hell was going on? Sir, he forced his way in and said that he wanted to see a friend. He overestimated himself, and is courting death like trash. Brother. While everyone was shocked, the sect leader also followed in, pointing at Lin Ling and roaring. Everyone looked at the Sovereign Marquis. The Sovereign Marquis was sitting on the main seat. He wanted to enjoy the rest of his life, but Lin Ling's sudden arrival stunned him. The myriad worlds were vast and boundless. He, the Sovereign Marquis, had thought that if he disappeared into the myriad worlds, Lin Ling would never be able to find him. Who would have thought that Lin Ling would appear just like that? Don't panic. He is indeed my friend. Calm down. The Sovereign Marquis suppressed his shock and said calmly. His words shocked everyone from Mahasvara Immortal School. They did not expect this young man to know the powerful Sovereign Marquis. However, Lin Ling did not even look at the Sovereign Marquis. Instead, he looked at Queen Qianji, who was wearing a red bridal robe. Not bad. You can finally show your face in a bridal robe. His calm voice drifted out. Queen Qianji was still in a daze, as if she did not believe that Lin Ling would come. She only reacted after the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Her eyes were filled with excitement. Just as she was about to speak, Lin Ling smiled and spoke before her. You have been hiding for a long time. It must have been hard on you all these years. Today, I'm here to take you away and fulfill your wish. But the Sovereign Marquis is here. Queen Qianji was grateful for Lin Ling's kindness, but she looked at the Sovereign Marquis seriously. Isn't it better for him to be here? However, Lin Ling shrugged, as if telling Queen Qianji that the Sovereign Marquis was here to understand her thoughts. Chapter 2969. I'll let you have 100 moves. Don't worry, he's just a servant. Lin Ling said again. Lin Ling, that's enough. The Marquis of Sovereign Justice finally shouted. He could embarrass himself in front of everyone, but he could not embarrass himself in front of Queen Qianji. He, the servant of the past, has become much bolder today. I can see that your strength has increased greatly. Why don't I give you a chance? I won't attack you within 100 moves. If you can kill me, I, Lin Ling, will leave immediately. Lin Ling smiled calmly. His words made everyone's pupils dilate. If he didn't fight back after 100 moves, even a real deity would be killed. Moreover, the Marquis of Sovereign Justice was a deity. Lin Ling, you're crazy. Queen Qianji's expression changed drastically. Don't worry, he can't hurt me. Lin Ling waved his hand and looked at the Marquis of Sovereign Justice calmly. The Marquis of Sovereign Justice did not expect Lin Ling to be so arrogant. He admitted that Lin Ling was terrifying in the past. He was no match for him in a head-on clash. However, not fighting back after 100 moves was a different concept. Moreover, his strength had increased greatly. He might really be able to kill Lin Ling. Are you sure? The Marquis of Sovereign Justice stood up. Do I need to be sure of such a small matter? However, Lin Ling softly spat out a sentence. His words made everyone in the Great Freedom Realm think that Lin Ling was too arrogant. This was unparalleled arrogance. Sir, if he wants to die, let him be. We'll help you. Beside the Marquis of Sovereign Justice, the elites who followed him from Qingzhou all shouted. In their opinion, this was the best time to kill Lin Ling. Come at me together. However, Lin Ling was fearless. All right. The Marquis of Sovereign Justice was afraid that Lin Ling would change his mind. He waved his hand, and the elites around him all attacked. Rumble. All kinds of powerful martial arts exploded out, as if they were trying to flip over the Great Freedom World. The martial artists of the Great Freedom World were like cicadas in winter. These methods were simply the methods of a god. Lin Ling. Queen Qianji floated up and shouted worriedly. The earth continued to crack. Lin Ling was directly smashed into the earth by the powerful martial arts, causing him to suffer a little injury. However, he was overjoyed. Just as he had guessed, the dragon bone was beginning to be absorbed by the god-devil body with the help of external forces. However, it still wasn't enough. Only by using physical attacks could the dragon bones absorb more energy. Bang! Stomping on the ground, Lin Ling soared into the sky and waved his hand at the people of the world. Still too weak. It's like a mosquito bite. Show me something stronger. This guy. Everyone opened their mouths wide. Then they unleashed their unique skills once again. Rumble. The power of the universe surged, and the great freedom world was completely shattered. It collapsed, causing everyone to float on the giant rocks. Still weak. Did you guys not eat? But soon Lin Ling's voice floated out again. Go to hell. The people were completely enraged. Lin Ling took their attacks head-on, and still had the mood to laugh at them. It felt as if they were the ones being beaten up by Lin Ling. Then more powerful attacks were unleashed. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the powerful martial artists were panting heavily. They had used up all of their world essence. Queen Qianji was worried. Just as she was about to shout, Lin Ling had already appeared. He even had a bottle of wine in his hand. As he drank, he said heroically, "A bunch of cowards. Is this all you've got?" Without a doubt, Queen Qianji swallowed the words that she wanted to say. She didn't expect Lin Ling to be so fierce. One should know that the one who attacked was a martial immortal. When she left Lin Ling was only a true immortal. Everything felt like a dream to her. Lin Ling, let me take you on. Finally, the Sovereign Marquis attacked. The Qingzhou Dragon Cauldron descended, and was held up by his hands. His attack was undoubtedly earth-shattering. He was probably invincible even in the middle stage of martial immortal. Even Lin Ling could feel the surging power. However, the smile on his face became even more excited. The attack of the Sovereign Marquis. This is more like it. Rumble. This time, Lin Ling was sent flying like a meteor. He spat out blood, but he quickly flew back. First move. Lin Ling even counted. I don't believe that I can't kill you with the dragon bone. The Sovereign Marquis charged at Lin Ling again. He unleashed the physical strength of 70 worlds, and the fusion of his world essence. Bang. 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 The two of them collided in the void. They fought from the east to the west, and from the west to the north. Even the nearby worlds were shattered. A large number of martial artists appeared in the sky and watched the godlike battle in horror. I'm afraid that even a god would be beaten to death by such an attack. An old man's mouth trembled as he said. However, that young man is still alive and kicking. Beside him, a thin middle-aged man replied with a wry smile. 58th move. 59th. Sovereign Marquis, you have to seize the opportunity. Everyone saw that Lin Ling was injured, but his aura didn't weaken at all. He was still as calm as ever. They could imagine what the result would be if Lin Ling counterattacked. How can he be so powerful? Queen Qianji wasn't a fool. She knew that Lin Ling was obviously stronger than the Sovereign Marquis. She couldn't help but be shocked. It seemed that the Sovereign Marquis had lied to her. He didn't come to the Great Freedom World for her, but to avoid Lin Ling. The Sovereign Marquis actually had the cheek to say that he was the king of Qingzhou. As for the Sovereign Marquis, he became more and more panicked. He couldn't understand why Lin Ling couldn't be killed. Impossible, I have the power of 70 worlds. The Sovereign Marquis roared, and his attacks became even crazier. Lin Ling was like a small boat in a storm. He could capsize at any time, but he was still calm. The two completely different attitudes felt unreal. Hee, because you're a slave. Lin Ling replied calmly. He was also angering the Sovereign Marquis. Aren't you pursuing Queen Qianji? You're so weak in front of the girl you like. You're really a coward. Lin Ling, shut up. As expected, the Sovereign Marquis' forehead was full of veins. Compared to the humiliation of kneeling in Qingzhou, this humiliation was obviously greater. No one wanted to be humiliated in front of the girl they liked. They didn't want to appear weak and cowardly. You're a coward. However, the angrier the Sovereign Marquis was, the more Lin Ling wanted to speak. Only when the Sovereign Marquis unleashed his potential would he benefit more from Lin Ling. You can't kill me even if I stand there and let you hit me. If you're not trash, then what are you? The mocking voice continued to float out. Lin Ling, I'm going to kill you. The Sovereign Marquis' eyes were red. His bones emitted a dragon's roar, as if a divine dragon had descended. Even his cultivation realm rumbled as he entered a new realm. He had broken through. This made him ecstatic. He held the Qingzhou Divine Cauldron and smashed it towards Lin Ling. Chapter 2970. Because it was fun. Boom. The primal chaos in the universe seemed to shatter as cracks appeared. Lin Ling was sent flying like a meteor and disappeared into the distance. He's dead. He's definitely dead this time. Everyone was mumbling to themselves. That last blow from before had given them the feeling that it was going to destroy the chaos of the universe. Therefore, they all thought that Lin Ling was already dead. Aha! The sovereign marquis floated in the sky, his long hair dancing wildly. He held the Qingzhou divine cauldron in his hand like an overlord lifting the cauldron. Lin Ling, thank you. You've helped me break through, and you've also tempered my dragon bones. Most importantly, you're the one who gave me these dragon bones. He let out a roar in high spirits, as if he was exhaling and raising his eyebrows. On the other hand, Qianji Queen was biting her lips. Her face was pale as she looked at the direction where Lin Ling disappeared. Her eyes were wet. However, a figure quietly appeared in the pitch-black starry sky, and it slowly grew larger in her eyes. The blue robe was still fluttering in the wind. The ancient wine pot was still being poured into his mouth. As the strong liquor entered his throat, it shocked the world. I'm sorry to interrupt your excitement, but allow me to say something, because I've also broken through. Lin Ling strolled back. Although his blue robe was dyed red with blood, his spirit was trembling and he was calm and collected. If he had changed into a clean robe, people would have thought that Lin Ling was completely unscathed. How could this be? The sovereign marquis was still holding on to the Qingzhou divine cauldron. His eyes were wide open. Then he gathered all the strength in his body into his arms, and threw out the Qingzhou divine cauldron. Roar! A dragon surrounded the cauldron and roared. This was the dragon god. The aura of the ancient god era made the divine cauldron shoot towards Lin Ling like a meteor. Bang! However, Lin Ling punched out. Rumble! The entire void shattered, and the ancient dragon cauldron was blasted apart, turning into dust. This terrifying scene directly stunned everyone. Previously, the divine cauldron had continuously smashed towards Lin Ling. It was as steady as a mountain, as if it would not break even after 10,000 years. And now Lin Ling made his move. He only needed one punch to shatter the dragon cauldron. The 100th move is up. I have to say you, the sovereign marquis, are truly a piece of trash. Even though you've broken through and the dragon bone has entered your bone marrow, you still can't kill me. Lin Ling strode forward. The entire process was as light as a breeze. Meanwhile, the sovereign marquis stood in the sky in a daze. He thought that after hiding for 3 years, his strength had increased greatly. When he saw Lin Ling again, even if he couldn't kill Lin Ling wouldn't be able to do anything to him. However, everything was the same as before. Nothing had changed. Lin Ling was the nightmare of his life. Why is this happening? I've already refined the dragon bone. The sovereign marquis held his head and kept shaking his head, as if he couldn't figure it out at all. It's simple. Lin Ling smiled gently and came in front of him. With a thought, the realm-swallowing beast appeared. The terrifying thing was that around the realm-swallowing beast, a huge divine dragon was roaring, swallowing the heavens and the earth. This terrifying pressure directly made the sovereign marquis open his mouth, because he sensed that it was a desolate body. And it was a desolate body with the aura of a dragon god. The dragon bone I gave you is actually the bone near the dragons, and I have too many dragon bones. Seeing the sovereign marquis expression, Lin Ling's expression was calm as he spoke again. Pooh. Hearing this, the sovereign marquis spat out a mouthful of blood. He thought that Lin Ling was an idiot to give him such an important treasure like the dragon bone. Who knew that Lin Ling had countless dragon bones? No wonder his strength had increased greatly, but he still couldn't shake Lin Ling. Because if he was the god of dragon bones, then Lin Ling would be the king of gods above him. You're playing with me. The sovereign marquis immediately roared. I wasn't playing with you, Yang Qi said. I was just about to miss out on the opportunity to refine the dragon bone. Luckily you were faster than me, so I borrowed your hand to refine it for me. Lin Ling corrected. Puff. Hearing this, the sovereign marquis spat out another mouthful of blood. No wonder Lin Ling gave him a handicap of 100 moves. He was using him as a sparring partner. A nightmare. As expected of the Marquis of Sovereign Justice's nightmare. As the saying goes, when the virtue rises 1 foot, The devil rises 10 feet. No matter how high he flew, as long as Lin Ling floated above his head and looked down on him, then he would always look down on him from afar. Also, I actually tampered with that dragon bone of yours. I can use it to find out where you are, and it'll be easier for me to get it back. Lin Ling said again. Both of his hands formed a barrier, causing the Marquis of Sovereign Justice to cry out in pain. His bones actually broke out of his body. No, my bones. The Marquis of Sovereign Justice roared unwillingly. What a pitiful person. You're about to lose your life, but you still care about that small dragon bone. I already said that I have hundreds of such dragon bones. Lin Ling held the dragon bone of the Sovereign Marquis in his hand. With a light squeeze, the dragon bone shattered. In fact, this was only the ancient bone of the dragon god Fusu. As for the real dragon god's dragon bone, Lin Ling had refined it himself. This also allowed his world-swallowing beast talent to reach the first-grade desolate body. His body's strength had also reached 200 world power, and his strength had greatly increased. Lin Ling, why did you do this to me? You could have killed me, but you told me to find Queen Qianji. After giving me hope, you killed me with your own hands. Why? The Marquis of Sovereign Justice let out a groan. He was unwilling. He was extremely unwilling. He, an ambitious person of his generation, had actually ended up like this. From the beginning to the end, he had been toyed with by a junior. There was no escape, no escape. He was completely unwilling. Because it's fun. Fun. However, Lin Ling smiled calmly. That sentence directly made the Marquis of Sovereign Justice feel as if he had been struck by lightning. Because it was fun. In fact, it was because he was weak, so Lin Ling could play with him however he wanted. Just like when the Marquis of Sovereign Justice was strong, he repeatedly wanted to harm Lin Ling, but he was saved by Lord 8 and the others. This was also because the Marquis of Sovereign Justice was strong enough. Therefore, Lin Ling deeply returned the feeling of being toyed with to the Marquis of Sovereign Justice, and he even surpassed him. The Marquis of Sovereign Justice stared at Lin Ling, gritted his teeth, and ran into the distance. He did not want to die. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, he would not give up. Stop him. He threw all the warriors of the great freedom world at Lin Ling. My lord, no. Those warriors were stunned. They did not expect the Marquis of Sovereign Justice to sacrifice them at the critical moment. One had to know that not long ago, they were proud of following the Marquis of Sovereign Justice. Bang! Lin Ling punched out, and all the people who were thrown at him were all smashed into pieces. He put his hands behind his back and quietly looked at the fleeing Marquis of Sovereign Justice. He said, Queen Qianji, don't you have a death feud with him? Hearing this, Queen Qianji woke up from her shock. She did not expect Lin Ling to become so strong. It was so easy for him to defeat the Marquis of Sovereign Justice. That's right. My people all died in his hands. In this life, I will kill him quickly. Queen Qianji said. All right, I will help you cripple him and let you take revenge with your own hands. Chapter 2971. What a great invitation. That smile stunned Queen Qianji. It was as if she had seen Lin Ling for the first time. At that time, Lin Ling was like a young boy to her, and he always had this kind of smile on his face. But now, this young man was like a god who had the power to dominate everything. He could even shatter the void. Thank you. Queen Qianji had a lot to say in her mind, but in the end, she only said one sentence. In the past, Lin Ling had promised her that he would personally avenge her. At that time, she didn't believe that Lin Ling had the ability to do so, but she didn't laugh at Lin Ling because Lin Ling was the first man to say those words to her. However, after more than 10 years, Lin Ling had done it. But he has already escaped. Queen Qianji frowned. He can't escape. Lin Ling shrugged. Under his feet, it was as if he was stepping on a divine dragon. Boom. The void instantly exploded. Cracks appeared and spread across 10,000 realms, causing the nearby realms to collapse and shake. As for Lin Ling, he had directly disappeared. This terrifying speed caused everyone to tremble. It was because they discovered that this was the speed of the flesh, the terrifying speed produced by stepping on the void with great power. This was the first time they had seen such speed in their lives. Sanctification of the flesh. This was the only sentence floating in their minds. At that moment, The sovereign marquis was running forward. However, when he saw that Lin Ling wasn't chasing after him, he smiled excitedly. Of course, this smile didn't last long. This was because he recalled that Lin Ling had given him the dragon bone. This proved that Lin Ling wouldn't let him go. But why didn't Lin Ling chase after him? Just as he was thinking, the space behind him rumbled and cracked open. In the next moment, a figure appeared in front of him with his hands behind his back and his long hair dancing in the wind. It was Lin Ling. Why? The sovereign marquis body started to tremble. He had already escaped so far. How could Lin Ling still catch up to him? No wonder Lin Ling didn't chase after him. It turned out that he still couldn't escape from Lin Ling's palm. 30 realms speed. Lin Ling slowly turned around and said with a smile. His words and expression made the sovereign marquis's heart turn to ash. He looked at Lin Ling as if he was looking at an immortal. You better go back obediently. Lin Ling took a step forward and mysteriously appeared in front of the sovereign marquis, punching out. Crack crack. That punch directly destroyed all the bones and flesh in the sovereign marquis's body, turning him into a cripple. Even his dantian was broken. Lin Ling walked back slowly as if he was holding a chicken. At the same time he asked casually, Sovereign Marquis, do you regret trying to kill me? The sovereign marquis found it difficult to breathe. He knew that he had fallen into a nightmare and would never be able to escape. He shook his head. No, not at all. Because the universe is chaotic and fair. I have killed many geniuses. Now that the cycle of karma has happened, I was killed by a genius. As the saying goes, if you walk by the river, how can your feet not get wet? However, Lin Ling, it is destined that you will be like me and be killed by someone stronger. Thank you for the reminder. Unfortunately, you won't be able to see that day. Lin Ling replied with a smile. Then he asked, looking at you, you seem very unconvinced. You guessed wrong. I am convinced by you, but it doesn't mean that I regret attacking you. The sovereign marquis continued to shake his head. Very good. Before you die, you didn't let me look down on you. Hearing this, Lin Ling nodded. The sovereign marquis was indeed an ambitious person. Even if there was still a glimmer of hope, he would not give up and run away. However, when he was really close to death, he did not regret what he had done in his life. Such a person was indeed someone who could achieve great things. Once again, Lin Ling came to Queen Qianji's side and threw the sovereign marquis to her. Queen Qianji was agitated and looked at the sovereign marquis with hatred. I am willing to die in your hands. The sovereign marquis looked at Queen Qianji and slowly closed his eyes. Lin Ling, I will bring him back to my hometown and kill him in front of my tribe. Thank you for today. Queen Qianji suppressed her excitement and bowed to Lin Ling. Go. If you need my help, feel free to look for me. Lin Ling threw out a jade tablet. She could contact him through the jade tablet. Qianji Queen took the jade tablet. Then, she left with the sovereign marquis and the people of the Great Freedom Realm. So powerful. The people from Wuxia village left with Queen Qianji. However, they were in awe of Lin Ling. To them, Lin Ling was like a god. As for the strongest sect in the Great Freedom World, the sect leader and other powerful cultivators all knelt down. In front of Lin Ling, they no longer dared to call themselves immortals. However, Lin Ling was not interested in them. He turned around and returned to Qingzhou. Now he had untied all the knots in his heart. In Qingzhou, the only thing he could not let go of was the Empress Dowager. If he could get rid of the Empress Dowager, he could embark on the path of revenge and find Tian Liuli. The dragon bones and the desolate body have increased my strength by more than 30%. Pity. Unfortunately, the fourth dantian is still lacking. Pity. Along the way, Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. As his strength increased, he needed more cultivation resources. Lin Ling, you are back. Pity. When Lin Ling was about to reach Qingzhou, an old woman appeared in the void and looked at Lin Ling calmly. Lightning flashed around her body. She was wearing a red robe and holding a walking stick. She looked ancient. Thunderous Mother. Yes. Lin Ling's eyes flickered slightly, then he smiled. The Empress Dowager invites you to meet her. Yes. Seeing Lin Ling's smile, Thunderous Mother's heart trembled subconsciously, but she still gritted her teeth and said, she was ordered by the Empress Dowager to invite Lin Ling. You appeared in front of me alone. Aren't you afraid that I will kill you? Yes. Lin Ling did not answer Thunderous Mother's words, but continued to smile. You wouldn't dare. Yes. Thunderous Mother's eyes flickered suddenly, and she said forcefully, if the Empress Dowager had not asked her to invite Lin Ling, she would not have appeared in front of Lin Ling today. This was because she felt that Lin Ling was giving her a lot of pressure. The Sovereign Marquis just died. However, Lin Ling's next sentence directly changed Thunderous Mother's expression. She had said that Lin Ling wouldn't dare, but Lin Ling told her that the Sovereign Marquis was dead. This meant that there was really something that Lin Ling wouldn't dare to do? You don't have to be nervous. I won't kill you for the time being. Tell me, why is the Empress Dowager looking for me? Seeing Thunderous Mother's expression, Lin Ling said slowly, the Empress Dowager wants to give you a spirit cave. She invites you to see her and participate in the Chi Turtle and Snake Heavenly Fruit Conference. Thunderous Mother did not dare to look at Lin Ling. She lowered her head and said, she was afraid that Lin Ling would really kill her. Spirit cave. Lin Ling's eyes lit up instantly. This was a spirit cave that was born in Huanyu. At first, it was a spirit chi vortex the size of a fist. After countless years, it gradually grew and had countless spirit chi. It was an extremely rare treasure. Chapter 2972. The Heavenly Fruit Conference. However, it took a long time to grow into Jiuzhou. Moreover, those who encountered the spirit cave would not give up on it, which led to the spirit cave rarely being able to grow. The spirit cave had another effect, which was one of the best treasures for advancement. If one wore it, it would be 100 times, 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times more effective than ordinary cultivation. If one refined it directly, the spirit cave's spiritual chi would be even greater than an emperor crystal. The Empress Dowager really put in a lot of effort. I, Lin Ling, will participate in the Heavenly Fruit Conference. Lin Ling had no reason not to participate. First, he lacked the treasures needed to break through to the next realm. Second, he also wanted to see the culprit behind the massacre of the sacred rainforest. Hand over the spirit cave and lead the way. Lin Ling then looked at Mother Lane and said. This made Mother Lane happy. As long as Lin Ling agreed, everything would be fine. The Empress Dowager had once told her that if she could invite Lin Ling, she would be able to protect her from death. Then she quickly handed over the spirit cave. This was a spiritual chi vortex the size of a fist. It was extremely exquisite. It fell into Lin Ling's hand and was held by his palm. It was still like a small tornado, but the spiritual chi in the vortex was terrifyingly dense. Then the two of them, one in front and one behind, arrived at Qingzhou and went straight to the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. The Heavenly Fruit Conference was a conference that was held every 100 years since Emperor Qing took the throne. Only the giants of the Great Azure Divine Dynasty could participate. As for the Heavenly Tortoise Snake Fruit, it was also an extremely rare treasure. It had no effect on cultivation, but it could prolong one's life. For some warriors with ordinary talent, they had lived for thousands of years, but they felt that death was approaching and they could not break through. Therefore, they would seek some treasures that could prolong their lives. Among them, the heavenly fruit had the most significant effect. Powerful martial artists had the same lifespan as the sun and moon. They were immortal and indestructible. In fact, this was relative. Perhaps to ordinary people, they were immortal. However, to the gods of the 9 prefectures, their lifespan had an end. When they arrived at the Great Azure Divine Dynasty, the ancient city was still bustling with noise and excitement. Lin Ling lowered his head to look and realized that after so many years, this place had also changed. The two entered the ancient imperial city. In front of them, huge divine guards were marching. They were majestic and awe-inspiring. Just a glance at them was enough to frighten anyone. Those are the legendary divine guards. I'm afraid that even those in the middle stage of the martial immortal realm would be invincible. The imperial city is indeed ancient, just like a divine dynasty. People entered the vast imperial city, one after another. They were all the most powerful magnates of the Azure Prefecture. They had brought their family members to participate in the Heavenly Fruit Conference. Isn't this Lord Lu? It's an honor to meet you. Yo, true Lord Yuani, I've long heard of your great name. You've been to Crimson Province before. You're a martial arts grandmaster from Qing province. Could those three be the 9 great heavens of Qing province, Sakura, Minglu, and Xianlinglong? So strong. That's the newly risen Tianling, Tianshu Yixiao. Other than the old monsters who had been cultivating for countless years, only Tianling was qualified to be here among the younger generation. As for the newly risen Tianling, Tianshu Yixiao, this person's strength was not bad. Unfortunately, it was because of Fei Jinling's death that he was able to rise to the position. Therefore, after seeing Sakura and the others, he quietly lowered his head and did not dare to be arrogant. Could that be Lin Ling, who has disappeared for 3 years? However, at this moment, an exclamation suddenly rang out, causing the entire ancient imperial city to fall silent. This was because 2 figures floated down from the sky. One of them was young and handsome, wearing a blue robe that fluttered in the wind. This person was Lin Ling. Lin Ling, although he had disappeared for 3 years, his reputation in the Great Azure Divine Dynasty was as fierce as a dragon and a tiger. There were no more than 10 people who dared to confront him directly. Some people had already placed him as the leader of the magnates. Your Excellency Lin Ling, it's an honor to meet you at last. Seeing Lin Ling descending calmly, the old monsters bowed to him. Although they were middle-stage martial celestials, they did not dare to be arrogant in front of Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling did not pay any attention to them because he did not know them. Moreover, if Lin Ling was not strong enough, he would have been trampled on by everyone. Therefore, other than the people from the imperial court, he did not need to give any face to the others. However, his attitude did not displease the old monsters and they all smiled at him. This is Lin Ling. If he had not killed a few Tianling, I would not be qualified to be Tianling. Tianshu Yixiao's heart trembled. He had finally met the legendary expert. He hesitated for a moment, and then strode toward Lin Ling. What is Tianshu Yixiao trying to do? This guy must want to know Lin Ling. Unfortunately, he overestimated himself. Seeing Tianshu Yixiao's appearance, many old monsters reacted and smiled disdainfully. Your Excellency Lin Ling, I am Tianshu Yixiao, the new Tianling. Please take care of me. Arriving in front of Lin Ling, Tianshu Yixiao immediately bowed. His admiration was not fake, it came from the bottom of his heart. Second brother. At this moment, Sakura and the others surrounded Lin Ling and looked at Tianshu Yixiao. They were also surprised by Tianshu Yixiao's action. However, Lin Ling also saw that Tianshu Yixiao was friendly to him. He stretched out his hand and introduced himself, Lin Ling. This time, Tianshu Yixiao was stunned. The surrounding people were also stunned. They did not expect that Lin Ling would give face to Tianshu Yixiao and take the initiative to shake hands. What? Are you looking down on me? Seeing Tianshu Yixiao in a daze, Lin Ling smiled. I wouldn't dare, I wouldn't dare. Tianshu Yixiao's body trembled. He quickly stretched out his hand and gently shook Lin Ling's hand. At this moment, his heart was filled with excitement. Lin Ling, famous for his fighting prowess, was actually so approachable. This was beyond his imagination. He was already prepared to be disdained by Lin Ling. Moreover, he did not dare to have any dissatisfaction. Because he could have today, this was also because of Lin Ling's blessing. However, Lin Ling was completely different from the legends. He did not have the arrogance of a Tianling at all, looking down on everyone. If there's a chance, let's exchange pointers. Lin Ling withdrew his hand, said goodbye, and moved forward with Sakura and the others. Okay. Tianshu Yixiao nodded excitedly. Looking around again, a mocking smile suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth. He also knew that Lin Ling was approachable to him because his friendliness came from the bottom of his heart. As for the old monsters around him, they were all cunning old foxes. That kind of friendliness was just an act, so Lin Ling was disdainful of them. Big brother, you guys are here too? Along the way, Lin Ling looked at Sakura and the others and said, Yes, the Heavenly Fruit Conference is an old rule of Qing State, so the top figures of all the major giants have come. It's also a good opportunity to see the strength of Qing State, Sakura replied. However, it's too easy to hold the Heavenly Fruit Conference. Perhaps she wants to win people's hearts. After all, the birth of the Son of Heaven is getting closer and closer. If there are no accidents, during this period of time, one of the 4 great giants will become Emperor Qing. Meng Lu also said. Chapter 2973. Kill Mother Lane. The crowd continued to move forward and finally arrived at a majestic hall. The hall was located at the top of the mountain, surrounded by scenes of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. It was extremely magical. Standing on the sacred mountain, one could actually see the entire Qingzhou. In the distance, red-crowned cranes were flying in the sky. Sunlight and moonlight shone down. It was a true fairyland. In the hall, there were many people scattered around. They were all the most powerful people in Qingzhou. When Lin Ling and the rest arrived, everyone's eyes lit up. Hee, I thought some people were really so arrogant that they would never meet the Empress Dowager. In the end, they were just deliberately mystifying things. Suddenly, a sinister voice sounded. It was the 76th prince who spoke. He looked at Lin Ling from the corner of his eyes. The more he looked, the more annoyed he was. In the Great Qing Divine Dynasty, anyone who sees the Empress Dowager has to lower their noble head. Even Tianling is the same. Beside him, a wise young man also spoke. It was the 99th prince. Their words were obviously mocking Lin Ling. Previously, when Lin Ling killed the flying gold plume, the Empress Dowager had personally invited him. However, Lin Ling was arrogant and said he would not meet her in front of everyone in Qingzhou. This matter had already shaken Qingzhou. Originally, people thought that Lin Ling would not give the Empress Dowager any face. Who knew that Lin Ling would still come today? This meant that Lin Ling was also afraid of the Empress Dowager, and did not dare to disobey her orders. The powerful people of Qingzhou were also seated. Their eyes were constantly flickering. They believed the words of the 99th prince and the rest. You guys, what are you talking about? However, at this moment, Sakura also roared and opposed them with equal harshness. This rebuttal undoubtedly made the 99th prince's face turn ugly. He was the leader of the magnates, and Sakura actually did not give him any face. Hee, they were just hit where it hurts. They are just angry from embarrassment. However, the 76th prince smiled sinisterly. He looked at Mother Lane and said, Senior Mother Lane, you were the one who called Lin Ling here, right? You can say something fair and see if Lin Ling is afraid of the Empress Dowager. Hearing this, everyone looked at Lei Yin Crone. They also wanted to know how Lin Ling felt about the Empress Dowager. At this moment, Lane Mother's expression changed slightly. She glanced at Lin Ling, and found that Lin Ling had already sat down, and was drinking with the 3rd princess. That's right. Lin Ling said many good things about the Empress Dowager in front of me. I hope that the Empress Dowager won't mind his youthful frivolity. Therefore, this time he also came to apologize. In the end, the Thunder Mother said faintly. She was very afraid of Lin Ling, but this was the Empress Dowager's territory, so she was completely relieved. Moreover, this was the Empress Dowager's territory. She could not embarrass the Empress Dowager. This damned old hag. Hearing that, Sakura looked abnormally ugly. Even the 3rd princess was frowning. Lin Ling was from the Imperial Dynasty, and he feared the Empress Dowager. Didn't that mean that the Imperial Dynasty feared the Empress Dowager? At the same time, he was also humiliating the 3rd princess. I'm only telling the truth. Hearing Sakura's words, Lane Mother also replied faintly. Her expression was also extremely indifferent. Sakura gritted his teeth and wanted to stand up, but the 3rd princess stopped him. So he finally endured it. Hee, some people just love to put on an act. They are even worse than dogs. The 76th prince immediately added insult to injury, and his words were also sarcastic towards Lin Ling. His thoughts were the same as Lane Mother's. Today was the Heavenly Fruit Conference, and this was the Empress Dowager's territory. Lin Ling definitely had no right to be arrogant. No one knew the strength of the Empress Dowager, but this old lady was the behind-the-scenes person of the left Prime Minister's mansion, and the first woman of Emperor Qing. Regardless of origin or strength, she was not someone they could offend. Good wine. But at this moment, a soft voice sounded. People saw that Lin Ling had already stood up, and was slowly walking towards Lane Mother. What is he going to do? Lin Ling's arrogance is obvious to all. I think he wants Lane Mother to take back what she said before. Seeing Lin Ling stand up, Many people's expressions suddenly changed. They did not expect Lin Ling to speak at this time. Lane Mother was suddenly a little panicked. However, Lin Ling had already arrived in front of Lane Mother and was looking down at her. Lane Mother's eyes were constantly flickering. Suddenly she laughed and said, "This is the palace of the Heavenly Fruit Conference." She was reminding Lin Ling, and even threatening him. However, Lin Ling was still indifferent. The 99th Prince, the Prime Minister, the left Prime Minister, do you think we should follow some rules in the Empress Dowager's palace? Lane Mother hurriedly looked at the magnates, but they were all frowning because they did not know what Lin Ling was going to do. This also made Lane Mother more and more panicked. She smiled apologetically and said, "I was talking nonsense before. In fact, Lin Ling is here because the Empress Dowager has given him a huge reward. Otherwise, Lin Ling would not have bothered to come." After being oppressed by Lin Ling, she finally spoke the truth. She knew that if she did not speak the truth, Lin Ling would never let her go. As expected, people suddenly started discussing. They felt that with Lin Ling's arrogant attitude, how could he take the initiative to lower his head? Being invited by the Empress Dowager, Lin Ling was not afraid of the Empress Dowager at all. As for the 76th Prince, their expressions were extremely ugly. This Lane Mother was too cowardly. Moreover, with her words, the Empress Dowager would be the one to lose face. Was Lane Mother not afraid of offending the Empress Dowager? Lin Ling, I have said what I should say. At this moment, Lane Mother was in a difficult position. Although she was afraid of offending the Empress Dowager, Lin Ling was already in front of her. How could she not lower her head? However, after speaking the truth, she also looked up at Lin Ling, hoping that Lin Ling would leave. However, would Lin Ling leave? Lane Mother had tried to kill Lin Ling many times. Lin Ling had long wanted to get rid of this trouble. He had not killed her previously because he wanted her to lead the way. Therefore, Lin Ling took a sip of wine and smiled. Suddenly, he threw a punch. Lin Ling, how dare you? This sudden move had undoubtedly caused the faces of all the leaders to change drastically. Lane Mother had already lowered her head. They thought that Lin Ling had gotten everything he wanted and would return to his seat. However, who knew that Lin Ling actually wanted to kill Lane Mother? Moreover, he wanted to kill her in front of everyone. Boom. Unfortunately, any reprimand was useless. Lin Ling's punch penetrated Lane Mother's chest. Lane Mother's body was emitting terrifying thunder and lightning, and she had turned into a Lane bamboo. However, those thunderbolts could not break Lin Ling's defense at all. Every wrong has its perpetrator, every debt has its debtor. I, Lin Ling, never kill innocent people. Lane Mother, you were greedy for my space-time divine steel in the past, and sent your granddaughter to harm me. Today is the consequence of your decision. Lin Ling's fist was mixed with the divine dragon chi. As if he wanted to destroy everything, he threw another punch. Crack, 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 crack. That ancient Lane bamboo was hit by the punch and instantly cracked. Stop. At this moment, a cold voice finally rang out. In the sky, red-crowned cranes were dancing. An old lady with a large number of people arrived on auspicious clouds. Boom. Chapter 2974. Coercion. Rumble. The thunderclap Mother's body exploded, and the lightning dissipated in the sky. An ancient artifact of the universe was completely destroyed. She thought that the Empress Dowager would protect her, so she would never die. Who knew that Lin Ling would kill her in the Empress Dowager's territory? As for the palace, it was dead silent at this moment. All the magnates looked solemn. Even the third princess sucked in a breath of cold air, because even she would not dare to do what Lin Ling had done. How dare you? Finally, someone roared. It was the 76th prince. However, just as he finished speaking, Lin Ling stepped out like a fierce tiger. His palm was like a violent storm as it landed on the 76th prince's face. Hasn't your face been slapped swollen by me? That slap sent the 76th prince flying out of the palace, which made everyone's heart palpitate. Then, Lin Ling walked back slowly, as if everything had nothing to do with him. However, the palace was even more silent. Other than the leaders of the magnates, everyone else was trembling in fear. To them, Lin Ling was like an azure emperor. If he moved his feet, the great azure godly dynasty would move as well. As expected of Lin Ling. His temperament is so calm. Tianshu Yixiao said with admiration. He hoped that he could be like Lin Ling in the future, free and unrestrained by the rules of the gods. Greetings, Empress Dowager. At this moment, the Prime Minister, Minister of the Left, and the others all bowed, waiting for the Empress Dowager to attack Lin Ling. In the sky, the old woman walked down slowly. She was about 50 years old, but she had taken good care of herself. Her face was so tender that it looked like water. However, the vicissitudes of life between her eyebrows only added a little age. She walked down quietly, but an indescribable aura filled the air, which made everyone a little fearful. Even the 99th prince was no exception. He gritted his teeth. He did not expect the Empress Dowager to be so strong. He knew that if he wanted to become the Azure Emperor, the Empress Dowager would be a huge obstacle. However, to everyone's surprise, the Empress Dowager did not blame Lin Ling. After sitting down, she calmly drank her tea. Today, I'm indebted to everyone's kindness. Let's officially start the Heavenly Fruit Assembly. A palace maid walked out and spoke on behalf of the Empress Dowager. Her actions undoubtedly made the magnates feel even more pressured. She was indeed the first woman of the Azure Arch. No one could see through her at all. Amazing. There's still a gap between me and her. The third princess's beautiful eyes flickered. Even though she had the highest chance of becoming Emperor Qing, she still felt uneasy when she saw that woman. According to the usual rules, anyone who has contributed to the Great Azure Divine Dynasty during the Heavenly Fruit Conference will be able to obtain a heavenly fruit. The palace maid said again. As these words fell, many older cultivators smiled. At their age, they valued cultivation treasures, but they valued their lifespan even more. Without lifespan, no matter how many treasures they had, they were useless. After all, cultivation required time. Lin Ling obtained the Azure Thearka's Imperial Jade Seal and activated the Son of Heaven's mandate. He has fulfilled the promise given by the gods. Therefore, he has contributed and will be rewarded with 3 heavenly fruits. While everyone was pleasantly surprised, the Empress Dowager, who had been silent all this while, finally spoke. What was surprising was that although she looked dignified, her words were extremely kind. Lin Ling, I intend to reward you with 3 heavenly fruits. Kneel down and receive the heavenly fruits. The Empress Dowager said again with a smile. 3 heavenly fruits. That's 3,000 years of lifespan. Hearing this, many people's eyes turned red with envy. Even the 99th prince and the others were the same. They did not understand why the Empress Dowager was so nice to Lin Ling after he killed old Mother Lane and humiliated the Empress Dowager. Many people began to look at Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling was still drinking. He smiled and said softly, I'm still young, unlike these old farts. Therefore, I don't need too many rewards. Just give me the one that belongs to me. How dare you? You're defying the decree. Someone immediately reprimanded him. The people were also shocked. They did not expect Lin Ling to be so generous that he did not want the treasure given by the Empress Dowager. It's all right. Lin Ling is a straightforward person. What he said is right. He's young and does not need so many heavenly fruits. Men, reward him with a heavenly fruit. At this moment, the Empress Dowager also spoke with a smile. Surprisingly, she was still not angry. However, such shrewdness made everyone realize how terrifying the Empress Dowager was. Even Lin Ling's eyes flickered. Was that woman the murderer, who destroyed the sacred ground of the rainforest? However, she was also more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. One had to know that a lion that could roar was terrifying, but a lion that could endure was even more terrifying. My beloved subjects, you can all receive a heavenly fruit. However, today is the Heavenly Fruit Conference. There are fine wine and immortal fruits, but the atmosphere is lacking. The Empress Dowager did not harp on the previous matter. She looked at the crowd and smiled. Why don't we invite someone to dance and increase the mood? I heard that the third princess is the #1 beauty of the Qing state, and is equally famous as Consort Shifei. Now that Consort Shifei has perished, why don't we invite the third princess to dance? At this moment, someone echoed the Empress Dowager. Everyone looked over and saw a burly man sitting alone not far from the Empress Dowager. His long hair draped over his shoulders, making him look domineering and unruly. Many people had never seen this person before, but they saw that he had followed the Empress Dowager here. Furthermore, he was sitting alone in a seat. This showed his status even more. He's one of the Qing state's 9 heavens, the heavenly court's absolute killer tiger. The 99th crown prince stared indifferently at the man. Only the leader of the magnates knew of his origins. This person was very strong. It was said that he had the desolate body. Furthermore, he was not from the Qing state, but from another divine continent. He had stayed in the Qing state because of Consort Shifei. This person was Consort Shifei's fanatical pursuer. Not many people knew of this. Third princess, I wonder if you will give me face. The man drank alone and said with a hoarse voice. However, his words were filled with dominance. How dare you? Who do you think you are? Someone immediately retorted. The third princess's expression was calm, but there was a hint of displeasure in her eyes. She was the leader of the imperial court, and the person most likely to become Emperor Qing. Wasn't it embarrassing for her to dance for everyone? I'm nothing, but I'm someone you can never fight head-on. The man was still drinking, but at this moment he slowly raised his head. His fluttering long hair scattered, revealing a ferocious face. The most terrifying thing was that there were claw scars on his face, as if he had been injured by a divine tiger. He glanced at the person who spoke. That person's expression changed drastically, and his entire body began to tremble. What a terrifying, ferocious aura. Subconsciously, that person did not dare to raise his head to speak. I think this is a good suggestion. The Empress Dowager is our elder. As a junior, it's not a big deal to dance for her. That's right. The most important thing is that the third princess's dance is beautiful. At this moment, the Prime Minister and the Left Minister also spoke, adding insult to injury. Chapter 2975. Desolate body, divine tiger ancestor. Bastards, this bunch of beasts. Bastards. On the imperial court side, Xian Linglong and company were secretly cursing. Did these people treat the third princess as a dancer? This was too humiliating for the third princess. When they looked at the Empress Dowager, she was drinking tea with her eyes half closed. She was still unfathomable. As for the third princess, she was in a difficult position. The Empress Dowager was indeed her elder. If she were to reject her, she would be cursed for not respecting her elders. She gritted her teeth and finally, without a choice, she decided to stand up. However, at this moment, an arm pressed down on her shoulder, allowing her to slowly sit back down. I heard that when eating the heavenly fruit, warriors will live as long as the heavens and earth. If a person with a scar on his face comes out to dance, it will be more compatible. Calm. An indifferent voice suddenly rang out. It was Lin Ling who had spoken. The third princess could not reject the Empress Dowager, but Lin Ling did not need to give her face. Furthermore, he guessed that the Empress Dowager had rewarded him with 3 heavenly fruits to test him. If he were to kneel down to receive the fruits, it meant that Lin Ling might be recruited by the Empress Dowager. And now, Lin Ling had rejected her. The Empress Dowager also knew that Lin Ling was a person she could not control. Therefore, she had taken action against the third princess. When Lin Ling said that, everyone was stunned. When eating the heavenly fruit, a person with a scar on his face would come out to dance. That would be more compatible? What kind of reasoning was that? Furthermore, when people looked at the heavenly court's absolute killer, their expressions changed instantly. Wasn't a person with a scar on his face referring to the heavenly court's absolute killer? Was Lin Ling asking the heavenly court's absolute killer to come out to dance? Are you talking about me? The heavenly court's absolute killer also reacted. His cold eyes looked at Lin Ling. His killing intent was like a torrential sea of blood. With just a glance, Lin Ling knew that the heavenly court's absolute killer was very strong. In the Qing prefecture, he was only second to the giants. However, that billowing ferocious aura clearly had no effect on Lin Ling. What are you looking at? Have you never seen a handsome man before? Or are you feeling inferior? Then Lin Ling put down the wine glass in his hand, and his voice shot out like a sharp sword. This fierce voice directly scared everyone silly. The heavenly court's absolute killer, Xionghu. Until now no one knew his strength. However, he came from another divine continent, and was one of the 4 hidden heavenly blessings of the Qing province. There was no doubt about his strength. With Lin Ling's current strength, it seemed that he was not qualified to challenge him. Minister Lin Ling, as a man, how could he possibly know how to dance? Furthermore, as one of the 9 celestial blessings of Qing province, isn't it embarrassing for him to dance in front of everyone? Suddenly, an amiable voice sounded. The Empress Dowager smiled at Lin Ling. As the leader of the imperial dynasty, isn't it embarrassing for her to dance? Lin Ling glanced at the Empress Dowager, giving tit for tat. As soon as he said this, the Empress Dowager was still smiling. However, it was obvious that she could no longer refute Lin Ling. Her expression was a little embarrassed. I don't know how to dance, but if I really have to dance, I will only dance with a murderous dance. Lin Ling, do you dare to dance with me? The Heavenly Court's absolute killer, Xiong Hu, was still looking at Lin Ling with murderous intent. Lin Ling had killed his most beloved person, Shi Fei. He wanted nothing more than to tear Lin Ling apart alive. However, Lin Ling had an expert backing him up. It was Grandma Wendao, so he did not dare to act rashly. However, Lin Ling was only at the 2nd level of the martial immortal realm. Although he had some ability, how could he be a match for him? He was at the 5th level of the martial immortal realm. The Heavenly Court's absolute killer, Xiong Hu, is inviting Lin Ling to battle? The crowd also smelled something and immediately looked forward to it. They wanted to see what Lin Ling would say. However, Lin Ling drank his wine and remained silent. This made the Heavenly Court's absolute killer, Xiong Hu, say indifferently, "If you don't dare, then shut up. Also, hand over the 3rd princess's Son of Heaven's mandate. It's better for a woman to do some embroidery." If that was the case, it was undoubtedly very domineering. Because even the Empress Dowager did not dare to say such a thing. "I'll dance with you. Let's see who can dance to the end." At this moment, Lin Ling put down the wine cup in his hand and finally walked out. That calm look was mixed with a cold, murderous intent. He could see that the Heavenly Court's absolute killer, Xiong Hu, wanted to kill him. He could also see that the Empress Dowager was adding fuel to the fire. With the grudge between Lin Ling and the Empress Dowager, he obviously had no way to retreat. Moreover, he did not want to retreat. 2nd level of the martial immortal realm? You want to dance with me with your measly strength? The Heavenly Court's absolute killer seemed to be a little surprised. His long hair danced madly in the wind. Rings of killing intent filled the air. Even more so, scenes appeared behind him. Those were scenes of the chaotic beasts being killed. He was like the nemesis of all beasts. He stood up, and the sky shook. Interesting, this is getting more and more interesting. The magnates were even more excited because the scene in front of them was beneficial to them regardless of who won or lost. Lin Ling had already walked out first. His expression was extremely calm. This made the Heavenly Court's absolute killer's eyes light up. Lin Ling should not be a fool. He should be able to sense his powerful aura. However, Lin Ling still dared to fight. Could it be that Lin Ling has other trump cards? After Shi Fei's death, the Heavenly Court's absolute killer had been constantly investigating Lin Ling. In the end, he found out that Lin Ling had a sword that could unleash the power of a higher cultivation level. Therefore, that sword was the one that the Heavenly Court's absolute killer feared the most. Without the sword, Lin Ling was nothing. 2nd level of the martial immortal realm, able to fight above one's cultivation level. You are a true genius of the 9 provinces. However, I am also a genius of the 9 provinces. The words fighting above one's cultivation level are useless to me. The Heavenly Court's absolute killer also walked out. With every step he took, the world seemed to tremble. I was born in the void of the universe. I have killed tigers all my life. I was valued by the Heavenly Court's martial god Qilin. He taught me the great Tao, allowing me to be reborn. Roar. As if countless ferocious tigers were roaring, the wind and clouds in the Azure province rolled. This was the Tao of killing. Moreover, it was a cruel Tao that specialized in killing ferocious beasts. Behind the Heavenly Court's absolute killer, a terrifying monster appeared. This monster had countless tiger heads and countless tiger claws. It was as if it was formed from all the divine tigers in the universe. The moment it appeared, Everyone felt a rolling pressure. It was a kind of great Tao of the universe. Tao was the pinnacle of martial arts. It had the power to destroy everything, just like the power of a higher cultivation level. That's the desolate body? At this moment, everyone finally reacted. It was as if they had seen an ancient god. The desolate body. There were less than 10 people in the Azure province who had this terrifying talent. The existence of the desolate body meant that the path to godhood had opened the key to achieving the great Tao. From a certain point of view, the desolate body could crush a divine body as easily as blowing away dust. Even the power of the universe could not resist it. Only the power of a god, the power of a higher cultivation level, or the treasures left behind by a god could possibly resist it. Of course, if the difference in cultivation level was too great, relying on a strong realm to suppress a weak realm, it could also resist the desolate body. However, the difference in cultivation level between Lin Ling and the Heavenly Court's absolute killer meant that Lin Ling was weaker. Divine Tiger Ancestor. Chapter 2976. Sword Ceiling. The Heavenly Court's absolute killer tiger's talent was a divine tiger in the form of a beast. This was also a rare beast talent. Among the beasts, tigers always had the domineering aura of kings. Among millions of tigers, there would definitely be one who would become the king. It would kill all the other tigers and dominate the divine tiger race. It was no wonder that the Heavenly Court's absolute killer tiger's killing intent was so terrifying. In order to become the Tiger King, he had killed countless tigers in the universe. Lin Ling, ranked 4th among the 9 heavens. Unfortunately, you have no advantage against me. You killed my Shifei. You have committed a heinous crime. Move. At this moment, the Heavenly Court's absolute killer tiger moved. White light flickered and the space collapsed, turning into ashes. People only saw a fierce wind rushing out. In the next moment, behind Lin Ling, a huge arm pressing down on Lin Ling's sword. Without this sword, you are nothing. Move. The Heavenly Court's absolute killer tiger clearly knew the source of Lin Ling's strength. Therefore, he sealed Lin Ling's sword. Rumble. That arm stirred up the clouds in Qing's state, and directly increased the pressure on everyone present. What a ferocious talent. The Heavenly Court's absolute killer tiger could probably fight head-on with the leader of the magnates. At this moment, Lin Ling's expression was still calm. However, he was extremely shocked. He did not expect the Heavenly Court's absolute killer tiger to have the desolate physique talent. It was indeed domineering. However, he also sensed a familiar aura from the Heavenly Court's absolute killer tiger. It came from the Qilin martial god, Tianyan Lin. This person was Tianliuli's father. He was a mortal hidden in the myriad of worlds. Today, he should have become a god of the 9 states. He even used Li Xiaoyao's guidance to impart the great Tao to guide the Heavenly Court's absolute killer tiger. How is it? Do you feel that you can't resist? The Heavenly Court's absolute killer tiger said indifferently. Surging realm essence swept out in all directions with the 2 as the center. Lin Ling's arm was also placed on the tyrannical song sword. However, he could not pull it out. Moreover, Lin Ling's eyes began to flash with a murderous glint. His fury was like a torrential river, because he saw the successor of his lifelong enemy. Rumble. At the same time, Lin Ling's hand gently pulled out the sword. Surging world essence and the strength of his body fused together at this moment, resisting the Heavenly Court's killing tiger. Although the speed at which he pulled out the sword was slow, it shocked everyone. Lin Ling was still able to pull out the sword under the powerful desolate body of the Heavenly Court's absolute killer fierce tiger. With his sword out, Lin Ling might be able to turn defeat into victory. We must not let him draw his sword. At this moment, everyone's breathing became hurried. Victory or defeat, it all depended on whether the sword was drawn or not. What powerful strength! You are definitely not a 2nd-level martial immortal. I have underestimated you. However, that's all there is to it. At this moment, Xionghu of the Heavenly Court was also shocked. It was his first time seeing such a powerful 2nd-level martial immortal. However, he was secretly relieved. With Lin Ling's current strength, he could still suppress him. Your cultivation is too low. If this continues, you will not be able to last as long as I do. Xionghu of the Heavenly Court roared. The 100 tigers behind him also roared. However, at this moment, a fist-sized whirlpool appeared in Lin Ling's left hand. It rolled and spun, giving people an indescribable feeling of mystery. Spirit Cave. Seeing this, the faces of the leaders changed. Lin Ling actually had such a treasure? The Empress Dowager furrowed her brows because she was the one who had given the treasure to Lin Ling. She immediately knew that Lin Ling was at a disadvantage when clashing with the ferocious tiger of the celestial heavens, so he had to use the Spirit Cave to assist him. The Spirit Cave can increase the effect of cultivation by 100 or even 1,000 times. However, in a fight between experts, the effect is not much help. Someone shook his head and said. He knew that Lin Ling was wasting his time. No, look, the Spirit Cave is getting dimmer. Lin Ling seems to be refining the Spirit Cave. What, he is crazy? Cries of surprise rang out one after another. The Spirit Cave was extremely precious. Very few people would directly refine it. After all, after refining, the Spirit Cave would disappear without a trace. One was a long-term effect, the other was a short-term effect. As long as one did not have great perseverance, most people would choose the long-term effect. What's more, to refine the Spirit Cave, this itself required a strong foundation of cultivation. With Lin Ling's cultivation, refining the Spirit Cave would waste 70% of the Spirit Cave's power. A cornered beast is fighting? I love tigers that are trapped in a dead end the most. The Heavenly Court's absolute killer fierce tiger did not expect Lin Ling to give up the Spirit Cave and refine it. However, this meant that Lin Ling had reached his limit. Therefore, he urged his power again and forced Lin Ling's sword back into the scabbard. However, he thought that Lin Ling would not be able to successfully refine the Spirit Cave. He did not know the power of the primal chaos divine formula. If I want to pull out the sword, it seems that I still need more power. Lin Ling's eyes focused. A sword-like aura soared into the sky. The sword was slowly pulled out once again. Such a change left people dumbfounded. They also did not expect that Lin Ling seemed to have completely refined the Spirit Cave's power. This did not seem to be logical at all. How could they know that Lin Ling's primal chaos divine formula could refine all things in the world? How could a mere Spirit Cave not be refined? Therefore, by constantly refining the Spirit Cave's power, Lin Ling possessed the power to resist the Heavenly Court's absolute killer fierce tiger. He caused the Heavenly Court's absolute killer fierce tiger's cold face to freeze there. Heavenly Court's absolute killer fierce tiger, let me help you with this dance. At this moment, a pair of gigantic universal divine eyes appeared in the sky, overlooking all life. A white-robed youth appeared. He was majestic, like a divine general had arrived. His appearance immediately formed a massive dimensional essence storm. His eyes seemed to see through all life in the world. Lin Ling's sword gradually returned to its scabbard under his gaze. Who is this person? What powerful strength. That pair of eyes. I'm afraid it's another desolate body existence. Extreme Fire Immortal, ranked second among the 9 heavens of the Azure Province. His talent is the unparalleled Mirage Eyes. It is said that he can see through any martial arts and absorb the opponent's dimensional essence for his own use. The amount of energy he can absorb is as much as 90%. This is too heaven-defying. He is even more powerful than the child beside the third princess who has the Destiny God Eye. The Destiny God Eye is considered one of the 6 great God Eyes of the universe. It is also extremely powerful. However, this kind of eye lacks offensive power, and is not suitable for martial artists to use in battle. The experts began to whisper. They never expected that 2 hidden heavens would appear in this heavenly fruit conference. Most importantly, the 2 of them were suppressing Lin Ling at the same time, preventing Lin Ling from using his sword. Second brother, let me help you. At this moment, Indra, Minglu and Xianlinglong also made their moves. The other side was suppressing Lin Ling with 2 people. This was unfair. Thus, they also had the qualifications to make their move. The white bone giant appeared and the demon god's tomb appeared. Together, they attacked the mysterious youth in the sky. However, the youth tilted his head and lightly said, "The 3 of you are the 9 heavens of the Azure Province? You are too weak. To be on the same level as you is a humiliation to me." Chapter 2977. One was crippled, one was dead. Furthermore, something terrifying happened. Sakura and the other two's attacks were all blocked by the youth. The mysterious heaven's eye behind the youth scanned the three of them. Their realm essence instantly disappeared and was added to the youth's body. Not good, our realm essence. Sakura and the other two were immediately alarmed. That mysterious desolate body was too heaven-defying. It actually sucked all of their strength, causing them to lose the ability to fight. Lin Ling, you do have some ability. You need the two of us to block you alone. Unfortunately, how can we, the most mysterious heavens, be surpassed by a clown like you? See you. After the youth obtained the three's realm essence, his strength increased greatly. He used the heaven's eye to seal the sword. Lin Ling, what power do you still have? You're already like a candle in the wind. See you. The heavenly court's absolute killer tiger roared. The two of them joined forces to seal the sword, and even wanted to destroy Lin Ling's tyrannical song sword. At this moment, everyone in the imperial court was worried for Lin Ling. It seems that I still need more power. However, at this moment, Lin Ling also spoke. His voice was cold. Even during the entire process of his sword being sealed, his attitude was extremely calm. It felt unreal. At the same time, space roared. Lin Ling held the tyrannical song sword's hilt and suddenly exerted force. It formed an endless amount of realm essence. It was shocking. He broke through. The 99th prince suddenly exclaimed. Unknowingly, Lin Ling had reached the third level of the martial immortal realm. It's the spirit point. The prime minister and the left minister also stood up. Lin Ling had broken through at the crucial moment, and suddenly blocked the two's suppression. You have some ability. This change caused the youth in the sky to frown. Is my strength not enough? Then let the storm come even crazier. Lin Ling raised his head to look at the sky. His expression was cold, and his words were like swords. A sharp great way of the sword swept out crazily at this moment. Behind him, the world-swallowing beast's talent finally exploded. However, the divine dragon soared into the sky, collapsing the sky and the earth. It fought against the celestial heaven's killer tiger behind him. It was a scene of a dragon and a tiger fighting. Not good. Dragon God? At this moment, the heavenly court's absolute kill vicious tiger's expression changed drastically. Lin Ling gave him a very ancient feeling, even bigger and more majestic than him. If he was the king of divine tigers, then Lin Ling would be the dragon god. We must block it. He continued to roar, attempting to suppress Lin Ling's sword again. However, tyrannical song sword slowly floated up. Although the speed of drawing the sword was very slow, anyone could tell that it was only a matter of time. You won't last until the end of this dance. At the same time, a sharp sound rang out. The sword was unsheathed, and the sword light was like water. Drip. There was no deafening sound, only the sound of blood dripping. No one saw when Lin Ling drew his sword, but they saw that Lin Ling was standing with his sword in hand. Behind him, the heavenly court's absolute kill vicious tiger had a sword mark on his neck. He glared at Lin Ling and finally pointed at Lin Ling. He did not say a word and slowly fell down. The heavenly court's absolute kill vicious tiger was dead. This was one of the most mysterious geniuses of the Qing state's 9 heavens. He could not block Lin Ling's sword and ended up in the same state as Shifei. When he draws his sword, he is really so terrifying. People began to squirm. No wonder the heavenly court's absolute kill vicious tiger wanted to seal Lin Ling's sword. So that was the reason. Unfortunately, the heavenly court's absolute kill vicious tiger failed. At the same time, the youth in the sky had a drastic change in expression. He spat out a sentence. Desolate physique? You actually have a desolate physique. Rumor has it that you have a divine physique. With that said, the Qing state was alarmed once again. Previously, the sword was too fast, causing people to fail to see Lin Ling's talent clearly. Now that they heard Extreme Fire Immortal's words, they finally reacted. It was no wonder Lin Ling was not afraid of the heavenly court's absolute kill vicious tiger. He also had a desolate physique. Furthermore, he had broken through. With his mysterious power of realm essence, killing someone of a higher realm was not a problem. You won't be able to accompany me for the last dance. At that moment, Lin Ling calmly looked up. His eyes were as sharp as swords as he slashed the sword in his hand towards the sky. That strike caused a headless elder to appear behind him. His sharpness was on full display and he was invincible. Ah! A painful cry immediately sounded from the sky. People saw that the god's eye floating in the sky had been severed by the sword. As for Extreme Fire Immortal, he held his eyes as he fell to the ground in pain. His eyes had been blinded by a single strike. This meant that without the talent of a desolate physique, he was only an ordinary genius. Even Sakura and company could easily defeat Extreme Fire Immortal. "You crippled me!" Extreme Fire Immortal shouted ferociously. However, Sakura and company had already walked forward. Without the mysterious desolate physique, how could Extreme Fire Immortal still be so arrogant? "You think you are as famous as us? You are humiliating us," Xian Linglong said coldly. Extreme Fire Immortal seemed to react as he was horrified. Of course, no one paid any attention to him. He was just a cripple. He was no longer the most mysterious heaven's gift. Instead, they looked at Lin Ling with grave expressions. Lin Ling had fought against two heaven's gifts at the same time. In the end, one was dead and the other was crippled. This meant that Lin Ling was probably the #1 heaven's gift in Qing State. He could even compete with the last person. At the thought of this, the various magnates found it difficult to breathe. Even the leader of the magnates felt the intense pressure. "Your Excellency Lin Ling, it was just a spar. Yet you killed two heaven's gifts. This is weakening Qing State's combat power." At this moment, a palace maid beside the Empress Dowager said coldly. She seemed to want to speak on behalf of the Empress Dowager to punish Lin Ling. Everyone was stunned. This was because Lin Ling had fought against Heavenly Court Absolute Killer Xiong Hu. It was Heavenly Court Absolute Killer Xiong Hu who had invited him to battle. Now that he was dead, the Empress Dowager wanted to blame Lin Ling? "Yes, I killed them. So what?" Lin Ling slowly sheathed his sword. He looked at the Empress Dowager indifferently and said, "I didn't expect the leader of the great Qing Divine Dynasty to be so shameless. The wine was invited by you. The dance was also suggested by you. Now you are blaming me for killing them? However, I can understand your anger. The magnates don't have many experts to begin with. Now that two of them have died, this is undoubtedly a loss of wings for the magnates." Ha 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 ha. At the end of his sentence, Lin Ling laughed maniacally. Hearing this, the magnate's eyes turned red with anger. Until now, there were less than 10 people in Qing State who could defeat Lin Ling. Now that two of them had died, how could they not be angry? At this rate, other than the Azure Emperor, no one would be able to defeat Lin Ling. "Lin Ling, you are talking nonsense. You are just lucky." Seeing how arrogant Lin Ling was, the palace maid looked at the Empress Dowager and hurriedly said, "Lucky? Then, you can ask your men to come out and invite me to dance again. I would like to see how many of you magnates I can kill." Chapter 2978. Someone from Crimson State. After saying that, Lin Ling walked towards the third princess. Everyone was silent. Lin Ling was the first person to threaten the Empress Dowager in front of the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. The Empress Dowager's eyes were cold, but she looked at the sky and endured it. She knew that the mastermind behind the Imperial Court must be watching. Unless the Azure Emperor intervened, she would not be able to fight against him. "Heavenly Fruit Conference, let's continue," someone said, forcing himself to remain calm. He did not want to be affected by Lin Ling's previous feat. The magnates were all smart people, and they all started to laugh. Some of them started to drink, and some of them started to talk and laugh. Of course, they looked calm on the surface, but deep in their hearts, huge waves were surging. After Lin Ling returned to his seat, the third princess and the others looked at him gratefully. If it was not for Lin Ling, the Imperial Court would have been humiliated today. "Third princess, if you want to become the Azure Emperor, sometimes you have to face difficulties alone." After Lin Ling sat down, he took a sip of wine and looked at the third princess indifferently. The third princess frowned, not understanding Lin Ling's words. "You are afraid of offending the Empress Dowager and the other magnates joining hands to suppress the Imperial Court. But in reality, we have already fallen out. So, you have to be decisive when you need to be. Even if there is a mountain of blades and a sea of fire in front of you, you have to face the storm. Only then can you become the Azure Emperor." Since ancient times, The process of becoming the Azure Emperor has never been smooth. Sometimes, opportunities are born in danger. Lin Ling continued, and the third princess quickly bowed and said, Master, you are right. The third princess has learned her lesson. She knew that Lin Ling thought that she was too hesitant, and did not let go of the shackles of the past. She still treated the Empress Dowager as an elder, causing her to worry about personal gains and losses. However, since she wanted to compete for the position of the Azure Emperor, offending the Empress Dowager was unavoidable. So, she had to be decisive. The third princess was also a rare genius. At this moment, she calmed down, and there was wisdom and sharpness in her eyes. She looked at everyone with a look of contempt. Only by treating everyone as ants would she be qualified to become the Azure Arch. The Heavenly Fruit Conference was still bustling with noise and excitement as if nothing had happened. However, it was obvious that no one dared to offend the Imperial Court at this moment. As for Lin Ling, he was calmly drinking. In truth, he was checking his own cultivation. Previously, he had forcibly broken through to the third-layer martial immortal realm with the help of the mystical cave. His spirit points were also completely depleted, but the enormous amount of spirit chi allowed his 3 dantians to reach the realm of perfection. There was even a lot of spirit chi stored in his body. The spirit cave was worthy of being a precious treasure of the universe. If he used royal crystals to cultivate, it would not have such an effect. Unfortunately, spirit points were too rare. If he had another spirit point, Lin Ling was confident that he could advance again. At the 3rd level of the martial immortal realm, my world essence is extremely dense. Although it's a little impure, cleansing it is only a matter of time. With the world essence of the 3 dantians added together, I have the world essence of the 9th level of the martial immortal realm. Unless I encounter an expert with the desolate body, I have nothing to fear. Lin Ling's lips curled into a smile. Now that his strength had greatly increased, the feeling of having everything under his control was very comfortable. With the help of the dragon bone, my world-devouring beast talent has reached the desolate body level. My physical strength has greatly increased. Now that I have broken through, the 4th dantian can be born. Lin Ling said to himself. He glanced at the experts of the Heavenly Fruit Conference and immediately opened his 4th dantian. If it were any other time, he would not dare to be so ostentatious. However, he had already refined the Divine Dragon Pill. What he was doing now was just adding fuel to the fire. Rumble. His dantian rumbled, as if a dragon was roaring. The 4th dantian slowly opened. Moreover, the remaining spirit chi from the mystical cave rushed to the 4th dantian. The world river turned into a sea, extremely vast. At this moment, the authoritative figures were still talking. They did not expect Lin Ling to cultivate in front of them, and greatly increase his strength. Awesome! Lin Ling shouted in his heart. Because with the remaining spirit chi from the mystical cave, his 4th dantian had finally reached the 1st level of the martial immortal realm. Of course, all of this seemed simple. In fact, Lin Ling had put in a lot of effort for this moment. After an unknown period of time, Lin Ling opened his eyes. There was a hint of excitement in his eyes. He did not say much and began to drink with his elder brother. At the same time, he quietly looked at the sky. Tian Liuli's path of revenge had begun. One of his greatest wishes in this world was to take revenge on Tian Liuli, and the other too. One day, he would definitely step onto the peak of the 9 states and trample on this goddess. However, when he looked at the sky, the wind and clouds were rolling. A golden scroll, as if it covered the entire universe, carried a large number of people and rolled over. This change was immediately noticed by the Empress Dowager and the others. Their expressions changed slightly. This group of people was extremely powerful. Any one of them stood at the peak of the green state. Is the Empress Dowager here? Heavenly Prince Guangshuan is here. A majestic and domineering voice rang out like thunder. These people came uninvited and jumped down from the sky into the palace. Bang, bang, bang. They walked in through the door. Their steps were like the steps of giants, causing the green state to tremble. Heavenly Prince Guangshuan? The 3 emperors of the Crimson State? The Empress Dowager immediately frowned because this group of people was actually from the Crimson State. The Crimson State was the divine prefecture, which was much larger than the Green State. The 3 emperors of the Crimson State were the 3 strongest overlords of the Crimson State. Among them, the Crimson Emperor was as famous as the Emperor Qing. As for the other 2, they were his brothers. Unlike the Green State, the brothers were of one mind and were sincerely convinced by their elder brother. The Green State is still a bit too cold. Let's raise the temperature a bit. The leader was a middle-aged man with a fiery red belt around his waist. He wore a python robe and looked wise and mighty. With a wave of his hand, the entire palace was set on fire, causing the temperature to rise a lot. This person came to the Green State, as if he was the master of the Green State. He actually felt that it was too cold, so he set fire to the palace. However, no one dared to provoke them, not even the Empress Dowager. This was because although Heavenly Prince Guangshuan was weaker than her, he had the Emperor Qing behind him. If the Emperor Qing was angry, he was not someone the Empress Dowager could fight against. Unless the Emperor Qing was here. Therefore they all endured the arrogance of these people. The heavenly tortoise snake fruit? It's a pretty good item. Men, bring me a few. The middle-aged man swaggered and sat down. He looked at the heavenly fruits around him, and then waved his hand. Emperor, please taste the heavenly fruits. The people who followed him immediately took the heavenly fruits and immortal wine, and placed them on the table in front of Heavenly Prince Guangshuan. The whole process was as if no one was there. I haven't been to the Crimson State for a long time. I didn't expect you people to still be trash. Heavenly Prince Guangshuan took a bite of the heavenly fruit, and spat it out as he spoke casually. Chapter 2979. Heavenly Prince Guangshuan, one of the 3 emperors of the Crimson Province. Oh, you won't even give me a word? As a martial artist, you have to be calm. If you're too impatient, you won't be able to achieve anything. Heavenly Prince Guangshuan said indifferently, seeing that you're old, I won't blame you, but you'll have to drink a cup as punishment. Drink. After saying that, he threw the wine cup in his hand at the Prime Minister. Heavenly Prince Guangshuan had already drunk half of that cup of wine. If he really wanted to punish him, he would have given him a new cup of wine. Therefore, he was also humiliating the Prime Minister. You. Drink. The Prime Minister's face suddenly turned ugly. Drink. Drink. Heavenly Prince Guangshuan squinted at the Prime Minister, causing the latter to grit his teeth and drink the cup of wine. Heavenly Prince Guangshuan ignored the Prime Minister. He looked at the crowd lazily and said, Qing Province and Crimson Province are neighbors. They're both the weakest divine prefecture in the 9 province, so we should work harder and not let the other divine prefectures look down on us. Today we came here for a purpose. The top experts of the 2 divine prefectures will exchange pointers and pursue the great Tao together. Drink. Beside him, a young man suddenly walked out. This person was at the 6th level of the martial immortal realm. His aura was extraordinary, and his body had the great Tao's aura. Who's coming? Drink. After walking out, he looked at the crowd contemptuously. Today is the Heavenly Fruit Conference. It's supposed to be a joyous occasion. Drink. Seeing this, the Empress Dowager said with a smile. Empress Dowager, you're not strict enough with them. No wonder Qing Province is so weak. It's because of you, old woman. No, Empress Dowager. Look at my mouth, I say what I think. Sorry. Heavenly Prince Guangshuan put his legs on the table, and said lazily. It seemed that he was apologizing, but everyone knew that he didn't take the Empress Dowager seriously at all. Empress Dowager, let your people come. Martial artists should never give up on martial arts. Drink. He said again, making it difficult for the Empress Dowager to refuse. Let me. Drink. However, before the Empress Dowager could speak, someone had already walked out from beside her. It was a woman with ordinary looks, but she had a valiant aura. She was the Empress Dowager's personal maid. 7th level of the martial immortal realm? That's 2. Is Qing Province? Is there no one? You actually let your delicate girl go up on stage. This is too shameful. The young man said disdainfully. Cut the crap. Let's see who's better. That palace maid's talent wasn't weak. She had a tier 10 divine body, and her universal force had reached 90%. Her jade-like hands danced and winter snow sealed the sky. This time, the surrounding temperature dropped again. Break for me. Stare of glory. The youth roared as his body emitted beams of light. He was at the desolate body level. As the beams of light shot out, they melted the ice and snow. The palace made vomited blood and was sent flying. At this moment, the entire Qingzhou was in an uproar. Thousands of warriors were looking at the sky. Is Qing province filled with a bunch of chickens and dogs? The young man's cold laughter spread across the entire Qing province. This led people to guess that other cultivators from the divine prefecture had arrived and were humiliating the top warriors of Qingzhou. How arrogant. Men. It's said that they're from the Crimson Province. Their Crimson Province is stronger than the Qing Province, so they've been humiliating us. Right now all the experts of Qing Province are gathered there. There must be someone who can suppress them. All the martial artists in Ring City started to talk about it. The 9 heavens of Qing Province are rumored to be the strongest geniuses of Qing Province. Let these geniuses come out and fight. My name is Lin Wu. The young man was in high spirits as he said nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Sakura and company from the imperial court immediately revealed their fighting spirit. However, Lin Ling stopped them. With the desolate body level and a higher cultivation realm, none of you are his match. Upon hearing this, Sakura and company could only endure it. However, Lin Ling smiled. Anyway, these people are here to target the Empress Dowager and company. Let's just watch the show slowly. That's true. Meng Lu and company nodded. It looks like no one from the 9 heavens of Qing province dares to fight. When the young man saw that no one stepped forward, the pride on his face intensified. He swept his gaze and suddenly, it landed on the 76th prince. He beckoned to him. I can sense that you have the bloodline of Emperor Qing. Come and fight. At this moment, the 76th prince's expression changed drastically. Why was he so unlucky? If you don't dare to fight, then kneel down and kowtow 3 times. Then I'll spare you, the young man said again. Fight him. Seeing that the young man was so arrogant, the entire Qing province erupted into an uproar. Under the heavy pressure, the 76th prince finally walked out. This battle is mainly about learning from each other. After saying that, he unleashed all his strength and clashed with the young man. With everyone in Qing province watching, the 76th prince had no choice but to fight. Otherwise he would be too ashamed to face the others. Second brother, how long will it take for the 76th prince to lose? Sakura stared at the battle and asked curiously. He felt that the 76th prince was weaker than him. Therefore, the number of moves that the 76th prince could block would allow him to know how big the gap between him and that youth was. Beside him, Xian Linglong was also very curious. She yearned to fight the experts of 9 province. 3 moves. Lin Ling glanced and said nonchalantly. The difference is so huge. Everyone exclaimed inwardly. Boom. That was indeed the case. Within 3 moves, the 76th prince was defeated and spat out blood. Die. However, the young man named Lin Wu showed no mercy at all. He killed the 76th prince directly. This shocked everyone. After all, the 76th prince was the son of Emperor Qing. He died in front of everyone in Qing province just like that. These experts from Crimson province were too arrogant. Heavenly Prince Guangshuan, your disciple killed the son of Emperor Qing in front of everyone. Isn't this against the rules of learning from each other? The Empress Dowager's expression was ugly. It was not that she sympathized with the 76th prince, but she felt that if she did nothing when the latter died in front of her eyes, it would be difficult to convince the crowd. Hee, it's just learning from each other. There will definitely be deaths. If you want to blame someone, blame Emperor Qing's son for being too useless. To everyone's surprise, Heavenly Prince Guangshuan smiled nonchalantly. A martial artist must have a sharp spirit. If you can't beat your opponent, then death is the final price. This is also the awareness that a martial artist should have. His words were filled with schadenfreude, which made everyone gnash their teeth in anger. I'm also the son of Emperor Qing. Let me fight you. At this time, the 99th prince walked out. He was also of Emperor Qing's bloodline, so the young man mocked the son of Emperor Qing, including him. A golden sword appeared in his hand, and his emperor's qi was extremely powerful. Come on. Lin Wu's body emitted a strong fighting spirit. However, after the two of them clashed, he realized how powerful the 99th prince was. He was no match for him. The 99th prince was the leader of the giants. His strength was naturally not weak. Of course, everyone could also see that the 99th prince's most powerful move was that sword. It must be the divine sword that Emperor Qin gave him. Die.